Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Code Prime, R2, Revolution in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 6, The Next Move. Horai Island. It was a massive artificial island that laid off the coast of the Chinese Federation mainland. The island itself was more than twice as large as the massive Autobot vessel known as the Ark that remained in a docking position on the eastern side of the island. The entire man-made structure was built to harness the tidal power of the ocean it laid on. It was clean and constant and did not require the use of energon to fuel it. While the Ark was capable of holding a large amount of people and had sustained them for so long, the vessel was to act as the main Autobot base as well as a flagship for the fleet they would soon be constructing, so Horai Island was to be the home for the 2 million refugees they rescued from the ruined Japan, and it had the means to do that. It had more than enough food and living space for all these people, not to mention several fully functional hospitals. What stuck out the most, however, was a massive tower at the very center of the island that projected a dome-like shield over the entire artificial island, making it, as well as the Ark near it, completely invisible to both the naked eye as well as radio frequencies, making it all the more difficult for the Decepticons to find them. Oh my! Lloyd smiled as he stood near the window of said tower alongside Rax Hata, Fix-It, and Cecile, one at a high level to overlook the entire island. A man-made island that dwarfs even the impressive Ark. And it was constructed so quickly. Well, that's the best part about being in hiding for 6 months straight. Rax Hata also smiled. You have nothing else to worry about. No pesky politics, no life or death battles, you can just buckle down and focus on your work. I believe the word in your dictionary to describe a person who lives that kind of lifestyle is called a hermit, correct? Fix-It asked. More or less. Rax Hata said. I guess we really are an army of hermits, aren't we? Yes, it really does clear up our schedule, doesn't it? Lloyd commented. I'm just glad that we're finally out of the Decepticons' reach. Cecile said with relief. For the moment. Ratchet commented as he and Perceptor were behind them. We can't afford to rest on our laurels. Agreed. Perceptor said as well. We can't stay in hiding forever, we'll be taking the fight to the Decepticons soon enough, once we build our charter, that is. Uniting the entire human race, is that right? Lloyd said as he adjusted his glasses. Well, as history has proven, the best way to unite people is usually against a common enemy. When you think about it like that, we should really be thanking Megatron for giving us the means to unite the world. Rax Hata added. Ratchet sighed. Even after 6 months, I'm still not used to your antics. How do you think I feel? Cecile replied. I've had to put up with Lloyd for years. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Ark, Lelouch sat in the meeting area alongside Ogai and Kagaya, with Optimus standing over them, but the person joining them was their informant that had been planted deep within the Chinese Federation 6 months prior. I have to admit, I'm rather impressed. Li Zink commented. Not only with this vessel, but even managing to outwit the very same force that had all but destroyed Britannia, which had been standing for centuries. Well, we do have experience fighting the Decepticons. Kagaya smiled. Especially, him. She pointed toward Optimus. You've even managed to outwit those parasites of the High Eunuchs. Zink spoke to Lelouch specifically. Aside from Gao Hai, whom you are personally controlling with your geese, none of them are even suspecting this island even exists. They seem too focused on fortifying their own defenses. Are they expecting an attack from the Decepticons? Lelouch asked. Unlikely, I think they may be expecting an attack from you. Zink shook his head. Why do you believe that? Optimus asked. I overheard the other eunuchs talking about a possible negotiation strategy with the Decepticons. Zink commented, causing him to scowl. Damn cowards. As if they weren't infuriating enough. Doesn't your Empress have any say in that? Ogai asked. No. Zink replied. She's nothing more than a figurehead for them. Once they've joined up with your enemy, I'm certain they'll get rid of her immediately. He said in disgust while clenching his fists. Lelouch recognized the rage and burning resolve in Zink's face. It was one he had seen on himself in the mirror whenever Nunnally was in danger. Zink cared deeply for Empress Tianzi in the way Lelouch cared about his younger sister. It was nice to meet a peer like that, but at the same time, he feared that would also have Zinc make rash decisions like he himself did more than once whenever Nunnally was in danger. Zinc, you remember our agreement, don't you? Lelich reminded. We'll help establish a democracy within your nation and restore true power to the Empress. And my forces will personally join your organization and the nation will lend you its full support. Zinc finished. I intend to honor our agreement so long as you do for your end. We promise, Zinc, we will restore both young Tianzi's position and her freedom. Optimus vowed. As well as the freedom for the people of your nation and the rest of this world. And these two are totally good at keeping promises. Kaguya added with a smile. Trust me, they have the power to back it up. Zinc smiled in return. I am placing my trust in all of you, do not make me regret it. At the same time, another similar meeting was being held within the central tower that projected the shield, in the lower levels that served as a meeting area large enough to house several Autobots, with a balcony that allowed humans to participate. Currently, the only Autobot present appeared to be Ultra Magnus, with the humans being Diet Hard, Wizard, Katace, as well as Kirihara and the rest of Kyoto. It appears we have successfully dealt a devastating blow to those vile Decepticons. Kirihara said. We've saved countless innocent lives, and their main vessel has been neutralized. We were able to broadcast the outcome of that battle to the rest of the world. Diet Hard reported. Because of that, multiple resistance pockets have appeared and have already begun to rebel, even in areas the Decepticons have already conquered. Have we been able to get in contact with any of them? One member of Kyoto asked. A few have managed to be brought into the Black Knights via our ground bridge system, as well as the connections we had at Peace Mark. Unfortunately, most of these pockets were destroyed the second they arose. Wizard answered. The Decepticons have proven to be more thorough than even Britannia. When you seem more focused on the act of conquest itself than politics, it does seem simpler. Another member of Kyoto said. Which is why I choose not to engage in politics myself. Katace pointed out. And despite our recent victory, the Decepticons are far from defeated. Ultra Magnus added. The war still rages, and it will continue until we build an army that is large enough and organized to end the threat. With that in mind, we should talk about potential candidates of people more willing to join our cause. Diet Hard said. I trust the connections from Peace Mark can help us in that regard. Katace asked Wizard specifically. Oh yes, quite. Wizard answered, smiling under his flashy mask. Meanwhile, in the main hospital building, Gino had recently woken up from being checked over by Akari Kojiki to make sure he didn't have anything inside him that would allow the Decepticons to track him. Fortunately, that was not the case. As he sat up in his hospital bed, he was being visited by his colleagues from the former Knights of the Round, Nonette and Monica, as well as classmates from the Ashford Student Council, Colin, Suzaku, and Rai. The later dropped off Arthur on his bed, who was already purring at his side as Gino petted him. Glad to see you're still in one piece, Gino. Nonette smiled as she gave him a brief hug, which he was happy to return. Yeah, it's good to see you guys too. Gino smiled back before it faded. I'm sorry, for all that happened, being forced to fight you. That wasn't your fault. Suzaku quickly told him. The Decepticons forced you to do that. It wasn't your choice. But it was my choice to stay behind. Gino said as he glanced toward Colin. If I went with you to your base 6 months ago. Look, what's done is done. Colin interrupted. Yeah, you didn't come with us back then, but you're with us now. So don't worry about it. Right now, we're just glad to finally have you back with us. Monica said with a smile. Gino, however, did not smile. I just wish it was all of us. Anya's still with them. This caused the rest of the group to look down as well, remembering their comrade or classmate. Well, we saved you, didn't we? We'll save her too. Rai tried to tell him. Yeah, but she's been acting pretty weird these past 6 months. Gino said. In fact, ever since we were captured, most of the time, it felt like I was talking to a totally different person. Maybe something to do with her amnesia. Rai asked Nonette specifically. I don't know, she's been like that for as long as we've known her. The former Knight of Nine said with a shrug. There aren't any official records that say how or why she ended up the way she did. Monica added. But I wouldn't be surprised if someone was playing dirty from behind the scenes. We'll figure out what to do with Anya once we rescue her, and we will rescue her. Suzaku stated. Right. Colin nodded along with everyone else. Count me in too. Gino said as he tried to sit up straight. I want to join you guys. I want to be a Black Knight. You sure? Rai asked with a half smirk. Well, I already turned my back on Britannia when I helped you guys back in Area 11, and Britannia's gone anyway, plus, I want to get the chance to get to know all you guys, to understand why you've been fighting. Gino explained. I know I'm not the smartest guy or anything like that, but I can tell you're all good people and bots, and I want to be a part of that. I'm sure Optimus and Zero will be thrilled to hear that. Monica said. We'll talk to them about it, and once you have a nightmare, you'll be assigned to a unit. Cool, can't wait. Gino smirked. Hey, we gotta go. Colin said. Sorry to leave you, but there's this big party going on and everyone else is joining in. We'd invite you too, Gino, but they say you gotta stay here for a little bit while longer. Suzaku smiled apologetically. It's fine. He accepted. You guys just have fun. I mean, you pretty much totaled the Nemesis, so I'd say you earned a break. Thanks a bunch, we'll bring you back a slice of pizza for sure though. Nonette smiled before the group left. But Arthur will be staying here to keep you company. She winked before leaving. Gino sighed with a smile as he leaned back, Arthur curling up on his lap with a purr as the former Knight of Three petted him while looking out the window to the clear blue sky. He could tell that this fight was far from over and there was a lot of work to do, but he was at least happy that he was finally with his friends again. Meanwhile, outside the Arkan Command Center appeared to be a massive celebration with virtually every single refugee that the Autobots and Black Knights had saved. Given that they were now free from Decepticon enslavement and had found a safe haven, it only seemed fitting to give the people something to lift their spirits. In fact, several Autobots and Black Knights had joined them as well. In a small building, a trio of individuals appeared to be directing all the festivities taking place, specifically the preparation of a batch of a specific super-sized dish. Alright Tai, how are we looking? Millie asked as she and Sarah were joined by the holographic girl, who projected herself via a small device built onto the building's roof. All the ingredients are prepared. Tai reported. Bumblebee, Suzaku, Sideswipe, and Jez are already flipping the dough as we speak. Wheeljack and Grindcore are handling the toppings, while Air Raid, Hotshot, and Warpath will take care of heating. 4 20-meter pizzas. Millie said. 80 meters of smoking hot cheese and tomato sauce all at once. That's over 6 times bigger than what we had planned at the school festival more than 6 months ago. Just be sure they get everything right this time around. Sarah stated in a firm tone of voice. The dough can't be too thin, or it'll all fall apart. And be sure Warpath and the others don't overheat it, we don't want to start a fire, or worse burn it all. Wow Sarah, I've never seen you this worked up before. Millie noted. I was denied my chance at the world's largest pizza 6 months ago, not this time. Sarah exclaimed with a fiery passion burning in her eyes. But I swear by the primes, that if any Decepticon has the nerve to interrupt this, there will be hell to pay. Millie and Tai exchanged glances with each other, the holographic girl looking confused, while the blonde just raised a single brow with a half smirk. Meanwhile, the Lancelot, being piloted by none other than Suzaku, tossed a massive piece of dough in the air and caught it as it fell before spinning it in the Lancelot's hands to stretch it out even more. Alright, I think I'm good with this one. How are you guys doing? Suzaku asked over the Lancelot's communication as the rest of the dough prep team were all around him in the form of a large circle with enough space to properly stretch the dough they each had. This is a lot more fun than I'd thought it'd be. Sucks we can't eat it though. Bumblebee commented as he spun his batch of pizza dough in his hands. Dude, that's not how you spin. This is how you spin. Sideswipe smirked as he threw his batch into the air rather high before transforming into his vehicle mode to spin a series of donuts and create a powerful updraft of wind that stretched the dough out even farther before he transformed just as it began to fall into his hands. How was that? Not bad, but check this out. Jazz smirked back as he threw his stretched dough up before firing his sonic gun to fire a low-tone blast, powerful enough to stretch out the dough in one shot, but not strong enough to rip right through it. Now that's how you do it with style. As the four continued to spin the pizza dough, it also served as rather good entertainment for the large audience of civilians, Black Knights, and Autobots gathered around them as they cheered for their heroes or friends, or simply just hung out and made conversation with each other. Go Suzaku! Yuffie called out as she stuck close to Nunnally, Sayoko, Alice, Misty, and Elita One. This is even more fun than the school festival. Only now I actually get to see it all. Nunnally smiled before turning to the blonde next to her. What do you think, Alice? Well, for the first real party I've ever been to, not bad. She said with a half smile. Same here. Misty nodded. I don't even remember if I've ever been to one. However, once she caught look of the sympathetic expressions shared by Nunnally and Yuffie, she tried to put on a smile. But I'll definitely remember this one. This caused Nunnally to smile back as she looked up to the pink Autobot. Elita, did you ever have parties like this on Cybertron? We had our own forms of celebration, yes. Elita replied. Not quite the same as this, but one that we still shared with those we cared about. That's what kinda makes it all the more special. And I'd say this particular celebration is well earned. She smiled toward the young girl, which only caused her own smile to brighten up even more. You think it's gonna be enough pizza for everyone? Rai asked as he, Shirley, Tamaki, Nonette all gathered together with Bulkhead. Dude, we got like over 100 feet of freaking pizza, and you're saying it's not enough? Tamaki questioned. Actually, it's over 200 feet. Nonette corrected. But we've got over 2 million people here. Yeah, I know they've all got plenty of food, but I don't know if everyone's gonna get a slice. Pretty sure we'll have enough for everyone. Bulkhead said. But we gotta make sure we save Sarah a slice. Don't know why, but she had a very scary look in her eyes when she insisted on it. Well, I'm not worried about the pizza. Shirley said with a smile. Right now, I'm just glad that everyone's getting along. I mean, less than a week ago, most of these people were miserable even after we've rescued them. Ever since Britannia's fall, people have been treating it like it's the end of the world, but now look at everyone. They're all so happy. Yeah, they really are. Rai admitted as he walked toward Shirley and grabbed her hand. And we'll make sure it stays that way. This caused Shirley to blush as she smiled towards Rai. Ugh, get a room you two. Tamaki commented, only to get elbowed in the side by Nonette. Meanwhile, while everyone else appeared to be in a celebratory mood, Todo and Drift were off on the side going over some data on a holopad provided by the Autobot, particularly their recent battle against Bruticus. One would think that having such a large body, as well as a combined mind of 5 individuals may make it more difficult for him to react, yet he had our entire unit on the defensive for most of that fight. Todo commented. There is a reason why the combat icons, and particularly Bruticus, is feared so. Drift said. They've wiped out entire armies before. The combat icons alone are an effective team, which is why Bruticus is able to perform at such efficiency. Excuse me, Master. Both turned to see not only Jetstorm and Safeguard approach them, but even Chiba, Asahina, Urabe, and Senba. Perhaps you would like to join us in the celebration. Jetstorm offered. We understand the war is not over yet, but it does not feel right that everyone else is celebrating while you two are not. Safeguard added. There is much work to be done. Drift told his students. You are free to join the others in celebration, but we do not have time for such antics. Ah man, you're worse than the Colonel. Urabe commented. No offense. He quickly said to Todo, who merely looked at him with a cocked eyebrow. Still, you guys really just want to sit here? Asahina asked. I get you're not the party animal type, Colonel. But still. It's fine, don't worry about. Todo told them. Yes, we'd figured you'd say that. Chiba commented as she walked toward Todo with a plate of steamed dumplings. But I brought you something anyway. Made them myself, hope you like them. Todo nodded as he took one and bit into it. It's delicious. Thank you. Chiba did her best to hide her blush, but Jetstorm and Safeguard looked in concern. Chiba, your skin tone is changing. Safeguard noted. Is it the result of a human fever? Jetstrom asked. No. It's nothing. She turned from them in embarrassment, causing the two mini-cons to look in confusion, while Senba, Urabe, and Asahina had knowing smirks on their faces. All right, the dough is ready. Jazz stated as he, Bumblebee, Sideswipe, and the Lancelot had backed away after placing the properly stretched, massively oversized, circular pieces of pizza dough on a larger plate big enough to house them. Now for the main ingredients. Tomato sauce coming up. Grindcore exclaimed as he stood over a ginormous bowl filled with hundreds of thousands of tomatoes, right before he began to smash them to paste with his fists alone. At the same time, Wheeljack stood before a block of cheese that was about on equal height to himself. Don't even want to know how they put this together. But he drew his swords. More fun for me. He then began to hack and slash with his blades with such speed and precision, that the cheese would be shredded in little to no time at all. How exactly did we manage to get a block of cheese that big? Ogai questioned as he stood alongside Chigusa, Ironhide, and Chromia. You'll have to ask the science department about all that, I honestly got no idea. Ironhide shrugged. Chigusa giggled slightly. Remember the last time we were at festival like this? She asked Ogai. You mean that incredibly awkward moment we had with Colin and the others? Ogai asked with a half-grim. Yep, good times. Chigusa replied. But it's a little easier this time around, huh? Chromia commented. No more secrets, disguises, or anything like that. Nope. Ogai just shook his head. Today, it's the time to celebrate and relax. Yeah, but tomorrow is back to work. We're not done yet. Ironhide said with a serious tone of voice. Always have to bring the mood down, don't you? Chromia joked as she playfully nudged his side, causing Ogai and Chigusa to both chuckle while Ironhide smirked in response. Meanwhile, Cornelia and Guilford appeared to be off on their own, still close to the festivities, but far enough away so they could have a moment to themselves. They certainly are lively, aren't they? Guilford commented with a small smile. Cornelia however didn't return that smile, but rather looked guilty. And to think that we almost destroyed all of that. Guilford looked toward her and tried to protest. Don't try to deny it, Gilbert. I know you were doing your job, you were loyal to me as your knight, so none of that lies with you, but more with me. I let my anger and pride get the better of me. I was angry at the Autobots and the Black Knights, completely ignorant of the hope they inspired. I should have left Britannia a long time ago. And I realize that, but, Your High, excuse me. Cornelia. Guilford began. You've made a genuine effort to change yourself, now you're doing everything you can to support these people even though they were once your enemies. That shows the good you're capable of, which to me, far exceeds the harm you once did, and I'm sure your siblings feel the same way. Not all of them. Cornelia replied, a scowl forming on her face. In that instant, Guilford knew she was referring to Schneeisel. He remembered when Euphemia and Nunnally told Cornelia about Schneeisel's betrayal, with him being present as well. Though he had seen Cornelia's wrath before, he had never seen such a heartbroken and rage-filled expression on her face. It was no secret I didn't trust many of my half-siblings. But I did trust him. Cornelia began. I respected him, admired him, even loved him as if he were my full-blooded brother. But it seems it wasn't mutual. She clenched her fists so tightly, it seemed her knuckles would turn white. I swear to God, if I ever lay eyes on Schneeisel again, I'll kill him myself. Cornelia, you have every reason to hate him just as much as I do. Guilford placed a firm but comforting hand on her shoulder. I had nothing but respect for Prince Schneeisel, but he betrayed not only his nation, but his family. He betrayed Euphemia with the Special Zone, He betrayed rest of us by assisting in the uprising at Pendragon which led to the fall of Britannia. He even betrayed Nunnally and Lelich by aiding the Decepticons in their attempt to destroy the Ark. But we can't let that anger guide us. You said how you allowed your pride and anger to blind you in the past, while I'm partially responsible for that as well. I was your knight, I served you loyally, and I didn't question it. At first, I thought that was only part of my duty. But, maybe I should have from the beginning. Well, I'm not going to make that mistake again. I will work with you if you want me to, and I'll help in any way I can, but, please don't take any offense to this, but I'm not going to serve you blindly anymore. Even if you're trying to make a change, if you happen to fall back in any old ways, I'll be more than happy to pull you out. You can trust me. Cornelia turned to him with an emotional smile as she placed her own hand on top of his that still remained on her shoulder. Thank you, Gilbert. I'm really glad you're here. Me too. He smiled back. Back with the pizza, all the squashed tomatoes had been thoroughly spread across the stretched pieces of dough, followed by the shredded cheese Wheeljack had sliced up. Grindcore returned as he and Bulkhead carried a massive dome-like structure that was placed over the platform where the pizzas were all settled. Now that's how you prep a pizza, Wrecker style. Wheeljack smirked as he shared a fist bump with Grindcore and Bulkhead. Alright heating team, you guys are up. Bulkhead said over the comms. Roger that. Warpath acknowledged as he, Air Raid, and Hotshot were in a bunker directly underneath the platform. Time to heat this thing up. Hotshot stated as he held plasma gun and fired at a low output, alongside Warpath who set loose a wave of red-hot energy from his own turret chest, followed by Air Raid who transformed into his jet mode and turned around, so his engine was facing upward, and he ignited it at a low output as well. I know we're being repetitive with the heat puns, but I just gotta say that it is cooking in here. Air Raid joked. Back on the surface, all the gathered people and bots present looked in anticipation as they saw the smoke coming from the holes of the makeshift oven, knowing that it wouldn't be much longer till the pizza was ready. You know, if we were told a year ago that we would be hanging out with a group of alien robots to make a series of pizzas larger than the average car, I'd say, you've been reading too many of those comics. Zidain commented as he sat at a small table alongside Orpheus. Yeah, the world has become quite strange, hasn't it? Orpheus added. First we were full-fledged terrorists, now the people see us as heroes. To be fair, our main adversary was Britannia, and they were more terrorist-like than we were. Zidain said. Imagine saying something like that to a royal or noble person a year ago. A third female voice spoke up as the two young men turned around to see Monica approach them. I can imagine quite the tongue-lashing they'd give. She said with a smirk. And another thing unexpected, two terrorists making casual conversation with a knight of the round, much less a member of the Emperor's royal guard. Zidain said. Monica merely raised a cocked eyebrow with a smirk. Mind if I join you? She requested. By all means. Orpheus accepted as she sat down in the chair next to him, but as she did, Zidain immediately stood up. And where are you going? To get a closer look at the pizza. He said as he had already begun walking away, leaving the pair alone. Why do I have a feeling he did that on purpose? Orpheus said with a sigh as he placed his hand on his forehead while Monica merely giggled. Meanwhile, Bulkhead and Grindcore had lifted the dome from the plates to see the pizzas looking thoroughly cooked and ready for consumption. All right. Rivals cheered as he, Millie, Sarah, and Nina ran underneath the large Autobots to see the massive pizzas for themselves. I can taste it already. Hold it. Nina stopped him from doing anything as she took out a small handheld device. Need to make sure it's not radioactive. You don't want to grow an extra limb or anything. I can taste test it if you want. Sarah offered. You just want first dibs? Millie joked. Yes. Sarah made no effort to deny it. But since I'm immortal, I don't have to worry about being poisoned with radiation. Well, the rest of us still have to worry about it so. Nina was already scanning all 4 pizzas. The process took about a minute before she got the data she needed. All right, they are safe to eat. Now for the finishing touch. Millie looked toward the Autobot trio in front of them, standing across from the pizza consisting of Prowl, Windblade, and Smokescreen, with even Undertone present as well. Cutting team, you're up. Windblade first drew her dual swords before handing one of them to Smokescreen. I expect it back, she said to him with a playful smirk before using her other sword to slice one of the 20-meter pizzas with such skill and precision. Don't worry, swords aren't my thing anyway. Smokescreen replied as he began to cut his larger pizza as well. He was followed by Undertone, who wielded his blade staff with ninja-like skills, along with the necessary speed, to properly cut the third pizza. My skills being used for something so meager and insufficient, Prowl thought as he drew a pair of shurikens and spun them like helicopter blades before swiftly cutting the pizza. However, once he heard everyone's cheers, he smiled slightly. Although this does increase morale, so I'm not completely against it. And with that, we are done, Smokescreen announced. Time to dig in, everyone, Millie announced as people were all gathering around trying to get their hands on a slice, with Sarah already at the front, helping herself to 6 slices with stars in her eyes and drool coming down from her mouth. Finally, as the party was underway, only 2 individuals didn't seem to be present, and they were none other than the co-leaders of this massive coalition. Lelich, in his casual attire, sat with a content smile on the front edge of the arc that overlooked the entire island, just above the bridge. He would soon be joined by Optimus Prime. I am surprised you are not down there, Optimus noted. I'll head down in a moment. Just wanted to take it all in, Lelich began. All of this, what we're building. I don't have the words for it. But, we have people from both Japan and Britannia, even other countries, people from all over the world, even beyond, and they're all together, like natural borders or even differences in species don't matter. Before I even met you, I was the ultimate pessimistic. I thought the world would never change, that it could never be changed. But now, I don't know if I'd call myself an idealist, sounds too arrogant, but I just can't help but hope this is the kind of future the Earth will have in store, once the Decepticons are defeated. I don't believe that is arrogance speaking, Optimus began as Lelich directed his gaze toward him. What we see here is indeed reality. Those who are different, even those who were once enemies, now stand together, not only as comrades in arms, but even friends. While the road to this future is a difficult one, with many hardships along the way, I do believe that we can build this future for your world. And the fact that you have hope for this future, even after all the hardships you've endured to get to this point, shows just how much you have grown, and how proud I am of you because of that. Well, I had a pretty good role model. Lelich smiled toward the Autobot leader, who returned with a smile and nod of his own. Geez, you two gonna make out now? They heard Colin's voice from behind as they turned around to see the snarking red-headed Black Knight, along with her Autobot partner, approach them. Why are you standing up here when everyone else is down there? Arky asked. Okay, I admit the view's pretty great, and you're not the party type, Optimus. But it wouldn't hurt to join everyone else. In fact, we're not even giving you a choice. Colin smirked as she grabbed Lelich by the hand and began to pull him away. Come on, Lelich. Whoa, hey, Colin. I was coming down anyway, Lelich said in a protest, despite the smile he still had on his face. I know, but I still wanted to drag your lazy ass anyway, she replied as she continued to playfully pull him away. Arky then walked up to her own leader with crossed arms and a cocked eyebrow as they watched the exchange. You better be careful not to leave too much of an impression on him. No offense, Optimus, but he is still a kid, and he could use a break every now and then. You need not worry, Arky, Optimus assured. While I don't regret the choices I've made in my life to get to where I am now, I wouldn't wish this sort of path for Lelich either. So long as he is with his friends and family, that is enough. Well, I'd say you've done a pretty good job. I remember that arrogant little prince when he first came to the Ark. Hard to believe he's the same person he is now. You know he sees you like a father, right? Arky reminded him. I'm aware, Optimus acknowledged. While this alliance of Autobots and Black Knights are a strong fighting force, I believe they have become something far greater than an army, a human concept that we have learned since coming to Earth, family. Nukaon, Dark Mount. The leader of the Decepticons sat on his throne with Starscream, Steeljaw, and Skybite by his side, along with Schneeisel, who stood on a small hovering platform that enabled him to stand on equal height with the gathered Decepticons. All 5 of them faced Soundwave, who was broadcasting 2 holograms of Knockout and Thundercracker. "What is the status of the Nemesis?" Megatron questioned. "Unfortunately, all major systems have suffered critical damage, Lord Megatron," Thundercracker reported. "The Ark's attack was precise. The enemy wasn't shooting in a desperate attempt to flee, they had intended to cripple us. One of the targets that got the worst of it was the Nemesis power core," Knockout also reported with a wince. "And unfortunately, many of the new openings that was made in the ship's hull have now become overflown with molten lava, including the main energon infuser. We can get it repaired, but it will take some time. Do everything you can. My fleet is currently scattered, trying to suppress all the increased attacks. I need my flagship operational as soon as possible," Megatron ordered. "We'll do what we can, Lord Megatron." Thundercracker bowed before his and Knockout's transmission cut off, leaving the Decepticon leader less than pleased. "Well, that certainly makes things difficult for us," Skybite commented. "Not only have the Autobots and Black Knights escaped, but their very presence has already incited multiple rebellions across this planet." Starscream exclaimed. "Something must be done. Schneeisel, how goes your negotiations with the High Eunuchs?" Megatron asked. "A little more difficult than expected, my lord," Schneeisel answered. "Though they seem willing to cooperate, they are very insistent on being considered equals with you." Starscream groaned in irritation. Why would they even consider something so audacious? They are neither warriors nor strategists. Just more annoying politicians. We should enslave the Chinese Federation and wipe them out as we did Britannia. "Have you forgotten where we currently stand, Starscream?" Steeljaw told him. "Britannia was effectively destroyed because we had both numbers and superior firepower, but more importantly, our main force of resistance, the Autobots, and the Black Knights, had gone into hiding and were unable to oppose us. But that is no longer the case." "He's right," Skybite agreed. "As you so kindly pointed out, Starscream, the reappearance of our enemies has caused multiple small rebellions to pop up, stretching our forces, while our main flagship is grounded. Our forces are stretched too thin to go to war with another superpower, and I'm certain the bots and knights would more than take advantage of that. I believe the human phrase for this is, caught between a rock and a hard place." He briefly turned to Schneeisel. "That is what you say, right? Did I get it right?" "Yes, you got it right," Schneeisel confirmed. "Enough," Megatron stated as he stood from his throne. No one dared to speak against him at the moment, as he still appeared livid from his recent defeat, not because of the defeat itself, but because it was Lelich who dealt the blow to him. Even after Megatron's attempts to break him, he still bounced back and proved to be as strong as before, if not stronger. Optimus' influence and stubbornness was plain to see. "We speak of the Chinese Federation, but what of the European Union, as well as the tributary state, Euro-Britannia?" Megatron asked. "Ever since Britannia's fall, Euro-Britannia has claimed their own independence," Schneeisel explained. "And, right after the Empire's collapse, the EU began to attack in earnest, believing Euro-Britannia to be vulnerable now that the main empire was no longer supplying them. I can see why they'd think that," Steeljaw responded. "How is the battle going now?" "They appear to be locked in a stalemate at the moment," Schneeisel replied. "Do you think Euro-Britannia may be willing to cooperate with us?" Steeljaw asked again. "Unlikely, not of their own accord," the former prince began to explain. "Even before the fall, tension between us and them was rather high. Despite being technically considered a Britannian state, Euro-Britannia has been more lenient in its enforcement. It does not employ the number and area system that Britannia once did." "Who is in charge?" Skybite asked. "Grand Duke Augusta Henry Highland, also known as Grand Duke Vila Ines," Schneeisel responded. "Despite being a Britannian noble, he doesn't exercise the same ruthless authority that my late father once would. He's even cautious to avoid civilian casualties, even those within the EU. I'm surprised your father even let him stay in power despite that. Starscream commented. I can even see the late Charles all but obliterating Euro-Britannia entirely. My late father and Grand Duke Vila Ines may not have seen eye to eye, but Charles was not insane enough to start a Britannian civil war. That would lead to even further conflict that would have ultimately destabilized Britannia, though he had been looking for ways to directly take control of Euro-Britannia in a more subtle way. Schneeisel replied. Then we shall do what your father could not. Megatron began as he turned to his subordinates. Steeljaw, Skybite, I am sending the two of you to Euro-Britannia. You are to meet with Vila Ines and persuade him to side Euro-Britannia with our cause. Should he agree to join us, we will provide him with sufficient armament, and we will allow them to destroy the EU for us, wiping out another superpower with less effort than we did in destroying Britannia. During which, Starscream and Schneeisel will continue to negotiate with the High Eunuchs and see to it that the Chinese Federation is brought into our fold as well. You want us to do both at the same time? Starscream questioned. Now that they have escaped us, Optimus and Zero will no doubt try to gain allies in their crusade. Megatron explained. The EU seems the most likely they'll seek aid from first, but they could seek assistance from the Chinese Federation as well. Despite the High Eunuchs in control, it wouldn't surprise me if those two managed to find a way to convince the people to overthrow their oppressive leaders and create a new nation-state to aid them. They have the means and conviction to do just that. You make it sound like we're in a race of sorts, Lord Megatron. Skybite said. That's because we are. Megatron stated. Before, the Autobots and Black Knights were a means to an end. I've allowed them to carry on so long because Britannia was the first to try and fight them, which made it all the easier to manipulate both sides so that we may take this world for ourselves. But now, they're a threat, and I will not underestimate them again. Point taken. Steeljaw accepted. Very well, Skybite and I will go to Euro-Britannia, and I believe I know a few Decepticons who would be willing to join us. And Schneeisel and I will continue to negotiate with the eunuchs. We will let you know if there are any developments. Starscream said. Good. Megatron nodded. We are at war, and I have no intention of losing. The next day, Horai Island, the Ark. The celebrations and party the previous day was a true success. The morale of the civilians and soldiers had been raised exponentially, with even several Black Knights and Autobots becoming closer to each other as a result. But, now the time of celebration was over, now it was time to get back to the war effort. A meeting was currently underway as Optimus Prime, Lelich, Ogai, Ultra Magnus, Todo, Wizard, Orpheus, Elita 1, Zinc, Diet Hard, Cornelia, Kagaya, Ironhide, Sarah, and Ratchet all gathered together on the bridge of the Ark, the humans sitting in the living quarters while the Autobots stood nearby. All right, we need to discuss our next move. Todo began the meeting. Our first step is gathering allies. Lelich stated. We've recruited heavily with new rebel groups that have been popping up since our return, but it's not enough to stave off the Decepticons. In order to defeat a force as powerful as them, we'll need assistance from the remaining superpowers. Optimus said. The EU and the Chinese Federation. The remaining High Eunuchs are currently in the talks with Schneeisel about joining the Federation with the Decepticon forces. Zinc said, causing Lelich and Cornelia to scowl slightly, but they chose not to speak up. However, Gao Hai is working to slow down their talks, while also seeing to it that Horai Island remains invisible to the rest of the world. He then turned to Lelich. I'm surprised that you didn't use your geese power on all the eunuchs and just have them stand down and give power back to the Empress. That thought did cross my mind. Lelich admitted. But if we did that before, back when the Decepticons still operated under a united front, it would be blatantly obvious that we were involved. Yes, I agree. Ultra Magnus said. And if that were the case, Megatron would have sent the bulk of his forces to wipe the Chinese Federation of the map as he did Britannia. At the time, we needed Sutley, and Zero using his geese on a single eunuch works for that just fine. But with the Nemesis temporarily out of commission, as well as the many uprisings and rebellions, the Decepticon forces have become scattered and are stretched too thin. Ratchet said. But that won't last long, we need to move and gather our allies now. I'm a close personal friend of the Empress. Kaguya pointed out. Aside from Gao Hai, far as the eunuchs are concerned, I'm just Tianzi's playmate, but I can work with Zinc from the sidelines to slow the negotiations between them and the Decepticons. Just be careful around Schneeisel. Cornelia advised. He might come off as kind or even indifferent, but he'll read you like a book. And if he suspects something is wrong with Gao Hai, don't worry, I'll be careful. Kaguya assured. So, for the moment, the Chinese Federation is covered, that just leaves the EU. Elita One said. What's the situation there? They and Euro-Britannia are in a deadlock. Wizard replied. They have the means to keep fighting, but I don't see either of them winning without totally exhausting themselves. Ironhide looked more than a little annoyed. There are bigger things to worry about right now, but they're still too focused on trying to one-up each other. Is there a way we can get both on our side? Ogai suggested. I mean, the EU seems pretty obvious, but since we have 3 Brighton royals currently on our side, 4 if you count Lelich. I have no interest in using any sort of royal authority. Lelich quickly stated. Okay, 3 Brighton princesses. Ogai continued. Any chance you guys can find a way to convince Euro-Britannia to have a ceasefire and work with us? He asked Cornelia specifically. If it were Euphemia asking them, more than likely. Cornelia replied. I've met the man in charge, Grand Duke Highland. He's not at all like how our late father used to run Britannia. He didn't adopt the number or area system and has done all he could to avoid civilian casualties. When the two of us would meet, we'd speak professionally to each other, but we often disagreed. Yuffie however shared his views, so I feel like he would be more willing to listen to her. But what if the Decepticons are already trying to persuade Euro-Britannia to join them? Orpheus asked. Megatron could already be offering them more advanced technology to push back against the EU since they seem more concerned about fighting them than anything else. I agree, that is something to be concerned about. Optimus acknowledged. However, I also believe that we should not be so quick to denounce the idea of creating a ceasefire between Euro-Britannia and the EU. If we were able to convince both sides to join us, it would not only bolster our forces, but help create a bridge of peace to help establish our United Nations Charter for once the war is over. So, let's operate under the assumption that the Decepticons are talking with Euro-Britannia. Lelich began. With the ground bridge system, we could find a way to talk with Highland as well as those others in charge of Euro-Britannia to arrange not only a ceasefire with the EU, but even a possible coup if the Decepticons are taking control. That sounds like a plan. Elita nodded. But that just leaves the EU. If we're to establish dialogue with them, we'll need to get into contact with someone who has connections and influence. Ultra Magnus said. I believe I might know someone who can help with that. Wizard said as he looked to Orpheus and nodded. The young man pulled out a file folder and handed it to Lelich, who read the contents as he looked over the photo and information of a certain young woman. Leela Malkel. She's an unofficial apprentice to the EU General, Jean Smiles. Wizard explained. So, she has connections. Currently, she's part of this EU Black Ops unit called the WZERO, and no, they're not naming it after you. He joked a bit toward Lelich before getting back to the topic at hand. Most of the soldiers they've taken in are trained refugees from Japan. And that's not even the best part. Orpheus revealed. Her real name is Leela Bryce-Gaw. That took many of them by surprise, particularly Cornelia, Diet Hard, and especially Sarah. Bryce-Gaw? Are you certain? Lelich questioned. Absolutely. Orpheus confirmed. I am afraid you'll have to explain this revelation more thoroughly, Orpheus. Optimus said, referring to himself and his fellow Autobots. Same. I've heard that name before, but I've never really paid much attention to Earth's politics. Ratchet added. I think I've heard of them before. Ogai said. A Brightonian noble family that defected to the EU. Simply put, yes. Cornelia explained. Berdau von Bryce-Gaw was a Brightonian nobleman, but he never approved of Britannia's oppressive ways. More importantly, he felt the system of an emperor was outdated. So, You can imagine that he wasn't on the best of terms with the rest of Britannia. Which is why he defected to the EU. Lelich deduced. And this girl, I'm assuming, is his daughter. That's right. Wizard confirmed. I don't know all that much about the Breisgau family, other than they were killed in a terrorist attack in the EU several years ago. Lelich said. The Breisgau family was something that I followed rather closely early in my career. Diet Hard explained. He was greatly loathed by Britannia, but he gained a large support in the EU. They even went as far to grant him the moniker of the Assemblyman. But he was killed in a terrorist attack 11 years ago, with his wife and daughter presumed deceased as well. Obviously, his daughter still lives. Ultra Magnus said. Did you ever determine who the assassin was? No. Diet Hard shook his head. Though the official report was a terrorist attack, I had my suspicions it was someone of Britannian nobility, or even royalty, who didn't particularly agree with his political views. Cornelia couldn't help but look away with a disgusted expression at that remark. Though her old self would have definitely disagreed with his views, even she would have been disgusted with the assassination attempt that would claim his life as well as that of his wife and daughter. If he were a warrior, she'd happily challenge him to a duel to settle their differences, but he was not, and she would happily have killed the real assassin who tried to take those innocent lives. So, what do we know about Leela herself? Ironhide asked. She's a humanitarian, following her father's footsteps in his liberal views. Wizard replied. Currently, she lives with the Malkel family, but they seem more to use her just to have Britannian noble blood in their family line. But still, I would think Leela could be a valuable ally to us, maybe even a full-fledged Black Knight herself. Then it seems we have a plan. Lelich said. We'll find a way to get in contact with her, and by extension, this General Jean Smilas to try and find a means to talk with the EU's higher UPS, while also working to meet with Euro-Britannia's Grand Duke Hyland for a possible ceasefire and alliance. We should also have most of our own forces remain on standby here, if in the event the situation with the High Eunuchs escalates and the Decepticons discover our location. Todo advised. Agreed. Optimus nodded. We'll send a select few Autobots and Black Knights to the EU, while maintain communication to send reinforcements if necessary, while everyone else will monitor the ongoing situation in the Chinese Federation. I will remain here. Are you sure, Optimus? Lelich asked. You are one of the faces of this resistance. And you are the other, Lelich. Optimus reminded him. While I would like the opportunity to meet and speak with Leela personally, I feel that a dialogue between a human who shares her views could help better show the Autobots and Black Knights stand as equals, as opposed to the Decepticons who wish for all humans to be under their heel. He has a point. I'm going to have to go with Optimus as well, Lelich. Sarah told him. I think Zero is best needed here. Lelich did see their points and agreed with them from a logical standpoint, but this would be his first time doing anything major without Optimus right by his side. He was by far no means entirely dependable on Optimus. He could definitely speak and handle himself quite well, but it just didn't feel right not to have Optimus there with him. But still, he knew Optimus had faith in him, and he was not about to disappoint. Very well, but we should still have some high-ranking Autobots by our side as well. Lelich said. Ultra Magnus, Elita 1, would you be willing to join me as well? Of course. Ultra Magnus nodded. We'd be happy to. Elita smiled. I believe I may have an idea of who to send to the EU while everyone else remains here. Lelich began. From the Zero Squad alongside Elita, we'll need Colin, Bumblebee, Archie, Suzaku, Sideswipe, and Orpheus. From the Elite Guard, we'll have Ultra Magnus, Smokescreen, Strongarm, Prowl, and Monica. From the Wreckers, Bulkhead, Rye, and Grindcore. We'll also need Jetfire, Euphemia, Sarah, and let's bring Gino in as well. I guess that officially makes him a Black Knight, then. Cornelia asked teasingly. He was pretty insistent, and he was a Knight of the Round, so his nightmare skills would definitely come in handy. Lelich replied. Speaking of which, his new nightmare is ready. Ratchet told him. So he should be ready for deployment as soon as possible. Then it seems we have our strategy. Ultra Magnus deduced. That is a very well-balanced team, 0. I am certain we'll be more than capable of contributing should the need for battle arise. Then it's settled. We'll get everyone ready. Ogai said as everyone stood up, the meeting now dismissed as all bots and people began to leave, all except for a certain immortal. Wait, Lelich, Optimus, can I speak with you for a moment? Sarah asked the two as everyone else already left. Though curious, neither saw any issue as they directed their attention toward her. Is something the matter, Sarah? Optimus asked. Well, no, nothing wrong per se. Sarah began. It's just Leela. There's something you need to know about her. What is it? Lelich asked. 11 years ago, shortly after her parents died, I formed a contract with her. Explosions, gunfire, cries of battle and death, all this echoed around him as he rode his Alexander Nightmare, currently in its insect mode that allowed him to move swiftly throughout the war zone around him. He knew his mission, what he and his squad were sent here to do, wipe out the Brighton forces around the city of Narva where EU military forces were currently trapped. He knew his mission and what he had to do, and that only served to add fuel to the fire that burned inside him. Die. Die. The young Japanese man with blue eyes and long blue hair called out with a wide grin, which only seemed to cause the red rings in his eyes to glow brighter as he went on the attack, his nightmare's turrets tearing through every single Sutherland that he set his eyes on. Die. However, it wasn't long before he ran out of ammo, causing his adrenaline to die down, and the glow in his eyes to fade as he adopted a serious expression to take note of the change in the situation. Seems I'm surrounded. He muttered to himself, while also taking note that all units in his squadron had been wiped out by this point, mostly because of the self-destruct operation that had been installed in their Nightmare rays as well as his own. He then noticed an alert on the screen of his cockpit. Self-destruct disengaged. The red ring in his eyes suddenly reappeared. He discarded the empty guns from his Alexander as he set his sights on the incoming enemy forces. Still in its insect mode, the Alexander shot toward the nearest Sutherland, jumping and swerving to the side with such speed and swiftness that not a single bullet so much as scratched his Nightmare. The Alexander leapt into the air before transforming into a humanoid appearance while drawing a tonfa-like weapon before charging at a Sutherland that tried to shoot at him, only for him to dodge to the side and strike at the Sutherland's cockpit, killing the pilot inside with one strike. More gunfire was shot his way as he transformed his Alexander into its insect mode to zoom directly at the Sutherland shooting at him before transforming again to draw both his tonfas and beat the Sutherland down with little effort. Die. He shouted before noticing another Sutherland, the red ring in his eyes vanishing before leaping his Nightmare back to avoid the spear lunged at him by what appeared to be the commanding Sutherland, evident by its cape. Both units then charged at each other to strike and parry their respective weapons of tonfas and sword against one another. God damn you to hell! He heard the enemy pilot shout, the red ring in his own eyes appearing again as the young man inside roared to strike with enough force with his right tonfa to knock the sword out of the Sutherland's hands and use the left tonfa to obliterate the cockpit with a single strike. On his radar screen, he saw there were only a select few remaining enemy units left. No time like the present, he transformed his Alexander into its insect mode to scurry after them. The Sutherlands backed up out of the forest and into a swampy area as they tried to shoot at the incoming Alexander, which was able to avoid all their bullets with no effort. He then leapt toward the nearest Sutherland to knock the rifle out of its hand before transforming into his humanoid form as he landed, striking it multiple times with his tonfas until it was completely crushed. Now die. He then shot toward the second one that tried to shoot him down, leaping into the air and landing at its rear, before ruthlessly smashing it to pieces from behind. He then did the same for the third and completely destroyed it in 2 seconds flat before moving on to his next and final target. Die. The command model Sutherland tried to lunge its spear at him, but he leapt over him and prepared to strike from the air. Die. The strike knocked the Sutherland back, but the pilot quickly stabilized it before drawing one of his blades and going on the attack. Sorry pal, I don't believe in ghosts. He shouted to the one he could only guess was the infamous Ghost of Hannibal, who blocked the sword by crossing his tonfas, only for him to throw one tonfa away and lunge his Alexander's fist directly toward the cockpit, the fist dislodging to reveal a concealed blade that shot out and impaled the entire cockpit, pilot included. He drew back his blade as the disabled nightmare fell to the ground before he smiled as he knew his mission was complete. He reeled his Alexander back as it gave a loud alarm-like noise that rang through the air, almost like a monster's cry. Just another mission for the pilot of the WZERO unit, Akito Hyuga. Chapter 7, Knights and Wyverns. On one of the decks of Horai Island, just below the Ark, were two much smaller Cybertronian vessels, but no less impressive. One was the dark blue personnel vessel of Ultra Magnus known as the Iron Will, the other was the rebuilt jackhammer that Wheeljack was allowing his friends and comrades to borrow as the team of bots and BKS began to make their departure to the EU before saying their goodbyes. Good luck, to all of you. Optimus Prime said as he, Nunnally, Sayoko, Ratchet, Wheeljack, Ironhide, Ogai, Cornelia, Kagaya, Todo, and Shirley were seeing the others off. I could say the same to you. Lelich said as he, Ultra Magnus, Colin, Suzaku, Sarah, Elita 1, Bumblebee, Archie, Bulkhead, Smokescreen, Rai, Orpheus, Euphemia, Gino, Monica, Sideswipe, Prowl, Strongarm, and Jetfire were prepared to leave. We'll likely each have our own battles to face. Shirley and Kagaya shared a goodbye with Colin, Rai, and Suzaku, while Wheeljack did the same to Bulkhead before looking toward Elita 1. Anything happens to my ship again, I'm coming for you. Wheeljack teased to the female Autobot commander. I can't promise no scratches or anything. Elita replied. Good luck, Yuffie. Be safe. Cornelia shared a hug with her sister. You too, sister. Yuffie replied. We'll make sure to come back in one piece, promise. Gino smiled. Yeah, you can totally count on us. Smokescreen added. Bad guys won't know what hit em. Sideswipe also added, causing many of the present bots or BKS to wince slightly. Are you sure bringing these three with us is a good idea? Archie whispered to Lelich. They've proven they can hold their own, so it should be fine. Lelich assured. We'll be certain to make contact once we've established dialogue with the EU political parties. Ultra Magnus informed. And we'll keep you guys in the loop with what happens in the Chinese Federation. Ogai put in. Just watch yourselves. Ratchet advised. The Decepticons may be in disarray at the moment, but that doesn't mean they're out of the picture. Understood. Prowl nodded. Come on, let's get this party going. Grindcore urged as he made his way to the ships. With that, everyone exchanged nods, handshakes, or hugs with one another as the team boarded their vessels. Ultra Magnus went to his vessel, the Iron Will, with Lelich, Bumblebee, Colin, Archie, Suzaku, Bulkhead, Rai, Smokescreen, and Sarah, while Elita 1 went to pilot the jackhammer with Sideswipe, Strongarm, Prowl, Orpheus, Gino, Euphemia, and Monica inside. Jetfire, meanwhile, simply transformed into his own jet mode. Big brother. Lelich heard Nunnally call to him as she looked with a sad smile. Come back, okay? Don't be gone too long. Lelich smiled as he waved to his sister. I will, but you've got friends and family here. So you won't be too lonely. Love you. I love you too. She smiled as she watched him enter the vessel before it closed behind. With everyone inside, the Iron Will and Jackhammer both hovered in the air before turning around and flying off into the distance with Jetfire's jet mode right behind them. Nunnally couldn't stop herself from crying as she saw them fly away. These weren't so much tears of sorrow, but rather tears of joy. She was so proud of how much her brother has grown and knew that he was well on his way to making the world a better place, and she couldn't wait to see what it was. She felt a pair of hands on her shoulders as she looked up to see both Cornelia and Sayoko smiling in assurance, as well as glancing toward Optimus, who looked on with a nod himself. However, as Optimus gazed into the direction where his comrades had already vanished from sight, he couldn't help but recall his conversation with Lelich and Sarah earlier. Flashback. You gave Leela a geese? Lelich questioned as he and Optimus looked in surprise. Well, sort of. Sarah tried to explain. This happened shortly after her parents died. Her father, as you know, was assassinated. Her mother tried to escape with Leela, but their car crashed. Her mother died there, but the girl survived and just ran. When I found her, she was drowning in a frozen lake. I pulled her out and offered her a contract. And she accepted it? Optimus asked. Not quite. Sarah replied. I only left the power inside her at the time, along with the option of whether or not she could use it. She was only a child, so she wouldn't understand. Yet you gave one to Mao when he was a child. Lelich pointed out, causing Sarah to wince. This happened after Mao. Sarah explained. I stayed with him and thought if I raised him, he would have a chance to help fulfill my end of the contract. When he was unable to, I left. And yes, that was cruel of me to do so. It was also one of the reasons I left the power with Leela before moving on. I felt she could be a possible contractor that I could fall back on if she chose to accept and use the power. But also, I didn't want to get her involved with the Geese Order. So, they were in pursuit of you even then? Optimus asked. They never stopped. Sarah answered. I may have been a cynic at the time, but I wouldn't wish that on anyone, much less a little girl. What kind of power does she have? Lelich asked. I'm not sure. Sarah replied. I haven't seen Leela in years since then, she might have even brushed it off as a dream. I can't say for certain whether or not she's used the power at all. All I do know is that if she doesn't use it by the time she reaches adulthood, the power will vanish. Maybe if I'm able to meet her and make contact, I might be able to determine what kind of power she has, if she doesn't already have it activated. Lelich and Optimus exchanged glances with each other, not necessarily blaming Sarah for anything, but more understanding the possible complications that could arise from this. All three of them knew the risks and benefits of Geese all too well. End flashback. Present day, Paris. Congratulations, Leela. General Jean Smiles told the young woman standing in front of him in his office. Former Major, now Lieutenant Colonel, officially installed as commander of the Assault Unit WZERO. The 40-chair Defense Committee approved it yesterday, all thanks to your Narva evacuation. Thank you, General, I accept. Leela responded as Smiles handed her the documents. I expect great things from you. Smiles said as he sat down at his desk. The WZERO unit was based on your proposal, so it's only fitting that you should be its commander. He noticed the expression on her face. What is wrong? You don't seem too happy about it. General Smiles, my attack plan 145A is to launch sneak attacks on enemy positions, utilizing multiple squads and nightmare forces. Leela began. So, it will require the commitment of a much larger number of troops, which is especially prevalent in our current time. Those Decepticons have wiped out the entire Brightonnian Empire. A superpower that has stood for hundreds of years, and they wiped it off the map in matter of months. How long before they direct their attention to the EU? My unit can use the same sneak attack methods to disorient their forces as well, but not as we stand, as I only have one soldier left in the WZERO. Please. Let me expand the unit with European troops. Smiles gave a small sigh before replying. Leela, you are right to be concerned with these Decepticons. But that is exactly why the Joint Chief of Staffs won't allow Republic soldiers into your unit. But General. Leela tried to protest. As you say, the Decepticons have all but completely destroyed Britannia, which had more advanced weaponry and technology than either us or even the Chinese Federation. Smiles continued. What hope would we have if we were to engage in open war against them? Those in politics and government are only human, much like most people, they value their own lives above others. He commented in minor disgust. But we are not the only ones who would be fighting. Leela stated. We thought the Black Knights and the Autobots were wiped out more than 6 months ago as well when Britannia fell. But now they've returned. If we find a way to work with them, perhaps we can. Do you have a means of getting in contact with them? Smiles asked, causing Leela to look down in frustration, indicating she did not. If we were able to talk to the Black Knights and these Autobots, then perhaps we would give more thought to your proposal. But as it stands now, the best we can do is maintain our own borders. Euro-Britannia has been advancing even harder since the fall of their homeland, and we can't afford to fight 2 wars at the same time. I am sorry, Leela. I will fight for the United Republic of Europia. Leela stated. That will never change. but I can't help if I only have one soldier in my ranks. I'll try to talk with the committee, perhaps they may consider it out of a desperate times, desperate measures type scenario. Smilas said. But I can make no promises. Leela couldn't help but look in disappointment. Thank you, General. She turned around and was prepared to leave. You know, Leela, there is a formal party celebrating the successful Narva retreat. Smilas told her. With all this talk about the end of the world, perhaps it would do you good to wind back. Thank you, but I don't plan on it. Leela said, not in the mood before exiting the office. Right outside, past the pair of guards standing at the door, was her only surviving soldier, Akito, who had been waiting patiently. Sorry to keep you waiting, Lieutenant Hyaga. It's all right, I'm on escort duty. Akito replied in a more straightforward tone. That's what I'm here for. As they walked down the halls, he noticed the look on her face. I'm assuming from your expression that I might be the only soldier of your unit for the time being. Leela sighed. I can't stand politics. The world faces a grave threat, yet they seem more concerned with their own lives and careers than anything else. That's just human nature. Akito said. When it comes down to it, most people only care about themselves. Before she could even offer a chance at a rebuttal, she felt her communications device and answered it. Hello. And how is your lovely trip in Paris, Leela? She heard the laid-back tone of one of her officers over the other line. Enjoying the pleasant weather. Claus, I'm afraid that I'm not in the mood for your games. Leela said as she pinched the bridge between her eyes. That's fine, because we need you back at Castle Weisswolf. We have some special guests that would love to meet you. I'll make arrangements for a flight. Leela tried to say but was casually interrupted by her officer. Actually, Leela, they say they've got that covered. Before she could even ask what it was that he meant by that, both she and Akito looked in shock to see a large, neon green, and swirling portal open up right in front of them. Just step into the glowing swirly portal and you'll find yourself on a magical journey. Claus told her over the communications before chuckling. Just kidding, it'll bring you straight to Castle Weisswolf. Leela couldn't take her eyes off the portal that shined right in front of her, completely unable to make anything of it. She almost found herself entranced by it, up to the point she gave a startled gasp as Akito placed a hand on her shoulder. I'll go in first and make sure it's safe. I'll contact you once I reach the other side, Commander. Akito told her before walking into the portal. Wah! Akito! Leela tried to stop him, but he already vanished into the portal, much to her surprise and concern. A few seconds later, however, and she heard his voice over the other side of the communications. Commander, I made it to the other side with little issue other than some minor nausea. Akito informed in a military fashion, despite Leela being shocked and relieved at the sound of his voice. That portal will indeed take you back to the castle, but Claus was right. There are certain individuals here that you need to meet. Though she was hesitant at first, Leela stepped into the portal, which closed shortly after. Leela soon found herself on the other side of the portal, and in the courtyard of Castle Weisswolf, before hunching over and holding her stomach and the nauseous feeling Akito warned her about. Leela. Anna Clement, Layla's childhood friend and scientist in the WZERO unit, ran to her side as she and Akito helped her stand on her feet. I'm all right. Leela said as she swallowed a small amount of bile that made its way up her throat. She soon saw a bag being handed to her by Claus Warwick as he had a teasing grin. You sure? Here's a bag if you need it. I said I'm fine. Leela assured as she stood up. I apologize for the surprise, Miss Malkel. But I felt it was urgent we meet. Leela turned around to a sight that made her gasp and pupils shrink. Standing before her was none other than the masked leader of the Black Knights, Zero himself. And standing alongside him was a group of 4 Black Knights and 11 Autobots. After overcoming her initial shock, Leela had introduced herself to Zero and his ensemble of Black Knights and Autobots. Currently, she, along with Anna and Claus, were sitting at a table in the courtyard with Zero sitting across from them, with Colin, Suzaku, Rai, and Orpheus sitting by his side as well. Akito was present as he stood at Layla's side like a soldier, and standing behind the Black Knights were Bumblebee, Ultra Magnus, and Elita 1. While they were in the midst of discussion, the other Autobots found themselves looking around the old castle, trying to get a vibe of the area, having a feeling they would be spending most of their stay in the EU here. Huh, nice place. Bulkhead commented. You sure? Sideswipe commented, sounding rather unimpressed. Seems like a rustic old mansion to me. Of course, you'd think that. Strongarm glanced at the red Autobot with slight glare. I personally find it to be rather charming. Yeah, kinda reminds me of the Hall of Records back on Cybertron. Smokescreen said. Wonder if they got a library or something in there. Never thought you'd be the type to read. Arky said. Well, Alpha Trion spent most of his time in the hall reading, so I picked up a few things myself. Smokescreen replied. When you're stuck in basically a large library, there's only so much you can do. Personally, I'd be interested in what kinds of Nightmare rays or other forms of technology this unit has been developing. Jetfire said. Based on our intel, it's quite different from the EU's standard military protocol. To be expected, the WZERO is more or less a Black Ops unit, at least based on what we heard. Prowl said. My point is, even if it's less advanced than what we have on Horai Island, it could still be incredibly useful if we implement their tech with ours. Jetfire replied. Even their own battle tactics could open new doors for us. Strongarm agreed. That depends on whether or not they agree to work with us. Arky said. They could still say no. I don't see a reason why they wouldn't. Bulkhead replied. I mean, based on what we heard, this girl's supposed to be a humanitarian, so I'd say she'd fit in with us quite well. The WZERO maybe, but what about the rest of the EU? Arky asked. Guess we're about to find out. Bulkhead said as they glanced toward the meeting taking place between the leaders of both sides. I have to say, it is rather ironic. Leela began as she spoke to Zero directly. Not too long ago, I was speaking with General Smiles about you, and the unfortunate circumstance that I was unable to get in contact with your organization. And yet, literally right after, I find you at the doorstep of my base. I suppose that is irony. Zero noted. But, let me just say that I am honored to meet you, Zero. Leela said with a smile. And you as well? She glanced up toward Bumblebee, Elita 1, as well as Ultra Magnus. For a long time, the Brightonian Empire has been the spearhead for war and segregation in our world, and they showed no signs of stopping. And yet, when you first revealed yourselves to the world, challenging everything Britannia stood for, I couldn't help but find myself admiring you and what you were fighting for. Thank you. Thank you very much. Bumblebee played an Elvis recording through his radio. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Commander Malkal. Zero replied. These are my subordinates, Colin Kozaki, Suzaku Kururugi, Rai Kururugi, and Orpheus Zevon. The Autobots present are Commanders Ultra Magnus and Elita 1, and the Scout Bumblebee. Claus chuckled. Bumblebee, huh? Well, that's cute. You got any honey for my tea? He teased, causing Bee to look at him with a little indifference. Nice to meet you all. Leela nodded. Sitting beside me is Officer Claus Warwick, Captain Anna Clement, and Lieutenant Akito Hayaga. Hello. Anna waved with a smile, while Akito simply nodded. So, what exactly have we done to earn the attention and audience of the people and robots who shook this world to its core? Claus asked casually. Hopping to recruit us to your cause. Actually, yes. Ultra Magnus nodded. But as well, we believe you may have a means for us to bring the EU over to our side. I'm sure you already understand at this point that your world is facing a force far worse than even the likes of Britannia. Elita 1 informed. The Decepticons. Leela said with narrowed eyes. Indeed. Zero confirmed. They've already destroyed the Brightonian Empire. Suzaku said. It's only a matter of time before they set their sights on the rest of the world. We've got a small army with the Black Knights and what few Autobots who've arrived. Colin added. And we were able to hit the cons pretty hard in our last battle with them, but it won't stop them completely. If we're really going to stop the cons, we need to build a force that's even stronger than them. Rai commented. And the only force that can possibly reach that goal is no less than the entire world. So, you're trying to get the EU on your side. Well, what about the Chinese Federation? They got more territory than we do. Claus asked. We already have an informant who's rather close to the Empress, Orpheus revealed. And the rest of our forces, being led by Optimus Prime, are not only monitoring what's going on in the Federation, but even recruiting other small resistance groups across the world. Of course, simply repelling the Decepticons is not our only goal, but rather our immediate one. Zero said. What happens after the Decepticons are defeated is just as important. Right, cause once the big bad is out of the way, nasty politicians are gonna try to grab as much power as possible. Claus said. I can definitely see something like that happening. So let me guess, you want to create a future where everyone in the world is holding hands and shouting Kumbaya, or something like that. Not quite how we'd put it, but yes. Elita said. You really think you can unite the world? Anna asked, sounding a bit unsure. Given the circumstances, it's the best chance this planet has at survival. Ultra Magnus replied. But yes, we do. Colin confirmed. The Black Knights aren't just Japanese, we got people coming in from all over the world. Heck, we even got a few former Brighton Royals on our side. Rai commented. Huh, that's a surprise. Akito commented. And here I thought they were the absolute scum of the earth who did what they wanted and killed anyone who got in their way, even each other. Oh, several of them certainly were. Zero responded. The late Emperor was among, if not the absolute worst human on the planet. But not everyone in the royal family was like that. Suzaku quickly said. Well, I do recall a certain princess wanting to make life better for those who were stuck in Area 11 more than 6 months ago. Akito said. And then turned into an absolute massacre. Euphemia had absolutely nothing to do with that. Suzaku shouted, standing up from his seat and slamming his hand on the table, catching several by surprise, save for his friends and comrades who looked to him with concern. She made a genuine attempt to help the people in need, only to get abducted and replaced with a machine that started that horrible mess. The Decepticons were responsible for that. Not Euphemia. We do have solid evidence to prove that, if you would like to see it for yourself. Elita offered in a calmer tone as Rai helped Suzaku sit back down. Oh, that's not necessary. If you say it's alright, then it's alright. Akito said in a tone that left many uncomfortable as Lelich couldn't help but eye him with suspicion. There was something about Akito that left him more than a little concerned, not that he was about to kill them or anything, but something else. If you don't mind me asking, how many former Brighton Royals do you have in your ranks? Leela asked, speaking more diplomatically. Euphemia is one of us. Orpheus said. As is Cornelia. The Witch of Britannia, eh? That's a surprise. Claus said. When your entire empire is wiped out, it tends to put things in a new perspective. Rai said, he cast a glance towards Zero, who nodded in approval before speaking. We also have Nunnally 6 Britannia among our ranks as well. That took the WZERO group by surprise. I heard she had died when Japan was first invaded. Anna commented. She was presumed deceased but was taken in by friends of their late mother and sheltered before joining with the Black Knights shortly before the Decepticon uprising against Britannia. Elita informed. I also recall that she wasn't the only one who was presumed deceased with Japan's invasion. Akito said. Didn't she have a brother? Indeed, she does. Zero said as he reached toward his mask before taking it off to reveal his face. Leela and Anna both gasped, even Akito's eyes widened, whereas Claus looked with a raised eyebrow. Lelich 6 Britannia, former 11th Prince and 17th heir to the now non-existent throne of Britannia, at your service. He performed a bow. You're a Brightonian prince. Leela stuttered, not over her surprise. Former prince. Lelich put extra emphasis on that. Even before the fall of Britannia, I've renounced my claim to that hallowed throne, and I do not regret my decision in the slightest. Huh, well, I'll be damned. Claus commented. The revolutionary movement that started in Japan, being consisted mostly of Japanese, and here they are led by a former prince of the empire that persecuted them. Akito said before glancing toward Colin. Irony at its finest, wouldn't you agree? I know what you're going to say. Colin began. It's the height of hypocrisy, you're just a pawn to another Britannian royal, blah blah blah. Look, this guy here had every reason to hate Britannia as much as we do. He's earned our trust through sweat and blood and has done nothing to make that trust falter. And honestly at this point, that's not even the biggest surprise. She glanced up to the two Autobot commanders beside her. These guys are from another freaking planet. While I will say I'm proud to call myself Japanese, I'll still say that letting ourselves be blind by social and racial differences is pointless. Especially since the cons will wipe us all out despite our differences. Still, that is a rather bold move. Leela said, looking to Lelich directly. To reveal your identity at our first meeting. I'm hoping that by doing so, I can earn your trust. Lelich replied. Which is the main reason we hope to reach out to the EU's higher-ups through you specifically. Not just because of your connections, but your own familial history. Miss Bryce Gaw. Layla's pupils shrunk as Anna and even Claus were caught off guard, while Akito merely looked to Leela with a raised eyebrow in surprise. How? The Black Knights were recently joined by an organization called Peace Mark, which I am from. Orpheus explained. We've got connections all over the world, so it's only natural we find yours. A small smirk fell on his face. And hey, you're not the only oddball here. I was part of a Britannian noble family that only had female successions, so I was basically disowned at birth. Not that it contributes to our main discussion, just saying. We've heard of your father. Suzaku got back to the point, speaking to Leela. Despite being Britannian, he went against the ways of the Empire and defected to Europia, where he was praised for his ideals. And you have our condolences for your loss. Leela looked down slightly, remembering the explosions that claimed the lives of both her parents, as well as the screams all around her. Thank you. Anna placed a hand on her friend's shoulder to comfort her. We realize we may be asking much of you, but we're essentially backed into a corner and are running out of time. Elita once said. The Decepticons are coming, and when they do, they will throw everything at the EU until there is nothing left. Are you also forgetting the fact that the EU is currently at war with Euro-Britannia? Claus put in as he causally raised his hand. I know it's all pretty minor in the grand scheme of things, but still. What if we're to convince Euro-Britannia to offer a ceasefire with the EU, and a possible alliance? Lelich offered, which caught them by surprise even further. We are well aware of the current situation and your skirmish against Euro-Britannia. Ultra Magnus explained. As we speak, Euphemia is meeting with Grand Duke Hyland to negotiate a possible ceasefire. But, we also know that there is a possibility the cons will try to force Euro-Britannia to cooperate with them, so if and when that happens, we can work with Hyland to organize a coup. Rai put in. We try to look into the situation as much as we can before going in. Colin said. It's better than just going in blind. Huh, well damn. Claus smirked. Gotta hand it to you, you think of everything. Lelich couldn't help but smirk before getting serious as he looked toward Leela again. I'm hoping that with this, we can begin to build the foundation of something for this planet. Not just a means to fight back against the Decepticons, but to build a world better than the old one. We'd be privileged if you would join us. He offered her his hand. Leela almost couldn't believe it. The masked revolutionary that she had come to admire since his first appearance in Japan and continued defiance against not only Britannia but also the Decepticons, was offering her a chance to join and fight alongside him, and the Autobots that she had also admired. She could tell right away that unlike the Decepticons who seek to put every human on the planet under their heel, the Autobots and Black Knights worked and fought together as equals. Zero even went so far as to reveal his identity to her, hoping to extend trust. Perhaps a chance at world peace was possible after all. I still have commitments to not only my unit the army. Leela said, trying to speak in a professional manner, despite her inner giddiness almost coming out to the surface. So, I can't officially join the Black Knights. I'm not asking you to. Lelich said. Just a chance for us to work together. If you are able and wish to join us, we'd be happy to have you on board. Otherwise, simply working together is fine. It's your choice. Leela smiled. Well, in that case, I would be honored. She accepted his hand. I look forward to working with you, all of you. She smiled to not only Colin, Rai, Suzaku, and Orpheus, but also Ultra Magnus and Elita 1. Most all smiled in return, while Magnus simply nodded. With that all settled, Miss Bryce-Gaw. Lelich began. Please just call me Leela. Very well, Leela, there is someone else I'd like you to meet. Lelich led Leela through the woods that surrounded Weisswolf Castle alone. Akito insisted on coming along with her, but Lelich assured him that he had no intentions of harming her. It wasn't until Leela ordered him to stay back that he allowed her to follow him. I apologize for Akito. Leela said as Lelich continued to lead her. It's fine, I get it. Lelich assured. It's to be expected when you're asked to follow someone you just met all alone to a secluded area. I suppose you're right. Leela replied. But the fact you revealed your identity at only our first meeting shows that you are, above all, an honest man. So, I'm not worried. An honest man, huh? Lelich silently noted the irony. Never once did he imagine that he'd be viewed as such. True, he knew how much he had changed since first meeting the Autobots in Shinjuku so long ago, but it still felt like a surprise to him to hear others say that. But it was a welcomed surprise as he smiled inwardly. But if you don't mind me asking, why exactly are we meeting this person in such a secluded area? Leela asked as they were further into the forest, having crossed a small river with little issue. It's not that she's shy or antisocial or anything, but the topic we're discussing isn't exactly one you talk about in casual conversation. Lelich explained as they made their way to a large tree, where the person in question was waiting for them. Once Leela saw the flowing green hair and golden eyes, she could have sworn she felt her heart stop. Hello Leela. Sarah greeted. It's been a long time. You. Flashback. The young Leela struggled to pick herself up on the snowy ground as she glanced back to the burning and turned over car behind her where her mother still remained. Leela. Mama. Run away, sweetie. Hurry. She told her as the flames consumed the car even further. With a heavy heart, she ran away, just before the car exploded, taking the life of her mother. Despite being so young, she knew that her mother was gone now, as was her father. She ran straight, her mind racing as tears flowed down her eyes. The bitter cold and icy wind biting against her face as she ran with no set destination in mind. That is until she ran onto a frozen lake, and the ice caved, causing her to fall into the freezing water. It almost seemed as if that death would claim her as well, just like her mother and father, until she spotted a figure in a hooded white robe above the frozen surface of the lake that she was trapped in. Will you live? The figure reached down and pulled her out of the lake. You could if you possessed the power. I'll make a deal with you. If you accept my contract, then your life will be that unlike of any other humans, as long as you live in the same world as them. In another place, and another time. The figure stood up and removed her hood to reveal her long green hair and golden eyes. The power of the king will set you apart. If you feel ready for it, I will grant that power. Said power manifested in the young Leela as the red sigil of geese briefly shined in her left eye before vanishing. Still, you are but a child. For that reason, I will give you till the time you reach adulthood to make a decision. She put her hood back on before turning around and leaving. If you accept, there will be no turning back. If you refuse, it will cease to exist. End flashback. Sarah looked toward Leela as the young woman looked like she had seen a ghost, which caused Sarah to form something of a smile. I'm glad to know you remember me. The immortal said, upon reading her facial expression. I'd rather not have to bring up an awful memory for you if I could avoid it. She looked deep into Layla's eyes. I can see the power still exists in you, but you haven't used it yet. Though, perhaps it has gone through a change because of that, so I am curious as to how it's developed. How? Leela couldn't get over the surprised look on her face as Lelich took a few steps back, letting Leela sink this in on her own. Who are you? Back then, I was known as CC. But I would prefer you call me by my true name, Sarah. You look the same when I saw you, all those years ago. Leela stuttered. There's a reason for that, and it's the reason why Lelich brought you here to see me. Sarah explained. Geese. Leela remembered that word. Yes. Sarah confirmed. I will tell you everything I know about it now, including its connections and possible origins to that of the Cybertronian race. Euro-Britannian capital, St. Petersburg, Catherine Palace. Grand Duke Augusta Henry Highland, also known as Grand Duke Vila Ines, entered in his own private quarters in exhaustion before sitting on the nearest chair to pinch the bridge between his eyes. Yet again, he had to deal with more and more nobles of the Britannian homeland that had escaped the fall of the Empire and had instantly demanded he take immediate action against the Decepticons. Of course, he had to deal with the EU forces that had sought to take advantage of the chaos and push back against his own territories, which led into the stalemate he found himself in against the enemy superpower. But that wasn't what made him truly exhausted. He knew it was only a matter of time before the Decepticons came knocking at his door. He suspected they would either seek to obliterate Euro-Britannia the way they did the homeland or force his people to submit to their will. In addition to Britannian nobility, he also had to see to the common citizens that had fled to Euro-Britannia, which was already causing a great deal of unrest with his own citizens. To say he felt like he was caught between a rock and a hard place was an understatement. But no matter how strong the forces of Euro-Britannia were, he suspected they wouldn't last long against the Decepticons, much like how the homeland didn't last 6 months before being completely erased. At this point, he had hoped a miracle would somehow come his way and provide an answer to work with. His thoughts were interrupted at the sight of a swirling portal that suddenly appeared before him. He stood up in alert, his hand on the nearest sword as he prepared himself for a fight, but he was not prepared for the 3 individuals that stepped out of the portal. Grand Duke Vila Ines. Euphemia exclaimed with a smile as she, Gino and Monica entered the room before the ground bridge portal closed behind them. It's so good to see you after so long. Pr. Princess. Euphemia. He stuttered, never expecting to see her again, much less literally popping up in his own private quarters. Sorry for literally showing up out of nowhere. Gino said as he nervously rubbed the back of his head. Maybe you should sit down, sir. Monica said with a similar expression. Vila Ines fell back on his chair as his mind caught up with everything. Soon, he smiled as he looked toward the familiar faces he had never thought he'd see again. I'm glad to see all of you. Princess Euphemia, Sir Weinberg, and Lady Krashevsky. There's no need for formalities, man. Gino told him in a friendly tone. As you can see, we're not exactly knights of the round anymore, and Yuffie here doesn't consider herself royalty. The Grand Duke took notice of their attire, particularly the joint emblem of the Autobot Black Knight Alliance somewhere on each of their persons. You're Black Knights. Yes, we are. Monica confirmed. I'm sorry if you feel disappointed in that. Yuffie began. But, despite what Britannia might have said about them, I know each and every one of them are good people. The Autobots, even before coming to Earth, truly fight for the freedoms and rights of all sentient beings, regardless of their origin. The Black Knights follow that ideal as well. I could no longer serve Britannia after seeing how far they're willing to go to strip those rights away. Honestly, I cannot say I'm surprised. Vila Ines commented. You were one of the few individuals in the royal court that I could have a decent conversation with, without it going into all the details about making others submit. I may be Britannian, but that does not mean I approved of your father's methods. I know you didn't, and that's why we came here now. Yuffie said. You know, your face has caused a lot of controversy with all the people here, Euphemia. Vila Ines told her. What happened at the special zone in Area 11? Hey, that wasn't her. Gino tried to say, even though Yuffie looked away with a shame-filled expression as Monica put a hand on her shoulder in comfort. The cons replaced her with a robot, and that turned the whole thing into a mess. It's their fault. It's all right, I believe you. Vila Ines assured. I know you, Euphemia. You've never once picked up a gun in your life, and I know you wouldn't put so many innocent lives in danger, regardless of whether or not they aren't Britannians. Despite the guilt she still felt about the whole mess, she smiled at him. Thank you, sir. A small smile fell on his face in return before it faded slightly. Why do I have the feeling though, you didn't just drop by in order to catch up? The three got serious as Monica began. We believe the Decepticons are going to make their move regarding Euro-Britannia relatively soon. We've dealt a crippling blow to them in our most recent battle, but it's not going to stop them. We think they're gonna come to Euro-Britannia to try to recruit and or enslave you to their cause. Gino put in. Vila Ines sighed. Yes, I figured that would happen sooner or later. I'm assuming you have a plan to counter this. Yes. Yuffie confirmed. Zero and a few Autobots are in the EU right now, talking with someone who might be able to reach out to you and offer a ceasefire between them and Euro-Britannia, maybe even a truce. We're trying to bring the world together so that we stand a better chance at fighting the Decepticons, as well as creating a brighter future for Earth. Heck, we've even got some guys working in the Chinese Federation for the same reason. Gino added. It's pretty crazy, let me tell ya. The Grand Duke of Euro-Britannia couldn't help but chuckle. The world becoming united, and all it took was the invasion of potentially genocidal aliens to do it. Do you think maybe you can help us? Monica asked. If we were able to convince the EU to offer a truce and a ceasefire, would you be willing to accept it? As well as join the coalition of nations that we're building? Yes. Vila Ines answered without hesitation as he stood up. As I said before, I may be a Britannian, but if there is a chance to end this fighting once and for all, I'll take it. Those monsters must be stopped, and I'll do what I can to help, even if I have to cooperate with the EU. Does that include Optimus Prime and Zero? Yuffie asked. Those that were considered the worst enemies of the Empire. Britannia is all but gone. Vila Ines responded. There may be some people here who won't be happy about it, but I can make it work. And yes, if I have to negotiate with those that were once considered Britannia's enemies, I will do it. Yuffie shared an emotional smile with both Gino and Monica. Thank you, sir. She bowed her head. I'm so grateful to hear that. Please take this. Monica handed him a small communications device. When the Decepticons arrive, and things change here, please contact us. We'll keep you in the loop with what happens in the EU too. I understand. Vila Ines nodded as he put the device away as he offered his hand for Euphemia to shake, which she did without hesitation. However, there is one thing you should know. Your sister, Maribel, is here. What? Yuffie looked in surprise, as well as the two former Knights of the Round. As is her personal squad, the Glinda Knights. Vila Ines informed. You know how ruthless Maribel was in regard to the Empire's enemies. But since Britannia's fall, she's taken it rather hard. And she will be the most difficult to convince to cooperate with you. Yuffie had a conflicted look on her face. While she wasn't particularly close with Maribel, not nearly as close as she was with Cornelia, Lelich, and Nunnally, she still cared for her. At the same time, she knew how ruthless and dangerous she was, even more so than Cornelia when she served Britannia. There was a part of her that hoped Maribel could join them, but if they had to fight, she would accept that as well. Thank you, I'll let everyone else know as well. Yuffie nodded as she accessed communications. We're done here, please send a ground bridge. A second later, another portal opened, and Yuffie turned to Vila Ines one last time. I hope to see you again soon. As do I. Vila Ines nodded as he watched the trio enter the portal before it closed completely. Meanwhile, there was an unfinished and abandoned city that appeared to be rather far out from the Europea capital of Paris. It seemed like it would be a busy metropolitan area, one that was incomplete if the construction equipment and unfinished buildings are anything to buy. However, the entire project seems to have been more or less abandoned for some reason, and the only inhabitants appeared to be a few homeless people here and there, as well as a small black market group that was currently making a deal in an abandoned subway station. I lost more than 100 people from my crew to get all that. The man who appeared to be the head of the group said toward a trio of Japanese teenagers that he appeared to be dealing with. Hope you're satisfied. The young man with brown hair and eyes looked toward a large Brighton neon transport vehicle that had a total of 20 Sutherlands installed. What about the other piece that we asked? Right here. The man snapped his fingers as one of his underlings brought out a large box, which he opened to reveal a large mechanical device akin to a computer hard drive of sorts. "Yukiya, this what you're looking for?" the leader of the trio asked as the other Japanese young man with light brown hair and green eyes apparently named Yukiya walked up to inspect the device himself. "Yep, that's it, Ryo," Yukiya confirmed. "I can get this hooked up to all the nightmare rays by tonight. Gotta tell ya, the fall of Britannia's been nothing short of good for business." The black market leader began as he sat casually with all his men standing behind him. "While the metal giants are busy stomping on all the meatbag bugs on the surface, people like us have all the opportunity we could ask for. I'm sorry, but people like us?" the girl with black hair and pink eyes questioned with a glare. "You think we're the same? Easy you know." Ryo put a hand on her shoulder, while also sending a discreet nod to Yukiya, who pressed a small button on his watch, which began to count down from 30. "Yeah, I mean we're all rats just trying to scrape by," the black market leader continued. "But with the world in chaos, anything can happen. And you know the old saying, there's strength in numbers, right? So why don't you and your crew come and work for me? While all the metal giants and big empires duke it out, we can help ourselves to all the spoils they leave behind and even make our own underground empire. We may be rights, but we'd live like kings. So what do you say?" Ryo actually chuckled. "Yeah, no, that's actually not a bad offer, except for one thing." He scowled at the man. "You make me sick." "What was that?" "Ryo. Now," Yukiya warned as he jumped over the steel girders behind him for cover, while Ryo and Ayano did the same behind the nightmare transport when suddenly, the entire area had been lit up with explosions from bombs that the trio had planted earlier. The explosions appeared to be coming in from all directions as all the armed men were blown to smithereens, even those that tried to make their escape were blown up by motion sensor bombs at the exit. The smoke and dust began to clear as everyone appeared to be dead, save for Ryo, Yukiya and Ayano as they pulled themselves out of the cover to survey the damage. "Wow." Yukiya smirked at his handiwork. "Body parts everywhere. Man, what a mess." Ryo said. "It'll be a bitch to clean up." "Good work, but it won't always be this easy." "It certainly won't be easy if we end up dealing with the CONS." "Come on man, you heard him," Yukiya said causally. "We're just meatbag bugs, it's not like they're gonna notice us even if they're standing right in front of us. Guess that's the difference between us and them," Ayano commented. "They're practically indestructible, and we're so fragile. Somebody please." They heard the pained grunts of the black market leader, who still appeared to be alive, even though he suffered several severe injuries, including a lost right leg. "I need a doctor, it's over, just help me." "Well, you're still alive, huh?" Ryo said as he walked over to him. "You've gotta help me." "Sure, I'll be happy to help you." Ryo smirked. "For a small fee, I mean your life isn't worth much. Give me a ballpark estimate." He laughed at his own joke. "Wait, don't tell me. Are you kids with those rebels, those guys who joined those other metal giants? The Black Knights?" "Nope. We're not with them, just a bunch of 11s trying to get by in this batshit crazy world," Ryo answered before pulling out a pistol and aiming it at the man. "But you don't need to worry about it." He put the man out of his misery with a shot to the head. Paris, the next day. Leela was able to successfully arrange a meeting between General Jean Smiles and Zero, under a few conditions. The meeting would take place in the form of a convoy between the European capital and Castle Weisswolf, in order to give off the impression that Leela was being escorted back home. Smiles felt it would be best if the politics and bureaucrats did not know about the presence of the Autobots and Black Knights in the EU at this time, which both Zero and Ultra Magnus found to be acceptable. The second condition was that if any other Black Knights were present, they could not have their nightmare rays. It was a diplomatic meeting, nothing more than that, and Smiles felt it would be unnecessary if they had Autobot escorts, which was indeed the case. Currently, Zero and Suzaku both sat in the limousine with Leela and Smiles that made its way through Paris with a military convoy around them. Driving with the convoy were the vehicle modes of the Autobots Ultra Magnus, Elita 1, Bumblebee, Archie, Bulkhead, and Prowl. Colin, Orpheus, and Rai were also present, but they stayed with Archie, Prowl, and Bulkhead respectively. Akito was also present, but he sat in the cockpit of one of the Nightmare Rays being transported with the convoy. At the same time, Jetfire, Smokescreen, Grindcore, Strongarm, and Sideswipe stayed at Castle Weiss Wolf alongside Sarah, Euphemia, Gino, and Monica as they got to know the officers and staff within the WZERO unit. Sarah and Lelich had also expressed to Leela that both Sarah's existence, as well as that of the geese, was to be kept an absolute secret from even General Smilas. She hadn't even told Akito or the rest of her unit about it. While she didn't like the idea of keeping secrets from those closest to her, she saw the reason why when Sarah and Lelich explained to her everything about it, from Lelich's own geese power, as well as that belonging to Rai and Orpheus, as well as the prime geese belonging to Optimus, and even Vivi, the geese order that was being controlled directly by the late Emperor Charles, and even Megatron's own dark geese, and the possible origins to Unicron. Leela felt it was a little overwhelming at first once she heard it all, but agreed on the necessity to keep it secret for the time being. The convoy made its way through the streets of Paris, passing by the ruins of Notre Dame as the meeting went underway. I can't help but note the irony. Smilas began. Just yesterday, Leela had expressed the urge of working with your organization, yet we had no way of contacting you. And yet you were able to come to us. Leela herself noted the irony. Zero answered, causing Leela to stifle a chuckle before sitting straight. So, shall we get started? Yes. Smilas nodded. While I do agree that the human race has a better chance at survival against the Decepticons by working together, and I do see the possibility of that happening as this Megatron has given the humanity a common enemy to stand against, there are two critical things that have to be taken into account. The fear that the Decepticons instill, as well as what happens after they are defeated. Zero said. Correct. If nothing else, you appear to think ahead, Zero. Smilas granted. We're at war. It's crucial to think of the consequences of one's actions. Both good and bad. Suzaku commented. I agree. Smilas replied. So, tell me, what kind of world do you envision creating once the Decepticons have been dealt with? What sort of society would you make? Currently, we are working with certain groups and individuals who would help to create a charter of nations. Zero explained. This charter would include larger superpowers, such as the EU and the Chinese Federation, as well as smaller and independent nations. Here, the leaders of each nation would speak together as equals. A charter, you say? I never quite pegged you as an idealist. Smilas said. Take a look at the world we're in now, General Smilas. The people could use some idealism. Zero told him. Perhaps you may be right. Smilas glanced out the window. You know, ever since the revolution 300 years ago, Europia has maintained its republic system. But what the revolution might have actually given rise to, is this devastating money worship. The end result of a lifetime of self-interest, that's true for even those who claim to be this country's leaders. Even with the shadow of the Decepticons looming over them, those in power seem more content with retaining what power and money they have, rather than the people they should be protecting. If this keeps up, the Decepticons will wipe out the EU even more swiftly than they did Britannia. Suzaku, Zero, and even Leela seemed to silently agree. One look at the EU's politics and they could tell that they seemed more concerned with themselves at the moment. Which is why we are speaking to you, General. Suzaku said. You are one of the most well-decorated soldiers in this superpower, more people are willing to listen to you. If the people of the EU follow you, and us if you choose to work with us, this country might stand a better chance. I feel you give me too much credit, Mr. Kurugi. Smilas glanced at him directly. But if I may ask, why did you side with Britannia before? You may be a Black Knight now, but people still remember you as a soldier of the Britannian Empire, even a knight to Princess Euphemia. I thought I could work within the system to change it. Suzaku answered, though he would keep the reason for atonement of his father's murder a secret for obvious reasons. With her optimism and humanitarian goals, I felt that Princess Euphemia had the ability to do just that. Perhaps she did have the ability, but even if the Decepticons didn't turn against Britannia themselves, I feel that the Emperor would have simply turned all of Britannia against your princess in order to maintain the status quo. Smilas commented. That's not pessimism speaking, it just seems to be the nature of those with power. Which is why I can't help but think, if only General Napoleon Bonaparte, hero of the revolution, had become Emperor of Europe, rather than dying at the guillotine like he did. He tried to make himself a dictator. Leela said. I'll have to agree. Zero added. Napoleon was a competent strategist and a great military leader, and I have respect for his tactics. I cannot condone his desired result of making himself the sole ruler of an entire continent, to rule with an iron fist like that of a Britannian emperor. The dictatorship of one talented man is far more beneficial than the democracy of the ignorant masses. Smilas argued. Then wouldn't it make more sense to teach the people? Suzaku asked. From what I've learned, the leaders don't make the country, it's the people they are supposed to serve. Kings, presidents, even emperors are supposed to serve the people, not the other way around. Unfortunately, not everyone feels that way. Smilas replied. Zero gave a small sigh before speaking. General Smilas, do you know how the Decepticons came to be? Please enlighten me. Smilas encouraged. Cybertron, long ago, was once divided into a caste system. Zero began. Those of the higher class had more power and looked down upon the lower classes, creating an inequality among the masses. Sound familiar? Two Cybertronians sought to change it. One was librarian named Orion Pax who was mentored by a previous leader of Cybertron, the other was a gladiator who worked his way up from the bottom to get where he wanted to be. His name was Megatron. Orion and Megatron approached the Cybertronian High Council, the party that would select those who would lead Cybertron, known as the Primes, and proposed their vision for a new society. Much like Napoleon, Megatron was and is a tactical genius. He's outwitted myself more than once. He's also a brutal warrior, taking pride in his years as a gladiator. For his genius, strength, and cunning, he developed a strong sense of charisma which gained a loyal following. His vision for a new society on Cybertron was to overthrow the old guard with force as he demanded to be named the next Prime. Smilas remained silent as he allowed Zero to continue, listening to every word, as did Leela who narrowed her own eyes at Megatron's tactics, particularly how he demanded to become the next leader. It left quite a bad taste in her mouth. However, Orion proposed a more peaceful method to bring a new golden age to Cybertron. Zero continued. The High Council was so moved that they decided then and there to make Orion the next leader, and he would have led Cybertron into a new era of peace and prosperity. But Megatron didn't like that. He wanted all the power for himself, so much so that he waged open war on all who opposed him through his growing army of followers which he named Decepticons. The end result of the war? Cybertron is now a husk, unable to sustain any form of life, and they have every intention of doing the same to Earth. They will drain our world dry until there is nothing left. General, you said how you felt the late Britannian Emperor would turn against Euphemia for challenging his views, and I do see that happening. Suzaku began. Which is why I also have a feeling that if Britannia continued along their set path, even without the intervention of the Decepticons or even the Autobots to stand against them, they would have destroyed the Earth too, just as Megatron destroyed Cybertron. And I feel that Napoleon, or one of his successors, might have done the same if Europia had become an empire like Britannia. Zero continued. True, those in power have made this country less than perfect, but it's not the power or the system itself that's the issue, it's the people in charge. Power can be corruptive, yes, but it's not truly evil nor is it truly good, it's up to the people who wield that power to make it so. And I have seen that those with a great deal of power and strength use it to protect the weak. Optimus Prime is capable of just that, as is Euphemia, and I believe there are those in this world that also have the capability to do so as well. And you can do that too, General. Suzaku said. Even though those in politics might have more political power, you're someone the people can get behind. If you follow a similar example, maybe the people can strive to make this nation better. Unlike Britannia, there is still hope the EU can be changed. I admire and respect your idealism. Smilas replied. And your friends have my sympathies for the loss of their home. He glanced out the window to gaze at the vehicle mode of Bumblebee that stuck close to the limousine. But it's not exactly an easy process. However, while Smiles seemed somewhat skeptical, Leela couldn't help but look to Zero and Suzaku in awe, doing her to maintain a professional disposition. From the beginning, she knew what the Black Knights and the Autobots stood for, but to actually hear them say it, she could tell right away that they had every intention of making their dream a reality. Is Optimus Prime like this as well? She had hoped she would meet him soon, as well. If she could help them in creating a better world than the one that they currently have, she would help with every fiber of her being. Soon, the convoy passed over a bridge that left the innermost city of Paris, before passing by the internment camps that contained a large number of Japanese refugees. Seeing all these people behind caged walls made every Black Knight and Autobot wince. Colin and Rai, and even Orpheus, Archie, Bumblebee, Bulkhead, even Prowl looked disturbed, especially Elita 1. Even Ultra Magnus couldn't help but look in sympathy to the starving people. For many of them, this reminded them too much of the ghettos back in Area 11 under Brytonian subjugation. Why are there internment camps here? Suzaku couldn't help but question. Prejudice against the Japanese, against all non-Britannians is a Brytonian policy, and Britannia doesn't exist anymore. While that is true, it was the decision of the politics when Japanese refugees entered our borders. Smiles replied. They feared Britannia would attack if we offered them sanctuary. Now that fear has grown even more with the Decepticons. After all, the Black Knights originated from Japan and you and the Autobots are the only ones who are directly fighting them. Leela and Suzaku looked in sympathy out the window at the sight of the people locked away, while Zero's fists clenched under his cape. He would totally see Britannia attacking the EU just for offering sanctuary, and the same for the Decepticons as well. Outside, Colin's hands clenched hard on Archie's handles. Take it easy, Colin. Archie told her partner, even though she felt the same thing she did. I know, still pisses me off though. Colin muttered. Yeah no, a part of me wants to just call up a ground bridge right here and now and get these people to Horai Island. Rai said over the communications he, his friends, and the Autobots shared so they wouldn't disturb the meeting. I hear ya, buddy. At least there they'd be safer. Bulkhead agreed. We cannot do that, however. Ultra Magnus commented. If we did, it would compromise our negotiations with the EU, which we cannot afford. Magnus is right. Orpheus agreed. Look, I understand how you guys feel. I may be a Brytonian, but I was once in these people's shoes as well, being stuck in alone with no help, it's torture on the inside. But we can't help them by blowing stuff up or anything like that. Elita 1 also said. Unlike with Britannia, we have a chance to negotiate with the EU, and a chance to help these people that doesn't involve fighting. I agree. Prowl said. We need to take this one step at a time. But I promise, we will help these people. Magnus vowed. You have my word as an Autobot. Yeah. Colin breathed a little easier now. However, her Autobot partner noticed how their party's scout had remained silent. You've been awfully quiet, B. Something on your mind? Archie asked. Yeah, it's Akito. Bumblebee said, causing everyone to look in the direction of a nightmare transport where Akito was located, sitting in the cockpit of a nightmare. There's just something about him. I can't quite explain it, but something in his eyes, it's different than most other people we've seen. Yeah, I noticed it too. Colin agreed. Like there's something missing inside him, something that's dead. Rai finished. Like he's dead inside? Yeah, I've seen that look before, on Lelich at the beginning, and even myself. After a few hours, the convoy began to pass through a certain abandoned city, making their way straight through on the main express routes that crisscrossed their way throughout the massive infrastructure, unaware that they were being watched. Whether it was a slight shift in his speed or something else, Orpheus sensed the Autobot he rode in was feeling a slight unease. Prowl. Be on guard. Prowl warned the group over the comms. I've got a bad feeling. You sure you're not just getting a weird vibe from this creepy city? Rai asked somewhat skeptically. Well, I'm getting a haunted vibe from here. Bulkhead pointed out. Prowl's instincts are usually spot on. Ultra Magnus said with a serious tone of voice. Keep your guard up, prepare for a possible ambush. Target sighted. Right on time. Yuki-Ya said as he monitored the convoy from an unseen position. That's weird, got a few civilian vehicles passing through. Probably just cover for the military. Ryo said over the communications. Then why do they have military vehicles with them? Ayano questioned. I think we should pull out, I don't like this. No. We may never get another chance like this. We're taking it. Ryo stated. Alright then, let's get this game started. Yuki-Ya smirked wildly. The convoy continued to make their way through the central road before coming to a certain point where a series of bombs went off at the struts of the road, causing the path in front of the convoy to cave in, taking down the front escort military vehicles, but the Autobots quickly put the brakes on their respective vehicle modes, jostling some of their human occupants before rolling back toward the limousine that still had Zero, Suzaku, Leela, and Smiles. Likewise, the Nightmare transports had to skid to a halt, while the one Akito was accidentally smashed into a military vehicle before crashing into the side of the road. Sensing he was needed outside, Akito activated the cockpit of the Guardmare he was currently in and tried to open it. The EU-grade Nightmare was fully functional, save for one small problem. Damn. The hatch is stuck. Akito cursed. What's going on? Zero questioned. Ambush? Elita 1 exclaimed. Autobots, be ready. Do not transform yet. I repeat, do not transform yet. Zero ordered. Form a perimeter and see who's attacking us first. Roger. All present Black Knights and Autobots responded. Driver, pull us back 20 meters. Let the Autobots encircle us. Zero ordered. Why? Yes, sir. The panicked driver did as he was told as he pulled the limousine back and allowed the vehicle modes of Ultra Magnus, Bumblebee, Archie, Bulkhead, Prowl, and Elita 1 to form a complete circle around them, with Colin, Rai, and Orpheus reaching for their guns and keeping eyes out for the enemy. You two, stay as close to us as possible. Suzaku told Leela and Smiles, as they both nodded in understanding. Movement. 20 units encircling us. Ultra Magnus reported from his built-in radio. Decepticons? Elita questioned. Negative. They appear to be bright neon signals. Magnus replied, just as 20 Sutherlands all shot out from the buildings surrounding the group. All Nightmare rays except one were being remotely controlled by Yuki-Ya from his hiding spot using the equipment he and his friends got yesterday. Ryo, piloting only a single Sutherland, appeared from behind and already fired the Sutherland's rifle at the Guardmare that just unloaded from one transport to obliterate it. This is too easy. Come on. Show us what you got. Autobots, attack. Magnus ordered as he and the other Autobots transformed and returned fire with their Energon blasters, already taking down 6 Sutherlands before the puppeteer pulled the others back at a distance. What? Are you freaking kidding me? Ryo exclaimed in shock. Hold on. Are those Decepticons? Ayano practically screamed over the communications as the shocked Yuki-Ya saw it all through his screen. But he wasn't too shocked to notice the emblem on Magnus' shoulder. No, different symbol. Looks like they're the Autobots we've heard about. Yuki-Ya said. That's it. We're pulling out now. Ayano exclaimed. No. It's too late to go back. Ryo ordered. Yuki-Ya, you and I will distract the big guys. Ayano, grab the target. Alright, let's see what these guys can do. Yuki-Ya controlled his Nightmare rays as they fell back to the buildings around them to shoot at the Autobots and keep up suppressor fire. The Autobots returned fire while keeping a perimeter around the limousine, with Colin, Rai, and Orpheus each pulling out what appeared to be a miniature gun, which suddenly transformed into a something as big as an automatic rifle of Cybertronian design as they stuck closest to the limousine underneath the Autobots. I'm looking at around 14 targets remaining. Archie reported. Maintain perimeter. Magnus ordered. Negative, split off. Zero countered, catching most of them by surprise. Hold on, what? Bulkhead questioned. And you leave you guys open? Yes. Zero stated. They're not here to destroy us. This is an attempted kidnapping of at least one or two high-value targets. He looked toward Smilas and Leela, with either one or both likely being the target. We're going to lure them in. Autobots, fan out and take out the Sutherlands. Prowl, search the perimeter for anyone else, just in case. Colin, Rai, Orpheus, help the military personnel that are still alive. Suzaku, stay here with me, help watch over Leela and Smilas. Roger. Everyone except Alita and Magnus replied. The former looked toward the latter, who nodded in understanding, seeing the tactical brilliance of that plan. You heard him. Move out. Alita ordered as the Autobots went off in separate directions toward where the remaining Sutherlands were hiding, all except Prowl, who swiftly jumped over the bridge and landed underneath it before activating his cloak to begin his recon. Arky transformed into her motorcycle form as she drove off the road and into one ruined building where two Sutherlands were located before transforming in midair and using her arm blades to swiftly decapitate both right before landing. She quickly ran toward one of them and pried open the cockpit only to discover it was empty, save for the crisscrossed wires everywhere. They're empty. There's no one inside. Arky reported. Well, looks like we're busted. Yuki-Ya said as he saw Arky's face through the screen. They're spreading out. Ryo kept his Sutherland a bit further behind as he shot toward the military transports to keep them pinned, even as Colin, Orpheus, and Rai helped the surviving soldiers and drivers find cover behind the transports. Move now, Ayano. The young girl swiftly jumped up from behind the railing and made her way over to the limousine with a grenade in hand. However, she was surprised for the door on the side to be kicked open as Suzaku shot out and delivered an airborne spinning kick to knock her back before rolling on the ground, keeping a firm hood on her grenade, and making sure the pin was still intact. She glared at Suzaku and was ready to draw her Kodaki. I'd advise you to surrender. Her pupils shrunk as she saw the armored figure standing alongside Suzaku, protecting the military officials inside the vehicle. Though the armor was different, she would never mistake the mask that was known all over the world. No freaking way. Zero held out his right arm as the armor shifted to reveal a glowing blue blade attached to the armor, which was enough to snap Ayano out of her stupor and jump back down over the railing and below the bridge. Suzaku, capture her. But be careful. We don't know what she can do. Zero ordered. Understood. Suzaku leapt over the railing in pursuit. You two, stay with me. Zero told Smilas and Leela as they stepped out of the vehicle. Meanwhile, Bumblebee slid into one building where two remote-controlled Sutherlands fired their Harkins at him. He ducked and rolled to deliver a kick to knock one Sutherland down before delivering a powerful punch to knock down the second. He then produced his Energon blasters to obliterate the unmanned cockpits and disable them. Bulkhead appeared before three remote Sutherlands as they also fired their Harkins at him, but he allowed it to happen as they barely scratched against his armored hide before forming his dual maces and rushing them. They tried to pull back, but Bulkhead was already on them as he brought down his right mace to completely obliterate the center one, swung his left mace to destroy the second and sandwiched the third in between both his weapons and leave almost nothing left of the upper half. Elita 1 fired a precise shot to take off the head of one of the Sutherlands she was facing, leaving only two as they tried to retreat, but she quickly transformed and gave pursuit, easily catching up with them inside the building before transforming and leaping to grab hold of a support beam on the ceiling and thrust her feet out for a kick to destroy the head off one Sutherland. She then leapt to the ground and delivered a hand thrust to knock the final one down before swiping her hands in the form of chop to decapitate it. Ultra Magnus had begun to barrel through the gunfire of three Sutherlands shooting at him before appearing before one to deliver a powerful uppercut to send it crashing through the ceiling of the building they were in. He then grabbed the second by the leg before bringing his arm down to crush and separate the leg while using it as a makeshift weapon to pummel the third before using it to crush the Sutherland from which it came from. Damn, that leaves all except Ryo. Yuki-Ya scowled as he saw all his remote-controlled Sutherlands being taken offline. However, he noticed something from their camera feed. He didn't know much about the Autobots' features, they were moving too fast, but he recognized the colors from when the first appeared. And during this, he only saw the two blue ones, along with the pink, yellow, and green ones. But where's the white one? Suddenly, A blade shuriken was shined in front of his face as Prowl appeared out of nowhere, directly in front of him. Right here. Yukiya desperately reached for a switch to a set of bombs he wired to himself, only to find the switch had been severed. I just severed it. Prowl revealed. How in the hell, someone as big as you, something so small? Yukiya stuttered. Prowl smirked. Proper training. Underneath the bridge, Suzaku kept his eyes out for Ayano as he searched, keeping his guard up all the same as he knew she had a grenade, but that was the only weapon he saw on hand. Who knows if she had any other weapons he didn't see, or if she had backup down here. Ayano however hid behind a support beam, 7 feet from Suzaku's spot. She scowled before pulling the pin on her grenade and throwing it in his direction. However, Suzaku heard the noise of the pin being pulled and quickly grabbed a rock to throw it in the direction he heard the sound, striking the grenade and sending it away where it exploded without hurting anyone. However, this also worked in Ayano's favor as she used this opportunity to make a break for it. Damn it all, this whole operation has gone to shit. Ryo cursed before his Sutherland shook, its right gun arm being blown off by gunfire from Colin, Rai, and Orpheus. He pulled back to gain some distance, almost on instinct. What kinds of guns are those? Rai smirked as he held his rifle in his hand. High-heat magnesium rounds. They used to be just for our Knight Marrays to fight evenly with the Khans, but now they're handheld. Not to mention they can transform into something that looks like pistols and we don't have to lug them around. Colin smirked as well. God, I love Cybertronian tech. Heads up. He's coming back. Orpheus warned, just as Ryo shot his Sutherland forward at such speed, that they were unable to shoot back and tried their best to find cover as Ryo shot his Sutherland's built-in gun, gunning down a few unfortunate EU soldiers. Lelich scowled underneath his mask as he saw the situation his friends were in. Damn it. Go, help them. Leela told him. I'm not going to leave you open. Zero quickly said. Your soldiers need your help. We can handle ourselves. Go. Leela told him. Though he didn't like the idea of leaving the people he was supposed to be protecting open, even if it was for a short time, he knew Leela was right. He had to disable that Sutherland before anything happened to his friends. With that, his armor's feet activated some form of hover skate feature, with a faint blue glow that allowed him to shoot at twice his normal speed straight for the Sutherland. Ryo noticed the incoming individual and his screen zoomed in on the target. Holy, is that Zero? Suddenly, one of the Nightmare transports was shot open, catching Ryo's attention, as well as that of Zero, Rai, Colin, Orpheus, and even Leela and Smilas. A guardmare, which happened to be piloted by Akito, leapt out from the vehicle, landing by the surprised Zero. I'll go from the left, you take the right. Akito stated. Surprised at first, Lelich quickly got over it before nodding and zooming in the direction Akito said to take as the guardmare went in the opposite, both gunning straight for the Sutherland. Seeing the Nightmare as the largest threat, Ryo fired his Sutherland's remaining guns and slashed Harkins to tear the Nightmare to pieces, which happened just as Akito leapt back from the cockpit to run forward, using his gathered momentum, and the now abandoned guardmare as a shield to cover himself as he advanced forward with a grenade launcher in hand. However, this also left Ryo open as Zero came in from his blind spot, a boost of energy coming in from his hover feet to allow him to leap to equal height of the Sutherland. Ryo only just noticed him in time to see Zero's armor reveal a set of short blue energon blades from his arms, which he used to cut down the gun on the cockpit before slicing off the remaining arm on the Sutherland as he fell before a small gust halted his descent just before making contact with the ground. Akito was left to deliver the finishing move as he slid directly under the Sutherland's legs and fired his grenade launcher just below the cockpit to disable the Sutherland permanently. Whoa! Colin muttered as she, Rai, and even Orpheus looked nothing short of surprised. He's good. Rai stated. Not bad. Orpheus smirked with a nod. You're quite the soldier, aren't you, Akito? Zero commented as he and Akito stood before the disabled Sutherland. And I see that armor isn't just for show. Akito replied. Designed by one of Cybertron's greatest minds. Zero replied, silently thanking Perceptor for this gift. That and the hellish physical training from Sayoko and Todo I've endured for 6 months has certainly helped. But it would seem Akito here could give either of them a run for their money. Leela breathed a sigh of relief, seeing how the fighting had come to an end. However, she did not appear to notice Ayano leaping back onto the bridge, just behind Smilas to strike the back of her Kodaki into the back of his neck to knock him unconscious, which drew Layla's attention as Ayano made her way toward her. We were just here for the old man. But if we can take her hostage. Ayano thought just as Suzaku appeared behind her, ready to grab her. However, Leela thrusted both her hands to block Ayano by her knuckles and swiftly grabbed her by the wrist and threw her over her shoulder toward the ground, causing her to drop the weapon, which Suzaku quickly grabbed as Leela pulled Ayano up and kept her arms pinned behind her back. Leela, you okay? Rai asked as he quickly made his way toward her just as Ultra Magnus, Bumblebee, Elita, Archie, and Bulkhead arrived back on the scene. I'm fine, but what about General Smilas? He's alright. Just unconscious. Orpheus said as he and Colin checked on the general. Prowl had also walked onto the scene, keeping a firm hold on Yukiya in his hand. I found the one controlling the Nightmare rays remotely. Prowler reported. Yukiya. Ayano exclaimed as Leela kept a firm hold on her. Sorry Ayano, got busted. Yukiya shrugged, acting rather causal for someone who just got captured. Was there anyone else? Archie asked. No, just these three it would seem. Prowl answered. Bulkhead got a good look at both Yukiya and Ayano. They're kids. Ultra Magnus and Bumblebee made their way closer toward Akito and Zero, before standing in front of the Sutherland as the Autobot commander aimed his ion cannon at the cockpit. Pilot, exit the Nightmare now. All your associates have been captured, and your weapons are disabled. You have nowhere to go. Magnus told him. All right. Just don't hurt them. I'm coming out. The cockpit opened to reveal Ryo, who kept his hands raised before eyeing the masked revolutionary. He then chuckled. Care to explain what you find so funny? Zero questioned. You. Ryo said. The guys we bought this from thought we were Black Knights, but here we are faced with their leader and alien robots. It's funny in an ironic sort of way. Akito, stand back. Zero said, causing Akito to take a few steps back as Zero walked closer toward him. A slit in his mask opened up to reveal the geese emblem in both his eyes. You will tell me everything I need to know. Ryo gasped as the sigil flew into his eyes, his brainwave patterns rewritten, and a red ring formed in each of his eyes. Sure thing. What do you want? Akito eyed Zero with some suspicion. He wasn't sure, but just now, he felt an odd sensation coming from him. It was a sensation that felt oddly familiar, and though it wasn't as twisted as the last time he felt something like this, it didn't make feel any less uncomfortable. Who are you? Zero began. My name is Ryo Sayama. And your associates? Zero asked once more. The girl is Ayano Kosaka, and the guy is Yukiya Nereus. Is there anyone else you're working with? Zero continued. No, it's just the three of us. Are you working for someone? No. What was your objective here? We were trying to capture General Smilas. Why? We were planning to offer him in exchange for Nightmare rays. Even though you already had 20. We were going to ask for more advanced Nightmare rays. Why? So, we can fight against the Decepticons if they attack us. You want to fight the Decepticons? Zero asked in minor surprise as the other Autobots and Black Knights looked in surprise, along with Leela. No, but we think they'll attack the EU soon. At least this way we can defend ourselves from them and retreat. Ryo replied, still under Lelich's geese. This was all about Nightmare rays. Leela asked aloud before a serious expression formed on her face. Suzaku, please take hold of her. She requested, referring to Ayano. Suzaku nodded as he grabbed Ayano's hands and kept them pinned, allowing Leela to quickly step toward Zero, with Akito, Magnus, and Bumblebee still present as well. She stepped close to Zero and spoke in a whisper. Turn off your geese. I want to speak to him of his own accord. I can still get the truth out of him like this. Zero whispered back. I know, but I want to hear him say it, not forced out of him. Please. Leela requested. He gave a sigh before doing it. As you wish. He turned off his geese, causing the ring in Ryo's eyes to vanish. He gave a slight gasp. Even though she spoke in a whisper, Akito was still able to hear the unfamiliar word spoken by his commander. Geese. But he chose not to say anything as he deemed it unimportant at the moment. What just? You said you had plans to fight the Decepticons. Leela told him. What? When did I say that? Just now. You literally told them practically everything. Ayano shouted at him, causing Ryo to look in confusion. For what reason would you seek to fight the Decepticons? Magnus asked. Are you planning to wage war with them? Wage war with the guys who wiped freaking Britannia. Ryo replied. We're crazy, but we're not that crazy. If you guys wanna fight them, go ahead. We won't stop you. Heck, we'll be happy if you guys, by some miracle, manage to take them down. Yeah, you guys wanna play revolutionary, go ahead. Yukiya also spoke out. We just want to survive. Blend in with everyone else. You mean with the slave labor force? Colin questioned. Hate to tell ya, but if you end up picking a fight with the cons, they'll hunt you down and gun anyone in their way. She's right. As you stand now, you wouldn't last 10 seconds against them. Arky added. Heck, if this was Con Envoy you were attacking, you three would already be dead. But I think you three already know this. Elita said, which caused Ayano and Yukiya to scowl. You claim to be crazy, and maybe you are, but you're not stupid. You don't seem like the type to throw away your lives when you know you have no chance at victory. You have another goal in mind. Oh really? Ayano scowled. Really? Suzaku replied. I know when someone is acting to deliberately throw their life away, and I know you three weren't planning on doing it here. There has to be more to it. Leela insisted. This isn't just about Nightmare Rays, or even fighting the Decepticons. What is it you three really want? Seeing no way around it, Ryo spoke the truth. A place to belong. To belong. Lelich, Elita, and Leela all thought at the same time. First, Britannia practically destroyed Japan, turning all of us normal people into 11s, not even worth sparing so much as a sideways glance. Ryo began. Then the cons showed up and really made a mess of things. But I will admit that seeing Britannia wiped off the map did bring a smile to my face, no less than what those bastards deserve. But I also know that the rest of us are next. Pretty soon, the EU and even the Chinese Federation will get wiped away too. First there was no place for us Japanese, and soon there won't be a place for anyone. You're not wrong. Akito admitted. As things stand now with world politics, the Decepticons will conquer everything before they know it. So, you were what, hoping to start your own colony or something for other refugees? Orpheus asked. Looking for a condo on the beach or something? Bulkhead also asked. Hey, I don't have any interest in becoming the representative for all 11s or other refugees or anything like that. Ryo replied. All we want is a place to call home. So, a condo on a beach actually does sound nice. You got the keys ready. He attempted a joke, which earned a slight snort from Bulkhead, but also a slight scowl from Ultra Magnus. Your predicament is no excuse for the actions you've taken, placing innocent lives in danger and even the act of killing. Ultra Magnus said seriously. These are serious crimes, and you will face the consequences. Yeah, we know when we've hit a dead end. Ryo admitted. But at the very least, I'm glad we went out with a bang. Fighting the Black Knights and the Autobots. Now that's one heck of a way to go. If I was going to get my ass handed to me by anyone, I sure as hell didn't expect it from the infamous Zero. He glanced toward the masked revolutionary as Lelich's eyes carried a serious yet sympathetic expression. The other Autobots and Black Knights, and even Leela, looked toward Ayano and Yukiya. One look in their eyes told them they felt the exact same way as Ryo. Whatever fate they would have, they would share it together. That was enough for Leela to make her choice on what to do with them. Alright, if you want a place to belong, I can give you one. Leela said, getting everyone's attention. Why not join my team? It's as close to a home as you'll find. Commander Malkel, I most protest. Magnus said immediately. Their actions. I know what they've done, Commander Magnus. Which is why I am placing them under arrest. Leela explained. These three are now in my custody to do as I see fit, such as providing them with food, clothing, and whatever necessities they require. I see what she's doing. Lelich thought to himself. Even though they are technically under arrest, she's giving them a chance to not only atone, but also the place to call home they desperately crave. Not to mention they've proven to be skilled combatants and strategists, having sprung this ambush on us. If this were against the Decepticons, while I don't see them winning against Megatron, they can still do a number on them. And right now, we need all the help we can get. Ultra Magnus, I believe that is the best option. Lelich spoke to the Autobot commander. Even so, it's not really our call to make. We're guests here in the EU and are unable to pass judgment on these three. And seeing how General Smiles is still unresponsive, Leela is the only one here who can make that call, so it's up to her and no one else. Leela turned towards Zero in surprise before smiling, realizing what he was doing. Thank you, Lelich. Yeah, I think we get it. Ryo said in acceptance, causing the Autobots to lower their weapons, as well as the Black Knights and other soldiers, even as several EU military aircraft arrived on the scene. If we say no, we go boom. That's it, right? We don't have a choice. No, you do have a choice. Elita began as she walked up to speak to Ryo directly. All living beings have the freedom to choose. You can choose to come with us, and we'll give you not only a place to call home, but even the means to fight the Decepticons like you want. But you can still say no, in which we will leave you to the proper authorities. Granted, it doesn't seem like much of a choice, but it still is one. She kneeled down to be at eye level with the young man before holding out her hand. So, choose. Ryo was more than a little stunned. This giant alien robot was talking to him as an equal. Even though he heard all the televised speeches of the BKS and bots preaching freedom is the right of all sentient beings and stuff like that, he had expected at least some of them were acting all high and mighty, particularly their leadership. But it would seem that is not the case. There was something in Elita's eyes that seemed to put him at ease and cause him to smile. All right. He accepted her hand. We're in Euro Britannia, Istanbul, headquarters of the Order of Michael. Duke Vila Ines has issued a command that all 4 holy orders are to relocate to St. Petersburg. Michel Manfredi explained as he sat in his command chair, talking to one of his most trusted subordinates, a young man of Japanese ethnicity with green eyes and long indigo hair tied back in a ponytail. All 4 orders, sir. The Order of Raphael had sustained significant damage in their last battle. Manfredi replied. But more importantly, Duke Vila Ines is expecting the Decepticons to finally make their move on Euro Britannia. Even Princess Maribel and her guard will be there too. Do you suspect we will go to war with the Decepticons? Or are we going to try and appease to them in an effort to avoid suffering the same fate as the homeland? Manfredi sighed in mental exhaustion. Honestly, Shin, I have no idea. Perhaps the time to strike is now. The soldier named Shin said. If you haven't heard, the Black Knights and the Autobots have resurfaced, and they've caused enough trouble with the Decepticons that has spurred a series of rebellions and uprisings across Decepticon-occupied areas. Perhaps we can find a way to take advantage of that. Perhaps, but it's not my call to make. Ultimately, that belongs to Duke Vila Ines. Manfredi answered. Can I ask you a personal question, sir? Of course. Manfredi encouraged. As the former Knight of Two, do you regret not being there in the homeland when the Decepticons attacked? Shin asked. Manfredi didn't answer right away. A part of me does, yes. But there is no sense in dwelling on the past. If we are called to battle against the Decepticons, then I will lead the Order of Michael to victory against those vile creatures. Shin narrowed his eyes. Thanks to them, the world is in chaos. The late Emperor was a fool to ally with those monsters, they will drain our world dry. Manfredi smiled. Do not worry, Shin. Our cause is a righteous one, and I believe that the Decepticons will be brought down by the blade of justice. Shin, The blood of warriors of Orient flows in your veins, and your commitment to Euro-Britannia is unquestionable. Your words honor me, Sir Manfredi. Shin replied. And now, I will take over the Order of Michael. Manfredi looked in surprise, but it soon turned into a hearty laugh. You know, you're always so serious. It's difficult to tell when you're joking. He walked to his trusted subordinate and placed his hands on his shoulder as he smiled. In another 5 years, I will step down and you will lead the Order of Michael as my successor. Assuming the Decepticons don't wipe us out before then, that is. He attempted a joke of his own before speaking sincerely. Shin, you've come to mean more to me than my own brother. Brother. That's right. Manfredi continued. Let us save this world together and lead it into a bright new future. You're horrible. That took Manfredi by surprise as Shin stepped back. Shin. It's rather unfortunate. You don't have what it takes to command the Order of Michael. Shin stated. What are you saying? You are unfit, apologies. With a wave of his hand, the red sigil of a geese manifested in Shin's left eye. Sir Manfredi, please begin your journey. With that command, a red ring formed in Manfredi's eyes, and he was under Shin's total control. Of course. It is time. Manfredi drew his sword and brought it toward his own neck. At your command, Shin Hyaga Shang, my lord. With that, he shoved the blade into his neck, ending his life in an instant, his bloody corpse falling to the ground as it gushed over Shin, who seemed completely unfazed by it, as if he were just hit by nothing more than rain. Shin then smirked. Safe travels, Manfredi. He chuckled as he looked out the window. The time has come, for this world, to end. Chapter 8, To Divide and Unite. The central palace of St. Petersburg was quite packed as the entire throne room was filled with nobles and soldiers from Euro-Britannia, even those who managed to escape the fall of Britannia at the hands of the Decepticons. The Grand Masters of 3 of the main holy orders gathered together around the throne where Duke Hyland sat, Andrea Farnese of the Holy Order of Raphael, Godefroy du Villain of the Holy Order of Gabriel, and Raymond du Saint Gilles of the Holy Order of Uriel. But there was a special person standing close to the throne where Hyland sat, Mary Belle Mel Britannia. The red-clad princess looked around the throne to see the many nobles and soldiers gathered for this ceremony. Among them were her own personal squad, the Gilda Knights, who happened to be standing close to a similarly red-clad group of soldiers led by a young man with vibrant red hair and a wild look in his eyes. She made eye contact with her personal knight, Aldrin, before she gave an assuring nod to her princess. Though she wasn't a fan of most pageantries like this, she understood why Duke Hyland organized this event. It was the knighting of the new head to the Holy Order of Michael, and such a thing could raise the morale of the people a bit, which she saw was necessary given the state the world was currently in. Soon the man of honor, Shin Hyaga Shang, walked down the line of nobles and soldiers as they all stood straight, the soldiers all saluting him as he walked with such grace and nobility. However, underneath her calm appearance, Mary Belle looked a bit uneasy. There was something about Shang that made her feel uncomfortable, and it wasn't because he was of Japanese descent, it was something else. Shin would soon reach the small flight of stairs to the throne before taking a bow to the Duke, Princess, and 3 Grand Masters. In the name of the heavens, the earth, and the Holy Spirit, I Duke Vila Ines decree the following. Shin Hyaga Shang shall be named Grand Master of the Holy Order of Michael. One of the 4 great orders that is bound to serve and protect the nation of Euro-Britannia. The Duke announced before standing up. Lord Shang, if you would, please approach the throne. Shang stood up and did as told before Andrea, Godefroy, Raymond, and even Mary Belle drew and raised their swords and rose them before joining them up high, with Shin joining them with his own blade. All hail Britannia! The 5 of them said, resulting in a series of claps from the audience. Soon, the celebrations came to an end as the nobles and soldiers began to depart. Mary Belle was about to rejoin her squad when the Duke spoke out. Excuse me, Your Majesty. Hyland got her attention. I would encourage you to please remain here. There is an urgent matter I would need to discuss with you and the Grand Masters. As you wish. Mary Belle replied before turning to Aldrin and the rest of the Glinda Knights, giving a nod, silently telling them to return to the Granberry and she would join them later. They left soon after, leaving the 6 individuals alone in the large throne room. She paid a glance to the newest Grand Master before speaking. Congratulations, Shin. I'm sure you've worked hard for this. She spoke to him in a polite tone but looked at him with suspicion. She knew Manfredi quite well as he was the former Knight of Two in the homeland, and it was highly unlikely he took his own life despite the official reports. I am thankful, Your Majesty. Shin nodded with a smile, but he saw through her facade quite easily. It is my hope that I live up to my predecessor's expectations. I hope so as well. Duke Hyland said. And I thank you all for agreeing to this ceremony. With the world in such a state of turmoil, the people need events like this. It helps put their minds at ease. All due respect, my lord. I have a feeling that we weren't all called here just for the ceremony. Andrea spoke. Which is evident by you requesting that remain here even after the ceremony has completed, and our guests departed. Perceptive as always, Lord Farnese. Duke Hyland nodded solemnly. As I said, the world is in a great crisis, one that threatens us more so than any other superpower. Because of that, I have been asked to arrange a meeting that could determine whether or not Euro-Britannia has a future. It didn't take long for them to realize who he was talking about, resulting in a series of mixed reactions. Andrea scowled lightly, as did the elderly Raymond, while Shin looked with interest. Maribel's fists clenched as she openly scowled. You have got to be kidding me, she muttered. However, Godefroy wasn't so subtle. Those wretched Decepticons dare to come here, he exclaimed in an infuriated tone. After everything they've done. Lord Villain, please restrain yourself, Duke Hyland exclaimed, causing Godefroy to look at him in surprise, as well as Maribel and the other Grand Masters. Listen, all of you. You have every reason to be infuriated with this, as do I. But we have no choice in this matter. We all saw what they did to the homeland, we cannot afford to wage open war with the Decepticons. So, I ask you all please to be patient. In these desperate of times, for the sake of our people, we must take the most desperate of measures. Godefroy still scowled, but Andrea put a hand on his shoulder to calm him down slightly while Shin and Raymond simply nodded. Maribel put her scowl away as well. As you wish, but I don't have to like it, Maribel stated. The Duke gave a sigh before the door to his throne room opened and two certain Decepticons entered the chambers. Wise words, Duke Vila Ines. The silver-clad Decepticon spoke as he walked forward before stopping just before the group of glaring humans, while Shin looked up in awe, his eyes laying on a Cybertronian for the first time. Please allow us to introduce ourselves. My name is Steeljaw. And I am Skybite. The Sharkticon followed. We come on behest of Lord Megatron. And where is Lord Megatron? Maribel questioned. Does he think us too beneath him to simply negotiate with? Unfortunately, our Lord is currently occupied with other matters at hand. Steeljaw began. Oh, you must be Maribel Mel Britannia, the only member of the former royal family that remains free. Anyone else has either died, been imprisoned, or defected. So, I can understand why you feel such contempt toward us. Maribel was about to speak out again, against the wishes of Duke Hyland, but Shin stepped in front to keep such an outburst from happening. Please excuse Her Majesty. Shin spoke in a calm tone. As you previously acknowledged, she has lost a great deal in the fall of Britannia. But, it is our hope that we believe a more peaceful arrangement can be made between our two forces. Indeed, that is our hope as well. Skybite replied. I'm sure that you're each well aware at this point, but the Autobots and the Black Knights have resurfaced. As a result, your world is in a state of panic and confusion. But, with us, your nation could help restore order to this world. Order? Is that what you call it? Godefroy was already beginning to lose his composure. You've completely uprooted the entire Britannia Empire. Euro-Britannia is all that remains now. So many people have died at your hands. Lord Godefroy. Duke Hyland was about to calm him down. It's quite all right, Steeljaw assured, still speaking in a calm tone of voice. It's perfectly understandable why you feel that way. But, if you would allow, please let me explain. Even before we came to Earth, your planet was already in a state of chaos. The former Britannian Empire has attempted to steamroll the planet for many decades, wiping out several smaller nations and stripping them of their freedom. That is the reason why they had to be overthrown. The Holy Britannian Empire was, simply put, an embodiment of chaos and destruction. Their emperor had to be dealt with, because if he continued along his path, the earth would have been destroyed. You don't know that? Raymond muttered. It was still a risk we couldn't afford to take. Steeljaw continued. So yes, we admit, our methods may have seemed extreme, but we had to make sure Britannia could never further harm anyone again. Under the rule of the Decepticons, your world could become much more orderly. Skybite offered. Britannia could continue to stand as it is now, under Decepticon leadership of course, but it would be as if we weren't even here. And should we refuse such an offer? Andrea questioned. Do you intend to force us? Oh, we're not the ones you should be worried about. Steeljaw answered. We actually believe the Autobots and the Black Knights seek aid from the EU, in order to gather allies of their own. Should this be true, they may attempt to seize control of your state. You should know by now just how dangerous they are, which could prove even more so should an entire superpower offer its support. However, with our assistance, we can not only keep the enemy at bay, but even begin to help establish a new state that can bring world to this chaotic world. This caused the group gathered to look amongst each other. If it was true, and the Autobots and the Black Knights were to actually gain aid from the EU, it could embolden their forces to push back against them. Let us discuss your terms. Duke Hyland accepted, causing Steeljaw to smile. Despite the glares from several of the Grandmasters, as well as Mary Bell, they had no choice in the matter but to accept. Euphemia. I hope you and your friends know what you're doing. Duke Hyland thought to himself. However, while everyone else appeared in reluctance, Shin had an intrigued look in his eyes. Perhaps something useful can come from working alongside the Decepticons. Castle-Weiss Wolf. Ryo gave a yell as he sliced his Alexander's axe toward Sideswipe, who blocked and parried with his own sword before locking weapons. Both combatants appeared to be outside the castle. You're pretty good, pal, but are you good enough to keep up with me? Sideswipe said with a smirk. An equally dangerous smirk fell on Ryo's face. Someone's cocky. But who am I to talk? He continued his sparring match as his variant of the Alexander continued to parry the axe against Sideswipe's sword. Both appeared to be having fun. At the same time, Grindcore looked almost like he was dancing on the ground, when really he was avoiding the small, non-lethal, explosions shot by the sniper rifle wielded by Yuki-Ya's Alexander. Nice dance moves you got, pal. Let's see you do one of those Scottish tap dance things. Yuki-Ya chuckled as he continued to shoot. Oh, you wanna dance, huh? I'll give you something better. Grindcore stated as he transformed into his monster truck form and drove directly toward the surprised Yuki-Ya. Oh crap! He exclaimed before his Alexander turned into his insectoid mode and scurried off with Grindcore in pursuit. Come back here. How are you gonna punch someone when you run away? Grindcore questioned as he continued to give chase. However, another sparring session didn't appear to be going as frivolous as Ayano's own Alexander swung its sword toward Strongarm, who parried it with the blunt of her Energon crossbow before she rolled away and shot at her sparring partner, who converted her Alexander into its insectoid mode before scurrying away. Are you going to run or take this session seriously? Strongarm questioned. You want serious? Ayano questioned with a glare before gunning straight toward the surprised Strongarm and attacked her somewhat ferociously, striking her sword at her. Though Strongarm was able to use her crossbow to parry it, she seemed to barely hold her ground. That is until she ducked under the swing of the Alexander's sword, grabbed it by the waist and threw it to the side. What's wrong? I thought you wanted me to take this seriously. Ayano stated as she went on the attack once more, but this time, Strongarm was ready for her. Well, they certainly know what they're doing. Prowl commented as he stood alongside Arky and Bulkhead, observing the sparring sessions. But the way those night Marrays crawl around creeps me out. Bulkhead said with a slight shiver. Kinda reminds me of the Insecticons. Either way, it's clear this isn't the first time these kids have piloted night Marrays. Arky said. They're definitely good, but you worry they could betray us. Prowl finished for her. It is a possibility. Archie said. Well, maybe not. Bulkhead suggested. I mean, Colin and the others were just like that when we first formed the Black Knights and look how they turned out. Maybe it could be the same for these kids. You're pretty optimistic, Bulk, and I like that, but try not to let it blind you to the real possibility of desertion. Archie told him. At the same time, in a different area outside the castle, the radiant wave surger from Colin's Gurren shot a series of energy blasts towards the Alexander piloted by Akito as his own nightmare, currently in its insectoid mode, scurried around each blast before closing the distance to stand upright and bring down its tonfa toward the Gurren, which parried it with a quick draw of the knife before shooting into the sky with the Gurren's energy wing system. You're pretty good, Akito. Colin commented with an impressed smirk. But let's see you dodge this. She shot a series of blasts from the Gurren's energy wings. Akito's only response was a smirk of his own as his Alexander converted back into its insect mode and easily maneuvered around each blast before the Gurren shot back down and fired its slash Harkins, but Akito dove his Alexander directly under the slashes and the Gurren just before it landed and stood upright from behind to attack, but Colin quickly turned the Gurren around to lock her knife with the tonfa as the Alexander's other arm shot out a hidden blade, which the Gurren met with a flash of the Surger claw, melting it before the Alexander leapt back and the Gurren pursued. Wow! Rai looked more than a little impressed as he, Gino, Smokescreen, Bumblebee, and Monica watched this sparring match. Few pilots can actually match Colin, and she's in an advanced Cybertronian nightmare. My own Florence was based off the Alexanders, which were designed as prototypes before Britannia procured one in a skirmish against the EU. Monica said. But he's able to take a prototype and use it to go on PAR with someone on Colin's level. I'm impressed. Yeah, and hey, before coming here, I did some research on this guy. Apparently, they call him the Ghost of Hannibal. Smokescreen commented. Not sure what that means, but it's pretty catchy. Hannibal was a general who fought against the Roman Empire on Earth a long time ago. Bumblebee explained. Apparently, he found a way to get his forces behind enemy lines, which Akito was able to do for the Uzuro. Hence the name, Ghost of Hannibal. Gino said as he continued to watch the sparring match. You know, this guy might actually be Knight of the Round level. If Britannia didn't have that whole stupid number system, I can totally see Akito becoming a knight, and a high-ranking one at that. Maybe you'd like to spar with him, partner? Smokescreen asked. See for yourself. Gino had a nervous smile. I don't think so. Don't tell him I said this, but Akito kinda scares me. At the same time, inside the castle, Zero, Sarah, Euphemia, Orpheus, and Suzaku sat with Leela, Claus, and fellow Uzuro officer Oscar Hamill around a table on an indoor balcony, with Ultra Magnus and Elita 1 standing next to them as they discussed the situation regarding their newest recruits. And they're the only survivors? Zero asked as Orpheus finished his explanation. That's right. Orpheus confirmed. Their group suffered many casualties until only those 3 were left. They scavenged for food, weapons, anything they could get their hands on. Well, when your only option in the EU is to live in the ghettos, it seems obvious they'd make such a choice. Sarah commented. It's not too different from how Area 11 worked in the past. Euphemia and Leela shared sympathetic expressions while everyone else remained more serious. Commander Malkel, I understand this is your decision to make, but I still feel I most protest your reasoning for allowing those 3 to stay here. Ultra Magnus spoke. I have to agree with the Autobot. Oscar stated. They attempted to abduct General Smilas and even attacked you. I understand your concerns and I thank you for them. Leela spoke. But I didn't just invite them here because I felt I could give them a home. Not including them, Akito is the only remaining soldier in the Uzuro unit. No matter how skilled he is, a single pilot alone can't win a battle. You can thank that idiot Inga for that. Claus said in his causal tone of voice as he slipped some alcohol in his coffee. He was the one who put the self-destruct option in all our Nightmares. All the more reason to see him discharged. Suzaku said, doing his best to maintain a profession disposition as he, and even Lelich, both scowled at the mention of that man. They knew what kind of man Pierre Ana was after Leela told them about him, and he was not the kind of man they would want in their organization. That being said, we need more pilots. Leela continued. Ryo and the others have proven to be capable of holding their own. And if our opponents are the Decepticons, we need all the assistance we can get. Don't misunderstand me, Ultra Magnus said. If those three prove to be valuable assets and are capable of contributing to our cause, I am willing to accept that. But we must also consider the possibility of turning their Nightmare rays against us. Do you really think they would do that, Ultra Magnus? Euphemia asked. It is a possibility, I'm not saying it's guaranteed. The Autobot commander replied. Another thing to consider is that they're kids. Elita 1 said. I know it doesn't justify their actions, but they should still be given a chance at redemption. Optimus himself said that everyone is capable of change, and I agree, and while I do acknowledge that not everyone wants to change, they do have the capacity for it. We should still offer that chance to them. If we want them truly on our side, we need to earn their trust. Zero added. That's always been the key ever since we formed the Black Knight Autobot Alliance in Japan so long ago. It's about establishing trust. And how do you propose we earn that trust? Oscar asked. By fighting alongside them, on the battlefield. Suzaku said. That usually is the best way for soldiers to earn respect. Sarah added, having seen that thousands of times before in her immortal life. I am hoping we are able to establish that trust and rebuild the Uzuro. Leela said. She noticed how Magnus was about to protest and spoke directly toward him. But, if in the event it does not work out, I am prepared to turn them over to the authorities. But until they give me a reason to prove that they are not trustworthy, we will treat them with respect. Do you find these terms acceptable, Commander Magnus? I do. Ultra Magnus nodded with confirmation. He may not have liked the idea, but he wasn't completely opposed to it either. Meanwhile, within the laboratory of the castle, Jetfire was able to kneel down and fit inside the laboratory, after entering through the Nightmare Bay door as he observed the work of Anna, Sophie, and several other young scientists, all of whom appeared to be young women, excluding one man. So, you're working with Nightmare drones. Jetfire observed as he saw one of the Alexanders, not being operated by a pilot, but hooked up to several cables as it walked along a treadmill, while being controlled by Anna. Yes, we're hoping it could help minimize casualties on the battlefield. Anna replied. But with our current AI system, I fear we may not be able to reach that kind of level of expectations. Jetfire began to think. Am I correct to assume that the Alexander pilots are linked together through some sort of neural link? It's what we're actually hoping to achieve. Sophie replied. It would enable our pilots to communicate much more effectively and respond to enemy attacks faster than normal. But we've been unable to work out the bugs. Maybe we could do something similar with these drones you're developing. Jetfire suggested, getting everyone's attention. There's a Cybertronian device called the Omni Globe that allows the user to command multiple battles at once. We've even developed one for Zero. Maybe we could develop a similar device that can allow a group of pilots to command legions of drones. Depending on the user in question, it may increase reaction time and we may not have to worry about any AI issues. Is something like that really possible? Anna asked. It's only a theory, but I think it's one worth exploring. Jetfire offered. Sophie couldn't help but smirk. Sounds almost like a video game. But a game I'd be interested in playing. Ryo gave a loud sigh as he laid back in his bed, he and his friends having returned to their dorm room after their sparring session against the Autobots came to an end. Those bots put up one heck of a fight, I'll grant them that. Ryo commented as Yukiya worked on a small pad-like device. And just how long are we planning to stick around here? Ayano asked as she sat near the windowsill, looking outside. As long as we continue to get free room and board. Ryo replied. I mean, we're in a castle that's got giant alien robots inside, not to mention freaking Zero. And how long until they drag us into their little war? Ayano questioned with a glare. Those guys want to take on the world, that's their thing. But why do we have to go along with it? Don't get so worked up. Ryo said as he sat up. We both know the reason Ayano's freaking out is because they confiscated her dagger. Yukiya said with a smirk. Yeah, so what? Ayano exclaimed. It belongs to me. They have no right. Just because they say they're fighting for the freedom of the world or whatever doesn't mean. Hey Yukiya, you finished setting up our next game? Ryo asked, much to Ayano's confusion. Yeah, just about. Yukiya confirmed as he continued to work on his pad. What are you talking about? Ayano asked. Tell me. Look, don't worry. You'll find out soon enough. Ryo told her. Come on. Just tell me, guys. She exclaimed. Ayano, all you need to know is that we belong here. Yukiya said in a mysterious tone of voice. Trust me. However, unbeknownst to them, there was someone else listening in on their conversation. Hanging just below their window was Prowl, who clung to the wall and used his cloaking field to keep himself invisible. He had tuned his audio sensors to listen to every word they said. He could tell from the way Ryo and Yukiya were speaking that they were planning something. This was not unexpected, but it was also something to be concerned about. So, he relayed the information to his human commander. Yes, I understand Prowl. Lelich said from his personal guest quarters as Prowl had just contacted him. Thank you, continue to monitor them. All right. Understood. Just as he hung up, he heard a knock on his door. Come in. The door opened to reveal Orpheus as he entered the room. Judging by the look on your face, I'm assuming our guests are up to something. Yeah, seems like it. Lelich confirmed. Prowl's watching over them. Well, they're not the only ones. Orpheus said, getting Lelich's attention. There's something about Klaus. I'm not sure what exactly, but I can tell from the look in his eyes that he's hiding something. Are you sure? Lelich asked. Trust me. Orpheus replied. There's something going on with him. All right. Lelich nodded. Contact our agents on Horai Island and have them do some digging and have them do the same for Gene Smiles. I can't help but think something may be off with him as well. Doing digging on the one person who might be able to get us a word in with the EU politics. Orpheus asked with a slight smirk. For someone who's acting idealistic, you can be pretty sneaky too, Lelich. Hope for the best but be prepared for the worst. Lelich said with a serious expression. That's one of the first things I've learned since this war started. At the same time, Sarah sat in Layla's room as the immortal girl pressed her hand against Layla's forehead before pulling away. Well? Leela asked. I can safely say that power still dwells within you. Sarah said. But, it appears to have undergone a change. I can't say for certain what that change is, or how it occurred, but you definitely still have your geese. Leela wasn't quite sure what to make of that. On one hand, it felt good to know that she had a mysterious power that could provide aid for their cause, seeing how Lelich and Rai and even Orpheus have been able to use theirs. But at the same time, after hearing how this power could also be connected to something that could only be described as the devil, it also made her uncomfortable. But I still have control over this ability? Leela asked. At the moment, I would say so. Sarah replied. Or to be more accurate, you can control whether or not that power can be used at all. If you don't use it within a year or so, the power will fade away. If you do decide to use it, it will become a permanent part of you. But it's up to you whether or not you want to use this power. I've seen the good it can do, yes. But I've also seen the horrors that Geese is capable of, to others, as well as to the user themselves. Leela understood. She was told everything Sarah knew about Geese, including how the late Emperor of Britannia had won, as well as how he had a brother who was immortal like her. She was also told of Mao who allowed his power to drive him mad, and even how Megatron gained a power of his own that was beyond horrific. By the way, I never did get a chance to thank you. Leela said, getting Sarah's attention as Layla's pet cat, Eliza, leapt up into her lap, prompting the blonde girl to begin petting her. You saved my life. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even be here. Don't worry about it. Sarah said as she looked away. At that time, I saw you as a potential contractor that might be able to help me rid me of my immortality. But now you're someone who truly wants to change this world for the better. Leela said. Who wants to use your power to help people? You make me sound like one of those comic heroes. Sarah said. But yes. I'm going to do what I can to help Lelich and Optimus fix this world. I've met Lelich, so I can already understand what type of man he is. Leela said. But, what about Optimus? What is he like? Sarah couldn't help but smile warmly. It's hard to put it into words. But at a time when I was completely devoid of all emotion, he brought hope back into my life. I think it'll make more sense if you see him for yourself. I'm sure the two of you would get along quite well. Leela smiled at that. I'm looking forward to it. Euro Britannia. Shin Hyagashang was currently outside his adoptive family's large manor where a party was being held in his honor. However, he was nowhere near the party itself as it was inside the manor while he was outside, facing his adoptive younger sister, who sat at a fountain with an upset look on her face. Come on in, Alice. Shin told her. You wouldn't want Mother to worry. I hate this. She began. Everything's a mess now and all those people want to party? Why? You're not wrong. Shin said. The world is in a chaotic state right now, but maybe that's why we need these parties. It helps provide levity. We can't be too down in the dumps now, can we? He asked in a seemingly playful tone. But I don't even know these people. Alice said before she looked up to her brother. Can we please go somewhere else, big brother? A place where we don't have to worry about these giant metal monsters fighting each other. She asked as she held his hand. I'm not sure if there is a place like that right now, but I promise I'll make one. Shin said as he kneeled down to her level. Now that I'm the head of the Order of Michael, I'm in a position where I can help fix this world. I promise Alice, everything's going to be okay. Hearing her adoptive brother's voice was enough to calm her nerves as she wrapped her arms around him, an embrace he was quick to return. However, there was a look in his eyes that she wouldn't notice. A look that seemed equivalent of looking into an empty abyss. Sir. A young woman soldier approached them. She had brownish red hair and light purple eyes, and a military uniform that seemed like she was from the Order of Michael. Shin noticed her presence as she gestured behind her toward a silver car in the driveway near the front of the mansion. He nodded in understanding as he stood up. Alice, I have to take care of something. Jean will escort you back inside to see Mother, I will be with you shortly. Shin told her. Okay. Alice nodded in understanding as she followed Jean inside. Once they were gone, Shin's fake smile vanished as he walked toward the car. The door opened and he stepped into the front seat before it closed. Not much of a party man, are you? The disguised Decepticon commented. It's Steeljaw, correct? Shin asked. Is there something you need from me? Yes, actually. Steeljaw replied. We're organizing a joint mission between your order, as well as Princess Maribel's Glinda Knights, and the Decepticons to see how well we can work together. Will this mission involve a confrontation with the Autobots and the Black Knights? Shin asked. Most likely, it's at a rather strategic point. Steeljaw said. And I can tell you're just itching for a fight, or rather, you're itching to kill something. Oh? And what makes you say that? Shin questioned as he narrowed his eyes. There's no need to hide it from me. Steeljaw told him. I can see it in your eyes. Your face may carry the appearance of a kind and noble soldier, but that darkness in you tells a different story. It's something I can personally relate to, and because of that, I can see a rather interesting future for you in our cause, brother. Shin's malevolent smile made itself known. Steeljaw, I think you and I are going to get along quite well. Castle Weiss Wolf. And that's all I have to report, Optimus. Lelich said as he summed up everything he learned and experienced in the EU to the Autobot leader over a communication frequency. It would seem that you have established good dialogue with an influential individual in the EU. Optimus said. I'm confident we can work with Leela, she seems genuine in wanting to help us. Lelich stated. However, there is also a part of me that remains suspicious of Smiles. His comment about his preference of the EU being an empire was somewhat unsettling. I don't want to automatically assume he'll turn us, but you wish to be prepared if that is truly the case, which is why you are having our Peace Mark connections look into his background. Optimus replied. I understand. Smila's influence could benefit our cause, as well as hurt should he indeed turn against us. Right. Lelouch nodded. Anything going on with the Chinese Federation? The Decepticons have already made contact with the High Eunuchs. Optimus reported, causing Lelouch to scowl slightly. Gao Hai and Zinc are doing what they can to slow it down, but I foresee trouble from this exchange. If there is anything I can do to help. Lelouch tried. Lelouch, we are capable of handling this. Optimus insisted. You should stay focused on the EU. In our current state, we cannot afford to falter. I understand. Lelouch truly did understand. While he wanted to help Optimus, he knew the Prime was more than capable of handling himself. Not to mention Ratchet, Ironhide, Ogai, Todo, Kagaya, and Cornelia were all with him, so there didn't seem to be much to worry about at the moment. Be careful. My instincts are telling me Schnee-Eisel may be involved as well, and while he is no warrior, he is far from predictable. Acknowledged. Optimus replied. Good luck. You as well. Lelouch signed off before he sighed. He then received another call on a separate line, which he was quick to answer. Hello. Lelouch, I am sorry to bother you at this hour. Leela was the one who made contact. Don't be, I'm wide awake. Lelouch replied. Is there something you need? Yes. Claus just arrived with the briefing on a new mission. I would ask that you come down and help review it. Leela requested. I'll be right there. It didn't take long for Lelouch to enter Layla's private study as he sat on a chair across from Claus, while Leela sat at her own desk and the man gave the briefing. So, our little suicide mission this week. Claus began before coughing and straightening himself out. Is he always like this? Lelouch asked Leela. Unfortunately. She replied as she massaged her forehead in minor annoyance, while Lelouch inwardly grimaced, silently wishing Claus would never meet Lloyd. But every instinct told him that those two were bound to cross paths if the Ozero joined the Black Knights. Anyway, Claus got right back on point. Turns out the higher-ups want to move up the Warsaw garrison. Once they learned from Smilas that the mysterious Zero and his alien robot buddies decided to team up with us, they decided to give you guys a little test. They want us to drop behind enemy lines and help advance their territory. Lelouch deduced. They want to know if we're worth giving support. Bingo. Claus pointed his finger at him before taking a swig of his flask. You catch on quick. This is a dangerous mission. Leela seemed to protest. That territory will be covered with enemy units, not to mention the possibility of the Decepticons. Oh, the Decepticons are likely already there. Lelouch said, causing Leela to look at him in surprise. Euphemia was recently contacted by Duke Hyland from Euro Britannia. The Decepticons have already made contact and are extending a helping hand. But of course, we already know they're working their insidious claws into what's left of Britannia to decide if they either want to enslave them or wipe them out. Claus couldn't help but chuckle. Well, here you are having turned the leader of an enemy state into a double agent. They say you are a man of miracles, Zero, but you really do know how to turn some heads. Wanting to test the Black Knights and the Autobots is one thing. Leela began. But they're also expecting to use the Ozero as decoys. We can't just disobey their orders, now can we, Commander? Claus asked. No, we can't. Lelouch said. If we want support from the EU, we'll have to take this mission. He looked towards the surprised Leela, no doubt she was shocked at how causally he accepted this mission. The Black Knights are all capable fighters, and the Autobots have gotten out of more than their fair share of impossible situations. We can handle this, but that's not all you're worried about, is it? It's your newest recruits, not just the possibility of them abandoning the mission or even shooting us in the back, but whether or not they'll come back at all. Leela saw no point in denying it as she sighed and leaned back in her chair. I knew what I would be getting them into by bringing them into the Ozero, but that does not mean I have to like it. Well, if you don't want those kids to get killed, you'll have to find a way to do just that, Commander. Claus said as he stood up. Well, I'm just about done for the night. See you kids in the morning. He left the room, leaving the two young leaders alone. Lelich. Leela got his attention. I know I can't disobey this order, but I want to do everything I can to see to it my soldiers come home alive and help your cause. Which is why I will be joining you in this mission. That took Lelich by surprise. I have nightmare training, I know how to operate the Alexanders. I've been through the simulations, I can handle myself. But have you been in an actual battle before? Lelich questioned. Simulations and real conflict are two completely different things. I'm aware, but this will be my first real battle. Leela said, causing Lelich to look with a serious expression. But I am going, and I don't intend to let anyone else stop me. I'm not sure I could. Lelich said. Though I could use my geese to stop you, I won't. Tell me Leela, do you play chess? I do. Leela nodded. They would you care for a game? He requested. Leela accepted the challenge as she had set up the board in front of them. She took the white pieces, while Lelich took black as usual. Is there a reason for this? She asked. Maybe I just wanted a friendly game. Lelich replied before a slight smile fell on his face. Nunnally and the others would want me to socialize a bit more. A small smile fell on Layla's face as well. You speak so highly of your sister, I'd love to meet her myself. She said as she made the first move with one of her pawns. I'm sure the two of you would get along quite well. Lelich said as he moved the black pawn in front of his king. Leela followed with another pawn's movement before he took his king piece and moved it forward, much to Layla's surprise. You start with your king. If the king doesn't lead, how can he expect his subordinates to follow? Lelich questioned rhetorically. I see. Leela seemed to understand. A leader has to set the best example, I think I understand, and I agree completely. Which is another reason you want to join us in the upcoming battle. Lelich said. Not just to help protect your soldiers, but to tell them that you are willing to fight alongside them and risk your own life if need be. I'm glad I've finally met someone who understands. Leela smiled as they resumed their game. But I also can't help but notice there is a certain soldier in your ranks that means a little more to you than the others. Lelich noted, catching Layla's attention. You care quite a bit about Akito, don't you? And it's not just as a leader-subordinate role, or even that of a simple friend. Maybe a bit more. Lelich had to stop himself before a feeling of comic dread filled his body. Oh my god. I'm turning into Millie. Layla's cheeks turned pink as she looked away. It's really that obvious, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry or anything. Lelich quickly said. It's your personal business and I. No, it's all right. You're right. Leela said. It is rather unprofessional, isn't it? Me having feelings for my subordinate. Lelich sighed before he spoke in a more understanding tone. I know how something like that feels. A few of my closest friends are in the Black Knights. Suzaku is the first real friend I ever made outside the royal family, and Bumblebee is also in a similar boat, the first Autobot I ever met and one who's always been at my side no matter what. And they're not the only ones, my brother and 3 of my dear sisters are also in the Black Knights. And, you're not the only one who might have feelings for a certain pilot in your ranks. Colin, she means a bit more to me than just a friend. Leela gave a genuine smile in his direction. I honestly think that's great. That got his attention. To form genuine bonds with all these people, I understand that we're soldiers, and we have duties we must fulfill, but we're still human and I think we're allowed to make bonds with others. It helps establish trust. Well, you and I are human, while the Autobots aren't, but you know what I mean. She said with a slight chuckle. Yes, I do. Lelich nodded before he smiled humorously. Well, to our continued unprofessional relationships and may they blossom. He joked, which earned a genuine laugh from Leela. The next day. This is quite amazing. Yuffie said as she, Suzaku, Rai, Gino, and Monica walked through the halls of Castle Weiss Wolf with Anna. I know Britannia has had a need for constructing palaces, but an actual castle from medieval period, it's truly incredible. Got that right. Feels like we'd gone back in time, huh? Gino said in an equal amount of awe. Just try not to have a seizure over it. Monica teased, causing Gino to chuckle awkwardly, while Yuffie just giggled. Yes, it does feel rather incredible. Anna said. This castle has been around since the medieval period. Layla's taken quite a liking to it, and with the proper modifications, it serves as both a home and a base for the Ozero unit. Suzaku smiled. I take it you and Leela are pretty close. We're childhood friends. Anna confirmed. We attended the same school together. When she joined the military, I followed. Her family had her study political matters while I went the scientific route. The Malkel family. Rai said. They knew she was Brighton Neon, right? Anna's smile faded. Yes, and that was the reason they adopted her, to have Brighton Neon noble blood in their family. Though I am grateful it gave me the chance to meet Leela, I do not approve of her so-called family using her like that. Yeah, family thinking of political gain over everything else. That certainly sounds familiar. Rai said in a low grumble, while everyone else winced as each of them had some kind of experience dealing with that. Their attention was caught by the sound of a light meow, drawing them toward the corner of the hallway where a large crack was in the walls, and they could see the green eyes of a certain feline. A cat? Monica asked. It's Eliza, Layla's cat. Anna replied. She likes to wander about the castle. Euphemia was the first to approach the cat in hiding as she kneeled down to her level. Ah, don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. She tried to reach out, but Eliza backed up slightly. Meow. Yuffie said, which drew Eliza's attention. Meow. Meow. She extended only her fingers, which allowed Eliza to slowly step out and burr as she brushed herself against Yuffie's hand, causing her to smile. This earned a smile from everyone else too as Yuffie picked up Eliza in her arms. Suzaku walked up to try and pet her himself, only for the cat to bite onto his hand, causing him to grimace in pain. Oh. I'm sorry. Anna quickly ran up and took Eliza in her arms, who began to settle with a purr. I don't know where that came from. Eliza is usually very friendly. Nah, it's not her. Rai said with a sad smirk. All cats hate Suzaku. Unfortunate, but true. Suzaku said in comic reluctance while Gino laughed and even Monica chuckled a bit. Meanwhile, Colin and Archie walked about the grounds of the castle, with seemingly nothing to do and preoccupy their time. So, we got our next mission coming. Colin asked her Autobot partner. According to Lelich, he and Leela got it yesterday. Archie replied. We should be debriefed on it soon. Good, cause I hate just standing around and doing nothing. Colin said. Yeah, I know. Archie nodded as they found themselves walking toward a cemetery, but were surprised to see Akito there, kneeling before a small pile of stone that he was straightening out. He then turned around and noticed their presence before turning back. What are you doing out here? Colin asked. Paying my respects. Akito answered. I take it some of these people were friends of yours. Archie assumed. None of them. Only this. Akito referred to the small stone pile in front of him as he stood up. This is a grave for those killed in the Narva operation. We all made a pact before that mission, those who survived, would build something here for the ones that didn't. I was the only survivor. Was it true? That the old commander of this unit rigged your nightmare rays to self-destruct when cornered? Archie questioned with venom laced in her voice. Yes. Because we were 11s, we were expendable. Akito said, which only caused Colin to growl in anger. Former Commander Anu even said it was part of our ways, saying it was the equivalent of seppuku. I wish he was still here, just so I can kick all of his teeth out. Colin stated angrily. That earned a smirk from Akito. I can only imagine the fit he'd throw from that. The humor however vanished as quickly as it came. Were you friends with any of them? Archie asked. You could say that. Akito said. I knew their names, I heard their stories, we trained together, but does that make us really friends? What is it that makes people friends? Is it working and training together, or is it something else? They call you the ghost of Hannibal. Colin said to him. But I can definitely see where the ghost part comes in. Because I'm dead on the inside. Akito asked rhetorically. It's a look we're sadly familiar with. Colin replied. Even in the mirror. Something even Archie nodded to in agreement. So, this is our target. Ultra Magnus said as he, Lelouch, Leela, Bumblebee, Bulkhead, Elita 1, Sarah, Sideswipe, Smokescreen, Grindcore, and Strongarm gathered around a holographic display from within the bridge of the Iron Will that identified the city. The Euro-Brighton city of Sloanham will likely be heavily guarded. Even though the outer perimeter of this line has turrets, we can expect Nightmare and even Decepticon resistance once we enter the city. But if we are able to break the defenses and take the city, it'll create a hole in the line. Elita 1 continued. Which, in turn, will allow the EU forces to advance. Lelouch said. If we pull this off without a hitch, it'll not only be a large victory for the EU as a whole, but it'll also impress the higher-ups enough to want to lend their support. You really thought this through, didn't you? Leela asked, causing Lelouch to smirk in confirmation. So, when are we gonna go? I'm eager to punch someone. Grindcore stated. We could slip a few bombs in via ground bridge and shake up the city wrecker style. Bulkhead offered. Negative. Ultra Magnus shook his head. If there are Decepticons stationed in that city, they will detect our ground bridges and intercept the payloads before they can deal any significant damage. So, we'll arrive in one bridge. Smokescreen asked. Won't that give us all away since we'd be a big target? Even bigger if we include all those drones. Sideswipe added. Sirs, if I may make a suggestion. Strongarm raised her hand. Perhaps we could invade the city from multiple directions. Use multiple ground bridge portals to enter the city in small groups, force the enemy to scatter. You have good idea, Strongarm. Lelouch granted. But without knowing what exactly is in that city, we'd be spreading ourselves too thin. So here is what I propose, we all exit through a single ground bridge and send the drones into the city first. At the same time, our main force will split into several smaller teams and encircle the city. Once the drones make enemy contact, we move in. And while our main forces deal with the enemy in the city, Jetfire will take to the skies and neutralize the long-distance arterially to further cripple enemy forces, making it easier for the EU to advance. And there's Chess Master we all know. Sarah teased. A well-thought-out strategy, I second it. Ultra Magnus thought it was the best course of action. Then we better have our forces ready. Elita 1 said as Leela chuckled a bit. Just before you all arrived, we only just finished working on Apollo's chariot. She began. A rocket that would enable our units to fly in high altitude and drop behind enemy lines almost undetected. Yet you have a portal system that easily lets you do the same while consuming less resources. I guess all our hard work was for nothing. She said in a joking tone. Don't worry, we'll find a use for your rocket. Elita teased. We prefer not to waste. Oh. Let's stuff that chariot thing with explosives and use it to blow Nuke to pieces. Grindcore suggested with a wide grin. Yep, you're a wrecker, all right. Bulkhead said as he playfully slapped his back, earning chuckles from most of the people and bots present, save for Ultra Magnus who simply shook his head. This Prowl contacting Ultra Magnus. Commander, do you read? The stealthiest Autobot contacted the commander. Go ahead, Prowl. Magnus answered. Sir, Ryo and the others are making a break for it. Prowl reported. They tried messing around with the security cameras and might have everyone fooled, but I've got my optics on them. What's their location? Ultra Magnus asked. Ryo is heading to the lower levels, Ayano is trying to get to the outside perimeter, and Yokiya is remaining in their room trying to rig some sort of makeshift explosive. Should I move to intercept? Prowl asked. Hold position. Ultra Magnus told him before turning to everyone else. It would seem our newest recruits are trying to abandon us. Commander Magnus, please. Leela stood up immediately. Let me try to talk with them. I brought them here, they're my responsibility. Before the Autobot commander could protest, Lelouch also stood up as he placed his hand on Layla's shoulder. Not alone, you're not. Leela looked to him in surprise. The reason why they are doing this is because they think we don't understand them. But I think I know a way we can change that. The door to the dorm room opened up as the masked Zero and Akito stepped inside, where they saw Yuki-ya sitting at the far end all alone. Well, hello there, Akito Hyuga, and, guess I lucked out. I even got Zero to witness my final moments. Yuki-ya said as he showed the trigger in his hand. You rigged yourself with a bomb. Zero noted. Don't know if it can dent that fancy alien armor you got, but I'd say it'd be worth a try. Yuki-ya smiled. Even if it means ending your life? Akito questioned. Oh, don't give me that. Can you honestly say that you didn't see this coming? Yuki-ya questioned rhetorically. Your abandoning of the unit through the use of explosives was something that we expected. Zero replied. And I'm sad to say that even I considered the suicide approach. But he might not be too happy about it. He pointed behind him, causing Yuki-ya to turn around as a shadow loomed over him. His smile faded as he looked in surprise to see Grindcore poking his hand through the window, shattering it and allowing him to speak. Did you seriously climb all the way up here? Yuki-ya questioned. What? You see how big I am? No way can I squeeze in those tiny hallways. Grindcore told him. Fair enough. Yuki-ya shrugged. So, you gonna blow yourself up? You crazy man. Grindcore questioned. Why would you do that? I'm not sure any of you would understand, but I might as well try to tell you. Yuki-ya took off the glove on his right hand to reveal a large scar between his index and middle fingers, stretching down the back of his hand as well as his palm. What do you think? And I've got plenty more where that came from. Am I correct to assume you got most of them in the ghettos? Zero asked. Bingo. Yuki-ya confirmed. You've seen all the ghettos in Japan, right? Well, it's basically the same there too. 3 years ago, I lived in the one in Amsterdam. The adults' sense of inferiority and discontent trickled down and affected the youth. The kids took their frustrations out on those that were weaker than them. The Japanese persecuting the Japanese. But I fought back, they deserved to die, so I took them out with a literal bang. I don't give a rat's ass about the Japanese, the 11s, or whatever crusade you guys say you're fighting for. I escaped the ghetto, but in order to avoid the police, I had to stay underground and in the sewers. That's where I met Ryo and his gang. For the first time in my life, I had friends I could trust. They're the closest thing I have to family. I know what that's like. Grindcore said. All of that. I used to be a low-ranking gladiator back on Cybertron. Oh, you guys had gladiators, huh? Cool. Yuki-ya said. Yeah, I got to beat up a lot of big guys. Grindcore continued. But I also got the scrap beaten out of me too. Oh, and I also used to be a Decepticon. So, when I tried to join the bots, they weren't too happy about that. But when I joined the Wreckers, I got myself a band of buddies with me too. Yuki-ya smirked. What's your name? Call me Grindcore. Well, Grindcore, I guess we do have something in common. Yuki-ya said. But don't think that means you're gonna change my mind about what I'm about to do. Zero then stepped up. Before you decide to take your own life, would you at least like to see my face? Heh, trying to tempt me with the face of the mysterious and superstitious Zero. What, are you some kind of hot chick that may try to swoon me? Or are you some butt-ugly freak with a scar on his face or something? Why don't you see for yourself? He reached up to remove his mask and reveal his face. Yuki-ya looked for a moment as he saw the young face, thinking he saw it before but couldn't quite remember. But it clicked a few seconds later as his eyes actually widened, and he almost dropped the trigger in his hands. No freaking way. Lelich 6 Britannia, former prince of the now-destroyed Brighton Neon Empire, and current leader of the Black Knights, at your service. He performed a mocking bow to him. It took a few seconds for Yuki-ya to process it all before he chuckled, which quickly erupted into a full-blown laugh that almost sounded borderline insane. I don't get it. What's so funny? Grindcore asked as Yuki-ya stopped. Well damn. I honestly didn't see that coming. Yuki-ya said. So the Brighton Neon Prince who practically started it all when he was exiled to Japan is really the masked revolutionary the world swoons over. Now I'm honestly interested, not enough to keep me from killing myself though. If you're going to do it, then just do it. Because it seems like you're more wasting our time than anything. Akito said. Geez, you're a real buzzkill, aren't you Akito? Yukiya told him before looking toward Lelich again. Who else knows about you? Pretty much everyone. Lelich replied. Dang. And they're okay with it? Yukiya asked. I've earned their trust. Lelich answered. It's true. He has. Grindcore said. Alright, if you say so. Yukiya said. But I just have one last thing before I decide whether or not I blow myself to Kingdom Come. What did you do to Ryo? Care to be more specific? Lelich requested. Back when we first met, you did something to him. Yukiya began. Something that made him tell you almost everything. The guy might have a big mouth, but he's not the type to spill the beans either. And just like that, he forgot the entire conversation even happened. You obviously did something to him, and I'd like to know what it is. Lelich honestly smiled before he explained it, even to Akito as well. It's called a geese. By making direct eye contact with someone, I can have them say or do anything that I ask of them. Once it's done, the individual has no memory of what has transpired, and it can only be used on a person once. So basically mind control. Yukiya summed up. You could call it that. Lelich confirmed. I see, that's how he did it. Akito narrowed his eyes slightly toward Lelich but chose to remain silent. Anyone else in the Black Knights have that power? Yukiya asked. Myself, Rai, and Optimus Prime. And the one who gave me this power is also in the Black Knights. Lelich answered. Well, it all sounds really interesting. So, if you can mind control people, why not use it on me? Yukiya asked. Why not just have me deactivate the bomb and order me to follow you for the rest of my life? I can do that, but I won't. Lelich answered. I'm not a slaver. I use this power only to procure sensitive information from an enemy. But I don't think I even have to use it to stop you, because you are not going to kill yourself. You think I'm bluffing? Yukiya questioned, his smile fading as his eyes narrowed. Yes, you are. Lelich replied without even a hint of hesitation in his voice. You said it yourself that Ryo and Ayano are like family to you. You won't do that to them. Maybe they know I'm planning to sacrifice myself. Yukiya tried. If they did, they would have protested. Lelich said immediately. You care about them as much as they care about you. They have no idea you were planning to do this, you probably told them you would meet up with them later, and they believed you. Is that really how you want to end this? You might be buying time for them to escape, but you'll just end up hurting them in the process. Yukiya glared before Grindcore spoke. Come on, kiddo. You don't wanna hurt your friends, do you? I know I wouldn't. And hey, if you stick with us, I'll be your friend. Are you trying to mock me or something? Yukiya exclaimed as he turned to Grindcore in a fury but was surprised to see a genuine smile on his face. No. I don't mock people, except maybe the bad guys, but that's beside the point. The real point is, I think you're a good guy who cares about his friends. Grindcore said. And I really like that in someone. So, for your friends' sakes, put down the bomb and give us a chance. Of course, words only carry so much to them. Akito spoke up next. The only way to truly know for sure if this is something worth it, is to come and fight with us. See for yourself, what kind of people each of us are. Yukiya didn't quite know what to say at first, right before he disarmed his own bomb and threw it away. Well, this is sure gonna be one hell of an experience. An elevator door opened as Ryo ran out into what appeared to be a cargo loading bay that would normally have several nightmare rays, but currently had none, not even the pods. What the? Where the nightmare rays? Outside. He was shocked as he turned around to see Sideswipe leaning back against the wall, right next to the elevator door. You think you're pretty slick, huh? Well, I'd say I'm just a bit slick here. Slick here? Is that even a real word? Rai asked as he stepped out from around the corner, along with Suzaku. How in the hell did you guys even? Ryo stuttered. To be honest, we were hoping that you would stay of your own accord. Suzaku said. But we expected you would also try to make a break for it. Hope for the best, but be prepared for the worst. Ryo glared. If you think you're gonna try and stop me, you'll try and outrun an Autobot that can transform into a car and move just as fast. Sideswipe asked before transforming and spinning donuts around Ryo for a moment before transforming back to stand in front of him. Yeah. I don't think so. Ryo, please just hear us out. Rai said. Why? I'm a prisoner, aren't I? Just an expendable pawn that you're gonna send into war. Ryo practically spat. Yes, you are technically a prisoner. Suzaku confirmed. But you're not expendable, nobody is. You and your friends have a chance to go into battle, and we'll make sure you come back alive. I'm sorry, we? Ryo asked. What? You think we're shallow enough to send you guys in as decoys or something? Sideswipe asked. That's why we got the drones. I've seen it myself, you're a badass fighter, so badass I can totally see you running circles around even the cons. And you're about to get that chance. What makes you think I want to fight the Decepticons? Ryo questioned. What makes you think I want to fight for any of you? If you won't do it for us, do it for your friends. Suzaku told him. When we first met, you said you were looking for a place to belong, a place to call home. If you work with us, you'll be able to make that place. And you're not the only one who wants that. Rai added. Countless people, millions, maybe even billions, are about to go through the same thing you are. You say you don't care, but I think you do. We're not going to force you down this path. If you really want to leave, we'll make sure to send you and your friends somewhere that's safe. That took Ryo by surprise. But I thought we were prisoners. The EU believes you to be prisoners, but we're not with the EU. Sideswipe said. We can just make something up and they won't even bat an eye in the direction we sent you. You'd really do that? Ryo asked. For all three of us? Yes. Suzaku confirmed. It's your choice, Ryo. You and your friends can leave if you want, and we'll make sure you're somewhere safe and the Decepticons won't find you. Or you can work with us to help fix this world and make a place for you to belong, as well as others who need that. He extended his hand to him. So, what's it going to be? Ayano crawled out of the hole from the secret passage within Castle Weiss Wolf and began to make her way through the woods surrounding the area. There aren't going to be any communication cables out here in the forest. She muttered to herself, when suddenly the vehicle mode of Strongarm drove out to block her path. No, but we have been monitoring you for some time, and have tracked your position here. Strongarm noted as Colin and Leela got out before Strongarm herself transformed. Ayano Kosaka, I highly recommend you return to Castle Weiss Wolf with us immediately. She was immediately put on the defensive as she glared at them. Or what? You'll kill me right here. No, that's not what we do. Colin stated. We're not going to kill you, but at least just hear us out. We understand why you're doing this. Do you? You think just because we're both Japanese you know what I've gone through in my life? Ayano exclaimed. Yes, I do. Because I know exactly what kind of person you are. Colin stated as she walked closer. I know you try to act like a fierce fighter, unafraid of getting into a fight, when you're really more scared than you think. Shut up. Ayano exclaimed, but Colin kept going as she walked even closer. I know that even though you act unfriendly or hostile, you stick around with your gang because you see them as the only family you have left, because you've lost everyone else. She continued. I said shut up. Ayano shouted, looking like she was about to cry. You lost somebody you loved. Maybe it was a lover, or a parent, or a sibling, or maybe all of the above, and you don't want to run the risk of losing anybody else. Colin continued. I'm serious. Ayano was already in tears. You're acting the way you do because you try to see the worst in everyone, because you're too caught up in your own pain and anger to see there are people who are genuinely trying to help you. I know exactly who you are, because I was just like you. The two remained silent as Colin and Ayano were so close to each other, it was almost as if their faces were touching. Colin's expression remained fierce while Ayano's looked like she was about to break down. Strongarm and Leela remained silent as they waited for someone to speak. If you're the same as me, then tell me what I'm supposed to do. Ayano stuttered as she tried to wipe away her tears. Colin took a breath as she spoke more calmly. You can start by giving us a chance. I don't know exactly what you went through, but maybe I've been there too. Strongarm then walked up. Listen, even if I don't agree with your actions or motives, it is clear to see that you are a capable fighter. With us, we can at least point that capability in a direction where it can do more good than harm. And nobody is going to die in this mission, I'll see to it personally. Leela stated. I'll fight beside you, all of you, and make sure everyone comes home alive. God. I am so bored. Ashley Azura, commander of the Azura force of the Holy Order of Michael, sat on his throne in front of his entire team, and as one might guess, he was not too happy about it. Bored. How long are we going to stay cooped up here in this nasty dump? He slammed his foot on the lion pelt beneath him. Johanna. Why? Yes, sir. One of his squad members, and arguably the youngest, stepped up. What is it, master? Ashley took out his pistol and dumped all the bullets out of it before loading a single bullet into it. We have some time on our hands. So how would you like to play a game? He spun the barrel of his gun. Tell me something, what's the one thing you need to survive on the battlefield? The skill to win. Johanna guessed. Ashley sighed in disappointment. Come on, surely you can do better than that. He pointed his gun at Johanna, much to his shock, as well as that of his squad before speaking to all of them. Listen closely, you want to know the one thing that's crucial to survival on the battlefield? It's luck. It doesn't matter how skilled you are, or how hard you fight, the fact is if you lose, you die. And why is that? It's because luck wasn't on your side. But not me, I'm very lucky. Would you like a demonstration? Allow me. He pointed his pistol toward his own head, much to everyone's horror. Don't do it, Master Ashley. Please. No. Johanna begged, but Ashley had already pulled the trigger, only for nothing to happen, much to everyone's relief. See? Luck's definitely on my side. Ashley said. Oh please. A certain blonde girl in red walked in with an annoyed expression on her face. You think luck is the reason you've made it this far? Give me a break. Oh looky, Ashura force. Ashley teased. We got ourselves the mighty Aldrin Zevon, the strongest of the Glinda Knights and personal knight to the only Brighton princess left. I'm actually surprised to hear you badmouth luck so much considering luck's on your side too. Really? You think so? Aldrin questioned with a slight glare. Yep, you and the rest of the Glinda Knights, as well as Her Majesty, are all that remains of Britannia, if you don't count Euro-Britannia of course. Ashley said. Everyone else is either dead or enslaved by the giant alien robots we've teamed up with. The only reason you and your friends were able to escape was because luck decided to smile upon you. That earned a glare from Aldrin. But it makes me wonder, who is more in luck's favor? Me or you? Why don't we find out? He pointed his gun directly at her. Go ahead and try. Aldrin told him, without even a hint of hesitation in her voice. Ashley's wind grin only grew as he slowly pulled the trigger for dramatic effect. However, before he even had the chance to go through with it, Aldrin quickly rushed him. She grabbed him by the wrist of the hand holding the gun, twisted it and forced him to drop the gun before spinning him and pinned him to the ground as she kept her knee on his back. Master Ashley! Johanna exclaimed in surprise. Here's some friendly advice, Ashley Azura. Aldrin told him as she kept him pinned. If luck really does exist, I don't rely on it, I make my own luck. Maybe you should do the same or your so-called luck might just run out. She let him go and backed away as he pulled himself p. Ashley scowled slightly as he straightened himself up before it erupted into a chuckle. Wow lady, you're even crazier than I am. I like that. Spare me. Uldren's eyelids lowered as she turned to leave. Now come on, get your squad ready. Princess Maribel and Shang are preparing a mission and your team is on deck with us. Finally. Some action. Ashley exclaimed. Does that mean we're playing around with the destroyers of Britannia too? Yes, unfortunately we will be working with the Decepticons. Uldren commented with a slight glare. Hey, honest question. Ashley said to her. What do you think of this? How do you like the idea of working with the same aliens who all but destroyed your home? I imagine it must be quite frustrating. Uldren turned around to face him directly. You want my honest opinion? Charles Z.I. Britannia deserved what he got. Britannia's hypocrisy was among the many things I couldn't stand about it. But, at the same time, I cannot condone the Decepticons slaughtering civilians who don't even know how to defend themselves. So, I hate the very idea of my friends and I working with the Decepticons. But as we stand now, we don't have the means to fight them. You said now, which means you and little Princess Mary are planning something, huh? Ashley noted with a grin. Well, whatever it is, I want in. Seriously? Uldren asked. Totally. It sounds like a hell of a fun. Uldren rolled her eyes in annoyance. You don't understand, not sure if you ever will. Just get your team ready. Aye, Miss Knight. Ashley mocked as Uldren left. So, we'll be stationed in Sloanham. Toto explained to Maribel, Shin, and Jean on the bridge of the Granbury. There was also a human-sized hologram of Steeljaw present. Though there is a solid defensive line at the border, we can still expect the enemy to slip past the defenses and drop in where we least expect it. The ghost of Hannibal. Shin noted. Or do you suspect it may the Autobots and the Black Knights, as they were capable of the same thing? Unsure. Toto answered. Either way, we should prepare for a battle. They cannot take this city, or the EU will push even further. Either way, this will also allow us to gauge the enemy's strength. Steeljaw noted. So even if the enemy is victorious, we may learn how they are able to fight, and we can find a means to counter their next assault. Now, before we begin, Maribel, a question. What is it? She did her best not to glare at the hologram of the Decepticon. How close were you with Euphemia and Cornelia Lee Britannia? Steeljaw asked, causing Maribel's eyes to narrow even further. What does that have to do with this? Maribel questioned. One of my associates has a certain vendetta with the two princesses, and if you are rather close with them, she may or may not try something with you to make them hurt. Just thought I'd give a friendly warning. Steeljaw said. Noted. Anything else? The red-haired princess asked. No, that is all. Steeljaw replied. Then you are dismissed. Maribel said before the hologram vanished. I apologize, Your Highness. Shin spoke to her. I understand this must be quite difficult for you. Your sympathy, while appreciated, is not wanted. Just stay focused on the task at hand. Maribel said coldly to him. Very well. He and Jean turned to leave, when Maribel suddenly grabbed him by the wrist and glared. You may be the head of the Order of Michael now, but the Glinda Knights are my soldiers. If anything happens to them, it's on you. Jean was about to reach for her weapon when Shin held out his hand to keep her from acting out. No harm will come to your compatriots, I give you my word. At least not by my hand, I make no promises for the enemy. Maribel said nothing for a few moments before finally letting go, allowing Shin and Jean to leave. Once they were gone, Toto approached her. Are you all right, Mary? I don't trust him. She confessed. I knew Manfredi, he was a good man and an even better soldier. There is no way he took his own life. Even if the Decepticons were to get involved, he would fight to the last on the battlefield and not take the coward's way out. You don't think Shang? Toto wondered, feeling incredibly nervous. I don't have any proof, but I don't trust that man at all. Maribel said. Just be careful and tell the others to do the same. All right. Toto nodded. Just outside the Euro-Brighton neon city of Slonim, a single ground bridge portal opened up as multiple entities emerged. First was a dozen orange Alexander drones followed by the real soldiers. The Autobots consisting of Ultra Magnus, Elita 1, Bumblebee, Archie, Bulkhead, Smokescreen, Prowl, Grindcore, Sideswipe, Strongarm, and Jetfire. The Black Knights consisting of Zero, Colin, Suzaku, Rai, Orpheus, Sarah, Gino, and Monica, each in their respective Nightmare rays. Gino was given a new nightmare that strongly resembled his old Tristian, the Tristian Divider. Finally, the 5 units of the Uzuro stepped out, each in their own custom Alexanders. Everyone present and accounted for. Zero asked as every bot and human gave a signal or some kind of sign to show they were alright, save for Ayano as her only sign was the sound of her vomiting in her own cockpit, causing everyone to wince. Ayano, are you okay? Colin asked. She'll be fine. She's got motion sickness. Ryo summed up. Yush. Rai winced. You're gonna have to get used to it, we use ground bridges quite frequently. God help me. Ayano muttered as she wiped her face. Alright, everyone knows the plan. Magnus got everyone's attention. The drones will enter the city first and draw out the enemy. All assigned units will operate in their respective teams of 2 or 3 and encircle the perimeter, but do not enter the city until the enemy forces reveal themselves. Jetfire, you take to the skies. Elita 1 instructed. But do not take down those turrets until after the fighting here begins. The element of surprise is crucial. Acknowledged. Jetfire nodded before transforming into his jet mode and flew off. Everyone, move out. We don't know what we're dealing with, so nobody goes anywhere alone. Zero instructed. The drones were the first to enter the city as the large group of Autobots and pilots split apart. The bots transformed into their respective vehicle modes while the Nightmare rays rolled along the ground, save for the Alexanders that crawled in their insect mods. They split up into 2 larger groups to encircle the perimeter from both sides before slowly splitting off with their assigned teams. One team consisted of Zero, Bumblebee, and Sarah, the second was Akito, Leela, and Elita 1, the third was a 2-woman team of Colin and Archie, the fourth team was of Bulkhead and Rai, the fifth was of Ultra Magnus and Suzaku, the sixth team consisted of Prowl, Orpheus, and Monica, the seventh team had Gino and Smokescreen, the 8th team Ryo and Sideswipe, the 9th team consisted of Yukiya and Grindcore, and the final team was of Ayano and Strongarm. Castle Weiss Wolf, Control Center. Zero to control, all units have encircled the perimeter. The leader of the Black Knights made contact. Acknowledged. Claus said as the Uzuro staff continued to work and observe with Euphemia standing right by his side. Drones are entering the city limits. Nothing to report so far. They all saw from several screens what the drones were seeing as they entered the empty city. All the staff, including Anna, as well as all the scientists present began to make the same report, no movement or enemy units detected. Yuffie observed as she had a sinking feeling in her stomach that something wasn't right here. It's too quiet. She spoke. Got that right. Claus agreed as he took a swig of his flask before handing to her. Thirsty? I promise I don't have backwash. No thanks, I don't drink alcohol. Yuffie said. Your loss. He took another swig. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. One of the drones just went offline. That got their attention as other alerts came in. We just lost 3 more drones, no, make that 5. Well, that was fast. Claus commented. Try to bring up visual feed of all those that went offline. Yuffie stated. Already on it. Anna brought up the feed from all the drones that had been destroyed, which was now at 8 total and climbing. Several screens popped up to show the last thing the drones saw before going offline. Several all appeared to be shot by something that couldn't be seen, but Euphemia noticed something with one of them. Focus on screen 3, please. She requested. Said screen was enlarged and enhanced to show the blurry but unmistakable figure of a Viacan trooper blasting at the drone. Well, those must be Decepticons. Claus said nonchalantly as Yuffie contacted their team. 0. Commander Magnus. Everyone. There are Decepticons in the city. Repeat, the Decepticons are in the city. Roger that. All units, move in. Zero acknowledged. Jetfire, begin your attack now. Elita 1 ordered as the Aerialbot's vehicle mode shot through the sky and straight toward the field of massive long-ranged weapons along the border. Affirmative. Jetfire relayed as he fired a series of missiles and the closest set of turrets, already setting it ablaze. First target neutralized. Now maybe I can. He gave a sudden cry as he just barely avoided the hadron blasts of a massive red Brighton Neon aircraft carrier with a certain Sharkticon standing at the top. Hey there. It's Jetfire, right? Skybite greeted. The Autobot transformed and hovered in the air briefly. Jetfire to ground forces, Brighton Neon units are aiding the Decepticons. Be on guard. Oh, why did you have to spoil the surprise? Skybite stated. But I guess they probably expected that. Now then, why don't we begin our little duel in the sky, shall we? He transformed into his flying shark mode and shoot directly at Jetfire, who transformed into his jet mode to fly away and gain some distance with Skybite in pursuit. This is the Granberry to all units. Toto contacted her team and allies as she worked on the bridge of the Brighton Neon aircraft. The Autobots and most likely the Black Knights are here. Zero, watch out. Bumblebee quickly transformed and blocked the path of the Shinkiro and Pink Akatsuki as rapid-fire bullets were shot in their direction from the top of the building. Overlooking the team was none other than Steeljaw, and what appeared to be a red and gold-colored version of the Lancelot. Ah, so that's Zero. The wolf-like Decepticon said casually. A pleasure to finally meet you. I've heard of you. It's Steeljaw, right? Lelich glared. Zero. Mary Bell spoke in a low growl from her nightmare, the Lancelot trial. The one who incited one of the worst rebellions in Brighton Neon history. Well, I'll make sure that you're brought to justice. She was the first to attack as the Lancelot trial shot down from the rooftop, straight toward the Shinkiro, but the Black Nightmare suddenly activated its shield system to block the sword strike from the red Lancelot, allowing the Pink Akatsuki to come in with its katana and lock weapons. Don't even think about it. Sarah glared as she pressed further. Mary Bell. Lelich honestly did not expect to see his half-sister this soon. There was some mixed feelings about fighting her. While he wasn't as close with her as he was with Euphemia or Cornelia, he still cared about her. But he would also stand his ground. Don't get distracted. Steeljaw pounced toward the Shinkiro, but the Black Nightmare leapt back just as he landed and fired its central laser at him, but Steeljaw proved quick enough to dodge, but not quick enough to avoid getting tackled by Bumblebee. Elita 1 and Akito leapt in front of the Alexander piloted by Leela as their path was blocked by none other than Ashley in his red custom Gloster, with similarly colored white and red Glosters piloted by 3 other members of the Azura Strike Force. Aha! Ashley laughed. I got the ghost of Hannibal and a freaking Autobot to boot. Luck really is on my side today. Stay behind us, Commander. Akito told Leela as Elita was the first to attack, firing a series of energon blasts, forcing the 4 Nightmare rays to roll around and avoid the laser fire, but Ashley actually pressed forward, drew one of his Nightmare's swords and slashed toward Elita, who blocked the strike with her arm blade. Oh, you're a lady Autobot, huh? Ashley smirked. Shall we have this dance? You're not my type. Elita glared before kicking the red Gluckster back. Colin and Arky were in the middle of the streets as they heard a drilling-like sound from underground. The Gurren's system immediately went on alert. Arky, move out of the way. Colin exclaimed as the Gurren and the blue Autobot just barely dodged the exploding ground as a certain spider-like con emerged with a mixed look of a glare and smirk. Ah, if it isn't my favorite girls. Arky and Colin. Arachnid. Arky glared. Miss me. Arachnid smiled. Like dog shit on my shoe. Colin glared back. This time, you're not getting away. If that's how you want to play it. Arachnid said as 2 large insect icons suddenly burst out of the ground to help surround the pair. Scrap. Colin and Arky both cursed. Ultra Magnus drove to a halt as he transformed from his vehicle mode to his robot form as he and the Lancelot came face to face with the recognizable Decepticon named Thunderhoof, as well as a massive gold nightmare that took the form identical to a centaur, which wielded a massive axe-like weapon composed of several gears. Right by its side was a smaller silver nightmare resembling something of a knight. Hi-yo! It's the second biggest bot around in one of his little meatbag playmates. Thunderhoof exclaimed. Thunderhoof! Ultra Magnus glared. And it would seem you have allies as well. Well, this is quite interesting. Shin said from within the Vercingetorix. Not only do I find the Autobots, but even the controversial Suzaku Kurugi. That is you, isn't Mr. Kurugi? The Lancelot is a rather unmistakable nightmare. And who are you? Suzaku asked with narrowed eyes. Oh, my apologies. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shin Hyaga Shang, Knight of Euro Britannia and Grand Master of the Order of Michael. The one beside me is my personal knight, Jinro. He gestured to the smaller Gracchus next to him. Did he say Hyaga? Isn't that Akito's last name? Suzaku thought in surprise. Well Shang, allow me to keep this brief. Ultra Magnus aimed his ion blaster. Surrender now, and your forces will not be harmed. Tempting, but I'll have to decline. Shin shot his Vercingetorix faster than Magnus anticipated, knocking him back with a slice of his overly complicated axe before giving pursuit. Magnus! Suzaku exclaimed. You should worry about yourself. Jean told him as she shot her Gracchus at him, both its swords drawn as the Lancelot drew its own MVS to block the attack, which also left him open for Thunderhoof to charge and ram the Lancelot with his antlers. Orpheus grunted as his Biakin rolled back to avoid the gunfire from the Lancelot Grail, a red version of the Lancelot with a plethora of swords on its back. The Florence Nero and Prowl quickly came to his aid, pushing the Lancelot Grail back as a group of 3 Viacons along with 2 white and red Gloucesters piloted by the Order of Michael provided some backup. Isn't the Lancelot? Prowl questioned. Looks like a remolded version. Orpheus commented as Monica eyed it with curiosity. Hold on. Aldrin, the pilot of the Lancelot Grail, eyed the Florence Nero with suspicion before her eyes widened. You, in the Black Nightmare. Identify yourself. Monica gasped as she recognized that voice. Aldrin. Aldrin Zevon. That got the attention of both Prowl and Orpheus. Both of them knew who she was, the head knight of the Glinda Knights and personal guard to Princess Mary Belle, as well as the supposed head of the Zevon family before Oiagro took over. Orpheus was also well aware she was his twin sister, but he never knew her personally, so there wasn't much emotion behind this. I know that voice. Lady Khrushchevsky. Knight of 12. You're with the Black Knights. Aldrin exclaimed in shock. And you're siding with the Decepticons. Monica narrowed. The same monsters that destroyed our home. Aldrin clenched the controls of her nightmare. Not my choice. Not my call. Then I believe this conversation is over. Prowl stated as he threw a series of shurikens at the enemy. Bulkhead and the Raiden had rolled back and ended up regrouping with Gino and Smokescreen, the 2 bots and 2 Night Marrays circling up in a 4-way back-to-back style, surrounded by 7 Viacons, 2 red and white Gloucesters piloted by the Azura Force members, and a red and black heavily armored nightmare that strongly resembled the Mordred. Despite that, Rai and the 2 Autobots present were more than ready to throw down. Bring it on, boys. Bring it on. Bulkhead readied his mace. Guys, hang on, I know these folks. Gino exclaimed. They're from the Order of Michael, Euro Britannian. And the big one is called Azetland. It's piloted by one of the Glinda Knights. Gino Weinberg? The Knight of 3. Tink Lockhart looked in surprise. What are you doing here? I thought you were captured by the Decepticons. I'm a Black Knight now, they and the bots rescued me. Gino said. Come on man, we don't know each other that much, but I know you're a good guy. You don't have to fight us. Sorry, but I have my orders. Tink said with reluctance. I won't kill any of you, I'm not that heartless. But I won't let you do this either. Just following orders, huh? Smokescreen said with a slight glare. So you probably won't take it personal when we wipe the floor with you. He opened fire with his Energon blasters. Yukiya pulled back his Alexander as fast as he could through an alleyway, right before the two buildings were blasted apart by the massive Decepticon that literally bit its way through, devouring everything in sight. Come on. You ain't even gonna be a snack for old Underbite. He leapt toward him as the Yukiya's Alexander scaled a small building. Underbite was about to chomp through that building too before Grindcore came in and slammed his shoulder into the side of the Decepticon, sending him skidding along the street. Hey, aren't you that con who ate that city? Grindcore asked. Finally. What gave me away? The muscles. He flexed his arms with pride. Grindcore smirked. The smell. That earned a growl, followed by a roar from Underbite, who charged at Grindcore. The Autobot stopped him in his tracks, holding his jaw shut as the large Decepticon tried to push him back, but Grindcore stood his ground. Yeah, that's it. Yukiya smirked as his Alexander found a good vantage point, aiming its long-ranged weapon toward Underbite's eye. Hold M right there, big guy. His Alexander sounded an alarm just in time as he leapt his Nightmare from the rooftop just in time to avoid the gunfire from the red, orange, and yellow Nightmare known as the Bradford. Sorry, no sniping for you today. Leonhardt said as he went on the attack. Ryo's Alexander and Sideswipe drove down one road to arrive in an intersection where they met with Strongarm and Ayano's Alexander, all four transformed into their respective robot modes as the vehicle mode of Fracture appeared before he deployed his mini-cons, Air Razor, and Dive Bomb, while also arriving with Quillfire, another Bradford Nightmare, and a white and red variation of the Vincent called the Vincent Graham. Both were piloted by Marika and Sakia respectively. Well, looks like we got ourselves a showdown, huh? Sideswipe said with a nervous grin. So, you guys are Decepticons. Ryo said to Fracture and Quillfire specifically. I thought you'd be bigger. He grinned. You won't be saying that for long, meatbag. Fracture drew his blade before going on the attack. All units have engaged the enemy. We have confirmation of Decepticons and Brighton Neon Nightmare rays working together. A hole was punched in the long-ranged defenses, but not enough to push through. Yuffie looked with intense worry as she heard Anna and everyone else voice the multiple alerts they were getting. She happened to glance towards Claus, hoping he would have something to say. Hey, nothing we can do about it now. Claus commented. I know that sounds kinda careless, but it's the truth. You and I aren't fighters, but if you want to make contact and voice some kind of encouragement, go right ahead. No, it's alright. Yuffie said with reluctant acceptance. I know I'm no warrior, I can't fight. In the Black Knights, all I can really do is negotiate and help plan strategy, maybe even provide moral support and intelligence. But I'm alright with that. A smile formed on her face. Because I know they'll pull through this. I've seen each of them come out of much worse than this and still win. I have faith in each and every one of them. They'll win, I know it. Claus chuckled. Faith, huh? You sure you're Brighton Neon royalty? Yuffie gave a slight half-smirk back. Back on the battlefield, Colin threw her Gurren's Surger Claw into the face of one Insecticon before activating it. The entire body of the Insecticon began to glow red as it cried out in agony before exploding in glorious fashion. She then shot her Gurren into the air to avoid the laser fire of the second Insecticon that flew and shot at her in its Herculean beetle mode. Meanwhile, Archie and Arachnid glared at one another as they faced off on a rooftop. Archie made the first move, firing her Energon blasters at Arachnid, who leapt back before returning fire from her single palm. She also detached her hooked hand, letting the chain extend before she threw it out toward Archie, who used her arm blades to block and parry the attack before rushing Arachnid to tackle her off the rooftop and down onto the ground. Bumblebee drew his katana to block the claw strikes from Steeljaw before striking with said katana, using only one hand to hold it, which Steeljaw caught it in between his claws, but this left him open for Bumblebee to deck him across the face, followed by a kick to the chest to knock him down. The Shinkiro fired its Hadron cannons straight toward the Lancelot Trial, which maneuvered swiftly away to avoid the blasts before zooming in to close the gap, trying to bring down one of its dual MVS swords toward him, but the Shinkiro blocked the attack with a transformable blade of its own from its right arm. Sarah's pink Akatsuki tried to attack Maribel's Nightmare from behind, but she brought her second MVS blade to block the katana before flying straight up. She's pretty good. Sarah commented. There's a reason the Glinda Knights were so revered. Lelouch said. I'm actually somewhat relieved she didn't come to Japan when this whole thing started. The Lancelot trial drew its Varus rifle and prepared to fire, but gunfire from the side forced Maribel to fly away and deviate course. The one who shot at her was none other than the Alexander piloted by Leela. She quickly moved in to shoot at Steeljaw as well and force him from Bumblebee. Is everyone alright? She asked. Where's your team? Lelouch questioned. Akito and Elita. As if on cue, an explosion from a nearby building erupted as Elita 1 slid back using her arm blade to block the sword slice from one white and red Gloucester before using her Energon blaster in her other hand to blast off its feet and cripple it, which was enough to allow Ashley to zoom in close and bring his right blade toward her, forcing her to block as they engaged in a brutal sword fight. You're not getting away from me, Ashley exclaimed as they continued to clash blades. At the same time, Akito's Alexander scurried onto the scene with 2 more Gloucesters behind him, which Bumblebee shoot at with his Energon blasters as they tried to find cover. Lelouch and Sarah were about to provide backup as Maribel's Lancelot trial returned, just as Akito gunned straight for Steeljaw. The ghost of Hannibal, I presume. Steeljaw mused as he used his claws to parry the rapid Tonfa strikes from Akito, who began to move in like a rabid beast. Die. This was heard in not only Layla's communication, but even that of her current teammates as Lelouch, Sarah, Bumblebee, and even Elita gave a glance in concern. Die. Die. Sarah gave a gasp as she felt a throb in her forehead. Even Lelouch and Maribel stopped piloting for a brief second as they each felt something in their heads, almost as if they could hear Akito's voice in their heads. What? Lelouch questioned. Was that? Maribel also questioned, unbeknownst to her as a geese sigil formed in her left eye, even though she hadn't activated it of her own accord. Same with Lelouch. Die. Akito shouted, a pair of red rings in his eyes as he pushed further against Steeljaw, forcing the Decepticon on the defensive. Steeljaw's smirk was wiped off his face as Akito slammed his Alexander's Tonfa in his face before spinning a kick to knock him back. Akito's Alexander stopped as it roared into the air. For the revolution! Quillfire exclaimed as he shot a multitude of quills toward the speeding Alexander piloted by Ayano, her own eyes glowing as a red ring formed in both of them. Die! She shouted as she expertly maneuvered her Alexander around each quill, coming in close to slice at Quillfire with her Nightmare's blade with such ferocity, it instantly made him terrified. Demon! Demon! Quillfire exclaimed as he transformed to drive away and get some distance with Ayano shooting after him like a predator chasing its prey. Hey, where are you going? Fracture exclaimed as he also found himself on the defensive from the rapid slashes of the axe wielded by Ryo's Alexander, a pair of red rings in both his eyes as well. Die! Ryo screamed as he attacked just as viciously. Fracture couldn't even find an opening as his arm blade was broken off and he was knocked back. Oh, screw this! The Decepticon bounty hunter shouted as he transformed. Air Razor, Dive Bomb! Let's go! He called back his mini-cons, who were busy avoiding the laser fire from Strong Arm's crossbow. They did as instructed, transforming into rockets as they reattached to Fracture, who drove away with Quillfire. Hey! Get back here! Strong Arm shouted. At the same time, Sideswipe was on the defensive from MVS knives of the Vincent Graham, and the dual arms spear of the Bradford. He swung his blade back to get some distance, but before he could even press on, Ayano and Ryo's Alexanders came in to attack Marika and Sakia respectively. Die! They both shouted at the same time. What the? Sakia questioned as she was taken by such surprise that Ryo's axe cleaved through her Vincent's left hand. Even Marika was knocked back into a building by Ayano, while she flew straight up to get some distance. Both Strongarm and Sideswipe observed this new ferocity with surprise and even shock. They weren't this crazy in the sparring drills, were they? Sideswipe asked. No, definitely not. Strongarm confirmed. Grindcore continued to wrestle with Underbite as the Decepticon threw his face upward to throw off Grindcore and send him rolling down the streets, but before the green Autobot could even retaliate, he was struck in the back by the flying and smoking projectile that was the Bradford piloted by Leonhardt. Hey, watch where you're flying, meatbag! Underbite exclaimed as he shoved the Bradford off. Move out of the way. Now. Leonhardt exclaimed, but it was too late. Both the Nightmare and Decepticon were shot all over the place by the rapid fire and explosive shots from Yuki-Ya's Alexander. Die! He shouted, a red ring in his eyes. He fired again as the Bradford flew into the air, while Underbite was blasted all over, forcing him to transform and drive away as Yuki-Ya continued to shoot in both their directions. Grindcore heard it through his comms and was more than a little concerned. What the heck? Rai suddenly held his face as his own geese emblem began to shine in both his eyes, even though he didn't activate it on purpose. What is? This left the Raiden vulnerable to get blasted by a pair of Viakin troopers and knocked down. They were, in turn, smashed by the charging Bulkhead as he quickly ran to help the Blue Nightmare stand up. Rai, get your head in the game. Bulk, something's wrong. My geese. Rai tried to say. What? Bulkhead questioned as they heard the sounds of fighting around them. Smokescreen ducked under the sword slice from one Gloucester before punching it down. He swerved back to avoid the sword slice from the second as he fired an Energon blast towards its head and disable it. At the same time, the Tristian divider was in the air as it avoided the massive Hadron blast shot at him by the Zetland. Tink, come on. You don't have to do this, man. Gino tried to plead with him. I'm sorry. I can't do that. Tink stated as he fired his Hadron blast yet again. Orpheus' eyes began to burn slightly as the geese sigil manifested in both his eyes. What? He was then brought back to reality as Uldren's Lancelot Grail brought down two of its blades toward him. Acting on instinct, Orpheus Biakin threw out its electromagnetic gun barrel device to block and obliterate both swords, forcing Uldren to pull her Lancelot Grail back as it drew two more blades, pushing forward against him. Monica slid under the fire of two Viacons before her Florence Nero drew its MVS blade to decapitate both of them in one strike. Two Gloucesters attempted to attack from behind, but Prowl suddenly appeared as he threw his shurikens to swipe the swords out of their hands. They attempted to retaliate, but Prowl swiftly delivered a crushing kick to the right leg of one and cripple it before maneuvering behind the second to deal a neck chop and disable it as well. They both heard the distressed cries of Orpheus as his Biakin was knocked back with a sword slice from Uldren. I've got you now. She was about to bring her blades down toward him before Monica's Florence appeared and blocked it. Krashevsky. Uldren, listen to me. You don't have to do this. Monica tried to reason with her. Guys. Prowl. Monica. Orpheus tried to speak as he felt the burning sensation of his geese. Something's wrong here. Ultra Magnus rolled back as he shot his ion blaster toward the charging Vercingetorix, with Shin being quick enough to avoid most of the blasts as he got in close to bring down his axe, but Magnus caught it by the handle with both his hands as he pressed back. But the Vercingetorix converted itself so that its centaur-like legs merged into two humanoid ones, allowing it to stand taller and catching Magnus off guard as it fired its wrist-mounted Harkins at Magnus' chest to knock him back. But he quickly drew his Energon hammer to slam it into the Vercingetorix's side and knock it back slightly before getting up and resuming the fight. Suzaku, meanwhile, was on the defensive end of both Thunderhoof and the Gracchus piloted by Jean. She attacked with such grace and agility, matching even his with the Lancelot. Despite it being a superior nightmare, it was clear she knew what she was doing as well. Yet, conversely, Thunderhoof also attacked with ferocity and rage rather than grace. As the Lancelot and Gracchus parried blades up front, Thunderhoof attempted to ram from behind, but Suzaku anticipated this as he shot the Lancelot upward, allowing Thunderhoof to accidentally ram into Jean's nightmare, knocking them both back. The Vercingetorix got back up as it faced Ultra Magnus again. Your name is Ultra Magnus, correct? I've been told that you are the Autobot second in command, and I can see you've earned that position. It makes me wonder how your leader would compare. You can save your empty flattery, I'm not interested. Magnus said. No, but I'm interested in something else. A geese sigil manifested in Shin's left eye. Yes, he's close. Oh, and he's not the only one, is he? There are others here. Others like me. A sadistic smile fell on his face. I'm afraid we'll have to call this a draw for now, Ultra Magnus. Jean, Thunderhoof, fall back for now. What? Are you kidding me? Thunderhoof exclaimed. You heard Lord Hyaga. Retreat. Jean exclaimed as her nightmare rolled back to catch up with the retreating Vercingetorix. Thunderhoof growled before he transformed and was forced to retreat as well. What was that all about? Suzaku asked as the Lancelot regrouped with Ultra Magnus. I do not know, and that is what concerns me, Magnus said with a serious expression. Meanwhile, as Bumblebee, Elita, the Shinkiro, and Pink Akatsuki formed a perimeter around Layla's Alexander, who helped to provide covering fire on her own, their respective forms of long-ranged firepower was enough to keep Maribel at bay, along with Ashley and their remaining Azura forces. Of course, most of them were drawn to Akito, who continued to engage Steeljaw in a ferocious battle. Akito's Alexander continued to crawl along the side of a building before leaping directly toward Steeljaw, who grabbed the Alexander before throwing it over him, but Akito recovered quickly enough to slam his tonfa repeatedly at him, forcing Steeljaw to block and parry with his claws. Even he was starting to become concerned right now. What in the name of Cybertron are you? Steeljaw questioned as he transformed to retreat, with Akito giving pursuit. Akito! Leela called to him. Where's he going? Bumblebee exclaimed. Maribel continued to feel the burning geese in her eyes as she saw Akito tail off after Steeljaw. She didn't know what was going on, but suspected the ghost of Hannibal was someone involved. Ashura, fall back. Maribel ordered. You crazy? This is the most fun I've ever had. Ashley exclaimed as he gunned for Elita again, only for Elita to block his sword strike while the Shinkiro shot its slash Harkins at him, forcing Ashley to fall back and avoid getting skewered. That is an order. Retreat now. Maribel exclaimed. Ashley scowled. Fine. Azura force, fall back. He drove back with his remaining forces while Maribel flew away with him. They're retreating. Elita questioned. No, something else. Sarah said as she continued to feel the throb in her forehead. Akito, he's under the effect of a geese. What? Lelich and Leela both exclaimed as even Bumblebee looked stunned. I don't know how, but somehow it's also connecting to Ryo, Yukiya, and Ayano. Sarah reported. They're all acting like rabid animals now. Lelich immediately contacted some of his allies. Sideswipe, Strongarm, Grindcore, report. What is the status of your partners? They've gone off the rails. Sideswipe exclaimed. They are acting like monsters. They're not trying to stop our enemies, but actually trying to murder them. Strongarm reported. The kid's kinda scaring me right now. Grindcore also reported. What can we do? Leela asked with worry. Sarah, can you do something? I think I can stop this if I make direct contact with Akito, but I don't know if he'll let me when he's like this. Sarah said. I don't think our enemies will just sit by and wait either. Elita said. Maybe we can use this. Lelich said as an idea came to mind. He contacted all his forces. This is Zero to all Black Knights and Autobots in the area. There is something that is compelling Akito and the rest of the Uzuro, excluding Leela, into attacking like beasts. It may or may not have to do with the geese, but we'll resolve that later. For now, regroup at these coordinates I'm sending you. Are we retreating? Colin asked. No. Lelich began to explain. The enemy has already noticed this and are likely planning on regrouping as well. They might try to overwhelm Akito and the others with raw firepower. Once they're all gathered in one spot, we'll blast with long-ranged weapons and punch a hole, allowing Akito and the others to finish them off. I know this might sound unethical, but we don't have a choice. This is the only way to save our allies, complete the mission, and figure out what's going on. All units fall back to these coordinates now. Understood. Acknowledged. Roger. You got it. Those were several of the responses his Autobot and Black Knight allies gave him, including the team he was currently with. Leela, I promise we will save them. But you have to trust me now. Lelich told her as he could practically feel her own hesitance. I trust you, Lelich. I don't like it, but I trust you. Let's go. She nodded with acceptance as Bumblebee transformed with Alita before following Lelich, Sarah, and Layla's Nightmare rays to the coordinates assigned. Akito. I'll save you. Whatever's happening to you. I promise I will save you no matter what. Leela thought to herself as a blue geese sigil manifested in her left eye. Meanwhile, Jetfire continued to engage in his dogfight with Skybite, who opened his mouth to fire 2 missiles at him, which Jetfire retaliated with by rapid-fire energon blasts in his jet mode. The missiles were promptly intercepted and exploded on contact, but this also proved to be a mistake as he was barely able to avoid the missile barrage shot at him by the Granberry. I can't keep this up much longer. I have to take down those remaining turrets. Jetfire thought to himself as he shot down toward the ground with Skybite in pursuit, as well as the Granberry locking onto his position. I'm taking a big risk by doing this, but I don't have a choice. He flew closer toward the ground as he spun his body around, firing a volley of missiles just as Skybite unleashed another set of his own missiles, followed by another volley from the Granberry. Jetfire allowed all the missiles behind him to track him as he zoomed forward, diving closer toward the large turrets, and allowing his own missiles to mix in with that of the enemies and strike each of the large turrets he passed through. This resulted in a long line of explosions that took out most if not all the remaining defenses that prevented the EU forces from advancing. Ah, scrap! Skybite cursed. Even Toto winced from on board, realizing what they had just done. But suddenly, she was contacted by her princess. Toto, bring the Granberry to my coordinates as soon as possible. We may need an immediate extraction. I'm on my way, she said with a serious expression. Meanwhile, the remaining enemy forces consisting of Steeljaw, Arachnid, Underbite, Fracture, Quillfire, Maribel, Uldren, Sakia, Tink, Leonhardt, Marika, Ashley, and 3 Gloucesters of the Ashura Strike Force, as well as 3 remaining Viacons, all regrouped near the town square. All right, everyone listen up. Steeljaw told the group. Some of you may have noticed how 4 of their own may have lost their sanity and have become something truly dangerous. They're going to converge here, we'll draw them in and overwhelm them with everything we have. Once that's all done, we'll finish off the remaining enemy. Here they come. Uldren warned as they all spotted 4 Alexanders coming at them from the distance down a single road. Die. 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 All 4 of them chanted repeatedly. All units, be ready to open fire. Every Decepticon and Brighton Neon Nightmare readied their respective blasters, Harkins, and other long-ranged weapons. However, Maribel noticed something. Where are the others? Zero and the Autobots. She thought in confusion. Is this their doing? I don't think so, it seems like they don't know what's going on either. So are they hanging back or? Her eyes widened as she realized what was going on. We have to get out of here. Now. Maribel screamed, but it was too late. From the sky above, the Shinkiro fired its central chest laser, which was added by a surged sphere of radiation from the Gurren's Surger Claw, a powerful bolt of electricity from the Raiden's own claw, bolts of energy from the Lancelot's energy wing system, and a blast from the Tristian Dividers / Harkin Combiner, and a blast from the Florence's Hadron cannons. From the rooftops, Ultra Magnus, Elita 1, Bumblebee, Bulkhead, Archie, and Strongarm fired charged energon shots from their blasters while Grindcore, the Biakin, Prowl, and Layla's Alexander just watched as all the attacks converged onto a single point in front of the enemy group. Boom! A massive explosion erupted from the center of the city like a miniature mushroom could. Several of the Nightmare rays were crippled as the Decepticons were all blown away and tried to recover. However, this all left them vulnerable for Akito and his group to swoop in and begin their ferocious attack. Die! Akito shouted as he crushed one of the Gloucesters. Die! Ryo decapitated 2 Viacons. Die! Ayano screamed as she impaled Fracture in his shoulder and kicked him away, while twisting her blade to completely sever his arm. Die! Yukiya practically unloaded his rifle to take out anyone who attempted to retreat, which ended up crippling the Lancelot trial. Maribel! Uldren exclaimed in shock as she flew down to catch her. Glinda Knights, fall back now. Everyone retreat. They did as they were instructed. Tink, Leonhardt, Marika, and Sakia practically limped away in their respective Nightmare, using the smoke for cover as the injured Fracture, Underbite, Quillfire, and even Arachnid transformed and scattered, with the later drilling underground. They're demons. Demons, I tell you. Quillfire ranted as he drove away. This left only Ashley, as his Gloucester appeared to be the only remaining nightmare, which would soon be attacked by the raging Akito. Die. Both Night Marrays parried their weapons again as Ashley was forced to back away and gain some distance. They're wrong about you. You're not a ghost, you're some kind of monster, he exclaimed as he rolled his red Gloucester away, with Akito continuing to give pursuit. Steeljaw limped his way through the alley, cursing himself for his lack of forethought. How could he not have seen such a flawed defensive strategy? But then again, this did match the kind of strategy he heard Zero would normally employ. As he made his way toward a clearing, he noticed Ashley's Gloucester was on its last legs as Akito's Alexander had him cornered. Die! Die! Akito shouted as he beat away the swords from the Gloucester's grip and knocked him down. The Alexander thrusted its hidden blade, ready to end Ashley right then and there. Die! Suddenly, a single white Gloucester arrived to take the blow, the blade piercing through its cockpit and the pilot inside. The pilot in question was the young Johanna. Ashley looked in absolute shock, his pupils shaking as he could not believe what he just saw. His own subordinate just took the blow for him. No. Johanna. Good luck to you. Master. Ashley. Those were his last words before he passed on. This was it. It was no or never. With Akito's Alexander no longer moving, Sarah's pink Akatsuki shot forward and gunned straight for the Alexander. No time to stop moving, she opened the cockpit and timed it just right as she jumped out of the moving nightmare, which ended up crashing into a building, but it could be repaired. Sarah landed on Akito's cockpit and placed her hand directly on it. Akito! Stop! Sarah exclaimed, channeling her own power as the geese emblem on her forehead began to glow brightly. Akito gave a gasp as he felt something practically pull him out of his state. The very same thing was felt by Ryo, Ayano, and Yukiya, all of them gasping. Sarah did all she could to not only halt the rampage, but even attempted to rid the effect of the geese entirely. Time to end this. However, she soon felt a stronger influence inside the effect of the geese itself, something that caused her to gasp as she felt her conscious being forcibly pulled from reality. Sarah gave a gasp as she found herself in a completely different setting than where she was just a few seconds ago. No longer was she in the city of Slonim standing on top of a nightmare, but she was inside a small room filled with a large assortment of dead bodies, something that made her look more than a little disturbed. What? What is this? Big brother. She heard a young squeaky voice as she saw a toddler, probably 2 or 3 years old, stand up in the middle of the floor. Akito. Sarah then turned to see a boy who was probably just becoming a teenager looking toward the toddler she now recognized as Akito in shock. Why are you still alive? Sarah looked in surprise, as the toddler simply looked to his older brother who then smiled malevolently. Sarah gasped as she saw the geese emblem form in his left eye. Akito, die now. The second she saw the sigil, it flew into her eyes as the entire setting around her was suddenly set ablaze with blood-red fire, causing Sarah to look around in a startle. Soon, the flames took shape and manifested in the form of a skull with the glowing red geese emblem on its forehead. Looking into the eyes of the skull was like looking into an empty pit, but she couldn't help but find herself staring deeper into the eyes. Not long, she did see something into the empty eyes, a bright surge of dark purple energy. Sarah then screamed as she saw in the center of that energy, a stone face with glowing eyes that seemed to embody pure and unrelenting evil. The immortal girl gave a gasp as she fell backwards off the Alexander, falling flat on the ground just as Akito himself seemed to snap out of his stupor. What just happened? He honestly had no idea what had transpired as he saw the impaled Gloucester in front of him, as well as the crippled one right behind it. Akito! Akito! He heard Layla's voice call to him as her Alexander suddenly arrived, alongside the Shinkiro, the Raiden, and even the Byakugan. Sarah! Lelich saw the green-haired woman lying flat on the ground. Hang on, we have incoming. Rai exclaimed in alert as they saw the golden nightmare known as the Vercingetorix arrive on the scene and come to a halt before Akito's Alexander. The Shinkiro, Raiden, and Byakugan immediately raised their weapons toward it. Don't you take one step closer, Orpheus warned. However, the pilot inside didn't seem to be concerned with any of them at the moment. Akito, I can't believe you're still alive. Not only a European soldier, you're even sided with the Black Knights and the Autobots. Akito felt a chill run down his spine as he recognized the voice. It can't be. Just as Sarah began to stir awake, she looked up to the Vercingetorix as the cockpit opened and the pilot stood up for all to see him. It's good to see you again, he said to Akito as he himself stepped out of the Alexander cockpit. Little brother. Brother. Lelich, Rai, Leela, and Orpheus all exclaimed. Sarah looked up toward him and saw the exact same face and eyes as the teenage boy she saw in the vision. No doubt, it's him. One by one, Zero, Leela, Rai, and Orpheus all stood up from their nightmare cockpits as well, and it only seemed then Shin noticed them. Oh my, the infamous Zero. Shin chuckled. Fate seems to have a strange sense of humor. Who are you? Zero questioned. I am Shin Hayagashang, the Grand Master to the Order of Michael, and as you've now just learned, the older brother to dear Akito. He introduced himself. But I sense there is something else, something that we have in common. What are you talking about? Orpheus questioned. Shin got a good look at each of them before he chuckled. I can sense it, we all share the same gift, don't we? A geese sigil manifested in his left eye, causing everyone to gasp as Lelich, Rai, Orpheus, and even Leela felt their own respective geese activate on instinct. You seriously have a geese? Rai exclaimed. Ah, so that's what it's called. Geese, I had no idea. Shin said. Just as I had no idea there were others like me out there. This is truly fascinating, I'd love to learn more. And I'm sure we'll learn more about you as well. An Energon blaster was primed behind him as Shin turned around to face the glaring Ultra Magnus, who aimed his weapon directly at him. We'll learn all we can as we interrogate you. Shin looked around to see he was completely surrounded on all sides. The Gurren, Lancelot, Florence, Tristian Divider, and even Jetfire hovered in the air. Archie, Smokescreen, Prowl, and Sideswipe stood on the rooftops, while Bumblebee, Grindcore, and Bulkhead were on the streets. Likewise, Ryo, Ayano, and Yukiya arrived in their Alexanders as well. Even Elita one stepped forward, closer toward Akito, feeling a sense to protect him as she saw the look of clear terror on his face. Oddly though, Shin didn't look the least bit intimidated. Commander Magnus. He greeted casually. Shin Hayagashang, your forces have been defeated. Ultra Magnus told him. Anyone who survived has now left, and you're surrounded on all sides. Now would be an ideal time to surrender. Yes, one would think. Shin said. But I'm afraid that time is not now. He accessed his communication device. I request a ground bridge. A portal suddenly opened underneath him as his nightmare fell in, taking him with it. Farewell for now Akito, I look forward to continuing our reunion. He said before the portal closed. Right as it did, another portal opened up underneath Ashley's crippled nightmare, taking him as well as the deceased Johanna away. Damn it. Colin muttered. Who the heck was that creep? Sideswipe questioned as everyone regrouped. Akito's brother, believe it or not. Orpheus commented. Brother. Most of them exclaimed. Lelich sighed, no doubt this was going to complicate things, but they had to stay focused on the mission. Jetfire, what's the status of the defensive line? It's been brought down. The aerial bit reported. EU forces are advancing as we speak. Good. Elita nodded. We'll regroup with them as instructed. Once we settle down, we can get some rest. Good work everyone. Despite the praise from one of their leaders, as well as the obvious success of their mission, none of them felt like celebrating. What happened today was an absolute fiasco, both physically and emotionally. But with nothing else to do, most of the Autobots all transformed as the Nightmare rays rolled away. Even Akito, acting like a machine, got back into his Alexander, and joined everyone else. The only ones left in the square appeared to be Ultra Magnus and Zero as he stepped down from his Shinkiro to help Sarah on her feet. Are you alright? He asked with concern. I'll be fine. Lelich. Magnus got his attention. What happened today? Akito and the others acted nothing short of rabid and wild. While you were able to find a means for it to work in our favor, these actions are unacceptable. They put themselves and others in grave danger. It wasn't their fault. Sarah said. Akito was under the effects of a geese, and it somehow transferred to Ryo and the others. Probably through the Alexander's neural link, which is why the rest of us weren't affected. I'm guessing Shin was the one responsible. Lelich assumed as he took off his mask. Yes, it was definitely him. Sarah confirmed. I don't know the details, or who even gave him that geese, it certainly wasn't me. But Shin used his geese on Akito when he was only a child, probably 2 or 3 years old. How do you know this? Magnus asked. When I made contact, I saw what happened through Akito's memories. Sarah explained. I couldn't get a clear enough picture to know what exactly happened, but I do know that it was Shin who used his geese on Akito. And, there was something else, something darker. Shin's geese it reminds me too much of Megatron's dark geese. That got both their attention. Are you sure? Lelich asked with an urgent expression. It's not as potent, but it feels as twisted. Sarah replied. I don't think it was a power from VV either. Is there anybody else like you? Ultra Magnus questioned. Anyone who can bestow a geese to others. So far as I know, there isn't. Sarah replied. This is very disturbing. Lelich wasn't quite sure what to think of this. Ultra Magnus then got back on point. I acknowledge that this was against their will, but this still leaves the clear risk of Akito and possibly the others going on a similar rampage again. We cannot allow that. It won't happen. Sarah said. I'll try and purge the effect of the geese from Akito's mind, but if I can't do that, I will try to teach him and the others how to control that power, similar to Suzaku. They won't be liabilities, I'll see to it. Very well. Ultra Magnus seemed to accept it. However, this also means you are responsible for anything else that may happen. I understand completely. Sarah nodded. Come on. Let's go. Lelich said as they prepared to leave. Even though this was indeed a victory and can help them get a better relationship with the EU, which will most certainly help them in the long run, there were a great many things to be concerned about. Maribel and the Glinda Knights were here. Akito's condition, and how it seems capable of spreading to others, was a serious concern. But the most disturbing thing to learn today was this Shin Hyogashang person also has a geese that was similar to Megatron's, and it wasn't given to him by either Sarah or VV. Needless to say, things were going to get complicated from this point forward. However, none of them seemed to notice that there was a certain Decepticon who had heard the entire conversation. Steeljaw had listened to every word that was spoken and couldn't help but smirk. So much potential has just made itself known, so much for him to twist in his favor. With a small chuckle, he transformed into his vehicle mode and rode off. Chapter 9, Leave of Absence. The recent success of the Autobots and Black Knights in your mission has certainly turned some heads, Zero. General Smiles said to the hologram of the masked revolutionary as he sat in his office. I would hope so. Zero responded. The main line of the Euro-Britannian forces have been pushed back. However, I fear this may be a faux victory. Smiles said with concern. News of the Decepticons' presence in Euro-Britannia is not to be taken lightly. Believe me, General Smiles, I'm more than aware of the damage they are capable of. Zero replied. But we will have the means to remove the Decepticons from the region. I wish I had your confidence. Smiles muttered before getting back on track. What is the status, Major Malkel, as well as the Uzuro and your own units? The Autobots have all returned to Castle Weisswolf and have taken the Nightmare Rays with them to be repaired and receive any necessary modifications. Zero answered. My Black Knights as well as Layla's soldiers are still here with me in Warsaw getting rest. We will be returning to base shortly. Understood. I will contact you again should anything else arise. Smiles nodded. Thank you, General. Zero said before his hologram vanished. Smiles gave a slight sigh as he leaned back against his chair. He would be a fool to get his hopes up. He knew Zero understood the Decepticons, but he too understood what they were capable of. They destroyed the entire Britannian Empire in less than a year, and they were the most advanced superpower on their planet. If they were allied with Euro-Britannia, it may be only a matter of time before the EU suffers a similar fate, especially if the cowardly politics were to fall apart as he expected. But, perhaps Zero and Leela being together could serve as a symbol to unite the people. Both were such important figures in the world, Leela being the daughter of Bradau von Breisgau, and Zero the masked hero who stood among titans. And if something were to happen to them, not only would they serve as excellent martyrs for the people of the EU, but perhaps a means to bring the Autobots and Black Knights to his side and create a new European empire. Horai Island, the Bridge of the Ark. Optimus Prime had received a full report from Elita One of all that had transpired in the EU since the arrival of hers and Zero's team, meeting with General Smiles and Leela, working alongside the Ozero and their newest recruits, and their most recent mission. The presence of the Decepticons in Euro-Britannia is unfortunate but not unexpected. Optimus commented after hearing the last of the report. But my greatest concern is this Shin Hyagashang character and how he apparently wields a geese of his own. Sarah says she didn't give it to him, and I believe her. Elita told him. The only other suspect would be Vivi, but she's not 100% sure it's him either. I'm honestly hoping that it is him, because if it isn't, it would mean there is someone else who can grant the ability of a geese. Optimus knew the many complications that could arise from that. I will have Wizard and Cornelia look into Shin's background to see if we can find any information that could give us some answers. Good. Akito may be Shin's younger brother, but I do not think he's going to give us any solid answers. Elita said. Just looking at him made the poor kid freeze, so I don't think there's any sibling love there. What about Oz's inquiry regarding Claus and Smiles? Wizard's connections through Peacemark are working as speak. Optimus replied. Should we find anything, you and Lelich will be notified immediately. Thank you, Elita out. She signed off, leaving Optimus alone on the bridge until he heard the door open behind him and turned around to see the group consisting of Nunnally, Shirley, Millie, Rivalts, Nina, Misty, and even Alice enter the bridge. Hey Optimus, was that Elita? Shirley asked first. How are things going with Lelich and the others? They appear to be doing well at the moment. Optimus explained. The Decepticons appear to be in Euro-Britannia, but our own forces have the situation under control. He saw expressions of worry on the former student council members change into relief. While they were all quite concerned with the Decepticons, they knew their friends could handle themselves. He then noticed the reserved expression on Alice's face, an awkward attempt to avoid eye contact with the large Autobot. Alice, I am glad to see you are up and about. Alice was briefly surprised by that. The Autobot leader just greeted her. And in a friendly tone of voice no less. Yes. I'm well, thank you. She turned around as she nervously tugged on her own hair. It's okay Alice. Nunnally put a hand on the girl's shoulder. You don't have to be so stiff around him. Yeah, Optimus here is the coolest bot around. You got nothing to worry. Rivalts added as well. The Autobot leader understood Alice's nerves. Based on what he heard from Nunnally, the poor girl had practically spent most of her life in the Geese Order, repeatedly experimented on to further enhance her physical senses and abilities, and that's not even considering the possible horrors she experienced and saw at the hands of Shockwave. Alice was reserved with nearly everyone she saw, human and Autobot alike. The only one she seemed to be comfortable around was Nunnally, and whoever else was with her to an extent, including the former student council. There was no way to describe the pity Optimus felt for the poor girl on what she had already experienced, but he was nonetheless glad that Nunnally was helping her to come out of her shell bit by bit. So, what were you and Elita talking about, Optimus? Millie asked in a slightly teasing tone. She was informing of our progress in the EU. So far it would seem everything is proceeding smoothly, despite a few unexpected surprises. Optimus informed. Oh? Is that all? She continued to tease. Is there something you wish to know in particular? Optimus asked. Well, we heard how the two of you had quite a history on Cybertron. Millie replied, the look in her eyes not fading. Now you here together on Earth, fighting for the same cause of freedom and justice. But, that's not all you're fighting for, is it? Elita is a capable soldier and commander, as well as a good friend. I am indeed glad she is here. Optimus noted. Millie's look of teasing morphed into comic disappointment. Oh, come on. You are just no fun. We did try to tell you, Millie. Nunnally said with a wincing smile. Yeah, this kind of thing won't work with him. Shirley added. Even I could see that. I used to be the most socially conscious of the group. Nina added, which only made Millie sulk even further. Sorry about her, Madam President likes to tease people. Rivals quickly told the Autobot leader before asking something else. So, where exactly are Lelich and the others anyway? Lelich and the Black Knights, along with the Ozero unit, are currently in the Warsaw military base getting much-needed rest from their previous mission. Optimus replied. The Autobots with them have returned to the Ozero base with their Nightmare rays. So, their mission was a success. That is good to hear. Misty said with a smile. Do they have another mission to go to? Shirley asked. As in, right away? No. Is there something you would like to ask them? Optimus responded. Well. Nunnally began. If Big Brother and the others aren't doing anything, could we possibly use a ground bridge and pay them a visit? It'd be a nice way for us to spend some time together, maybe even get to know his new friends a bit. Is that all right with you? Optimus' only response was with a genuine smile. Warsaw Sports Stadium. Sarah and Akito both sat in a small bunker alone as the former put her hand onto the latter's forehead, concentrating hard with her own powers, hard enough that the geese emblem on her forehead is glowing as she attempted to purge the geese command from Akito's mind. But, it would seem she was incapable of it as she felt herself being pushed back before she finally released him. The immortal girl almost fell back before she steadied herself and took the time to catch her breath. I'm assuming you were unsuccessful. Akito said, his seemingly stoic expression still on his face. I'm sorry. Sarah shook her head. Normally I can purge the effect of a geese from somebody, but you're a special case. I see. Akito looked away, though his expression remained cold. Sarah could clearly see the look of disappointment in his eyes. But it does appear that you at least have it under control to an extent. She commented. You're able to turn it on and off of your own accord. I wouldn't say I can control it. It's more like I can aim it, so to speak. Akito explained. Even before I knew what it was, it's kept me alive for so long. Ironic, isn't it? Something that was supposed to have killed me has helped me to survive. There's a reason for that. Sarah replied. Based on what I've learned so far, you were told to die when you were just a child. You were too young to understand exactly what that meant, but the effect itself has remained a part of your mind. Suzaku has something similar. Lelich gave him the geese command to live, and Suzaku has found a way to turn it into a weapon on the battlefield. I see. Akito understood. So. Sarah tried to phrase her question very carefully. That man, he was indeed your brother. Half-brother, but yes. Akito confirmed. Do you know why he wants to kill you? Sarah asked. No, and honestly, I don't care. Akito said as she saw the look of anger, even bloodlust in his eyes. A brief red ring flashed. He's lost his mind, which is why I am going to kill him. Meanwhile, the rest of the Black Knights, consisting of Colin, Suzaku, Rai, Orpheus, Gino, and Monica hung around in the bleachers around the stadium with Leela, Ryo, Yukiya, and Ayano. So, this place is a stadium, huh? Gino asked, trying to strike up conversation. Why'd they convert into a military base? Shouldn't they be playing soccer here or something? It's called football. Leela corrected him. And most people in the EU seem more concerned with the war effort, so something like sports seems rather trivial. She said with a slightly sad expression. She's got a point there. Yukiya pointed out. Whole world's going crazy with giant alien robots duking it out, not the time to host a World Cup. Probably because they're worried there won't be a world when it's all said and done. Ryo said. You guys always this pessimistic? Rai questioned. When you live in the same kind of hell we have, your optimism tends to die out. Yuki-ya said. Orpheus gave a slight snark. Oh please, you know nothing of hell. Oh? You got something to say, pal? Ayano stood up with a slight flare in her temper. You think your life is miserable? All right, that's enough. Suzaku stood up firmly. Look, we don't need to be at each other's throats right now. We're supposed to be getting some rest. Kinda hard to do in a place like this. Colin pointed out. Old Stadium is one thing, but the people here. Hey, check it out, it's the Black Knights. The group turned to see a group of European soldiers walk up the stairs to mockingly greet them. The saviors of the world. What are you doing in a dump like this when you could be hanging out with your alien buddies? They probably think they're better than us just cause they got a grand purpose. Well, if their grand purpose helps them take the bullets instead of us, then let them. The soldiers laughed while most of the young pilots all glared, particularly Colin, Rai, and Ayano. The later looked like she was ready to march up and beat the crap out of them herself, but Monica quickly grabbed her arm. Don't. They're not worth it. The former knight of the round commented. Well, what crawled up their tailpipe and died? Gino questioned. We're trying to help them. For some people, they believe the Black Knights and the Autobots are the reason the world is in such a chaotic state right now. Leela explained. Seriously? Colin questioned. We're the ones who are fighting the cons just so they don't have to. The actions of the Autobots and Black Knights have disrupted Britannia. Monica said. Which, to some people, gave the Decepticons the chance they needed to overthrow the Empire and plunge the world into chaos. Even though the Decepticons could have done that any time they wanted to. Orpheus pointed out. But these people just seem more concerned about keeping each other safe right now. Yeah, that's just human nature for you. Ryo said in a low grumble. Selfish and petty to the end. I'd say that applies to maybe 50 to 60% of humanity. Sarah commented as she, Akito, and Lelich walked up to join them. It may not seem like it, but there are more good people out there than you think. Well, look who decided to join us. Yuki-ya said. His Majesty Zero, the axe-crazed ghost of Hannibal, and the immortal queen with fancy cosmic magic. So, what's our next move, Lelich? Suzaku asked. Our next move is to get out of this place. Lelich replied, much to his friend's surprise. The Autobots are at Castle Weisswolf, working to fix up the Nightmares and other projects. There's nothing else to do here, so we might as well explore the city outside since none of you seem eager to stay here. Best idea I've heard all day. Ayano was already on board as the group stood up and prepared to leave. However, just as the group made it to the top of the stairs, they were surprised to see a ground bridge portal open up right in front of them, and even more surprised to see familiar faces stepping outside. Hey guys! Did you miss us? Millie waved as she stepped out first, followed by Shirley, Nunnally, Rivalts, Nina, and Misty. They even brought Anna and Euphemia with them, the former princess wearing a hat and sunglasses. Alice was also present as she hung a bit further behind Nunnally. Wah, what are all of you doing here? Lelich questioned as the rest of his fellow Black Knights were beyond surprised for this unexpected arrival. The Ozero unit looked in expressions of surprise and confusion. We came here to surprise you, big brother. Nunnally instantly ran up to him and wrapped her arms around his torso. Though still not over his surprise, he smiled as he returned the embrace. Lelich noticed Alice's presence as well. He tried to give a friendly smile, but she simply looked away with a shy expression. Did you guys seriously just ground bridge here from Horai Island to pay us a visit? Colin questioned. Well, ground bridges do make worldwide trips a lot more convenient for us. Shirley pointed out. Yeah, no more messy airlines or being stuck between a couple of sick people on a regular plane. Rivalts added. And technically we made a quick stop on our way here to pick up 2 more people. Nina gestured to Yuffie and Anna behind them. Yuffie! Suzaku exclaimed as the former princess gave him a hug. I thought you were back at the castle with the Autobots. Nunnally and everyone else dropped by and asked to join us. Elita said it was alright. Yuffie responded. Anna was also with me and she wanted to see if Leela was doing alright. Leela herself looked in surprise at her childhood friend, who also gave her an embrace. Leela. I'm glad you're okay. You have no idea how worried I was about you during that mission. I'm alright Anna, don't worry. Leela assured. It's so good to see you guys again. Gino was the first to greet his friends, followed by Rai, Monica, and even Orpheus, who exchanged a smile with Misty. Rai looked towards Shirley with a smile, which she returned with a slight blush on her face. Nunnally even shared a hug with Sarah, who returned it as well. I'm a little surprised Sayoko isn't here. Sarah told the younger girl. Isn't she supposed to be your bodyguard, Nunnally? She's with Kaguya in the Chinese Federation. Nunnally replied. Considering I'm surrounded by almost every Autobot in Black Knight on Horai Island, and Kaguya is surrounded by so many potential enemies, she might need a little more help than just Zinc. Makes sense. Sarah nodded. Ahem. They all heard Ryo clear his throat loudly as they turned to the rest of the Uzuro. So, introductions, please. Right, of course. Lelich stepped aside to introduce the respective groups. These are some of our fellow Black Knights and close personal friends of ours. Millie Ashford, Shirley Fennett, Rivalts Cardamond, Nina Einstein, Misty Nine, and Alice. As well as my younger sister, Nunnally. Everyone, these are soldiers of the Uzuro, Akito Hyuga, Ryo Sayama, Ayanoko Saka, and Yuki Yanarius. Hi, it's nice to meet all of you. Shirley greeted friendly as she extended a hand to Akito first, who returned with a handshake of his own, but still carried his stoic expression. So, you're Lelich's younger sister. Leela leaned down slightly to greet Nunnally. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Nunnally. Your brother speaks very highly of you. And you must be Leela, it's nice to meet you too. Nunnally greeted with a smile. You're even more beautiful in person. Leela was slightly caught off guard by the praise but soon smiled with a slight blush. Oh, thank you very much. Alright, now that everyone knows everyone, let's explore the city. Gino urged. Come on. We're all on leave of absence aka military vacation, so let's make the most of it. Castle Weiss Wolf. Claus sat casually on a fishing boat which floated atop a lake that was just outside the castle's perimeter. He gave a slight sneeze before shivering. Sheesh, it's cold. Lucky for me, I've got a little booze to warm up my bones. However, before he could take a sip from his flask, he heard the sound of a loud engine from the west side of the pond and saw a certain monster truck shoot out of the woods before it transformed into Grindcore, who leapt into the air and gave a mighty call. Cannonball. The large green Autobot called out as he performed a cannonball into the pond, causing a massive wave to form as Claus looked at it with a blank expression before the wave carried him and his boat to shore before toppling over. Claus got up to see Grindcore's head poking out of the pond. Oh, sorry man. Didn't see you there. The Autobot apologized. Having fun, I see. Claus commented with a sardonic grin. Oh yeah. Trying to see who can make the biggest splash. Grindcore gave a toothy grin. Oh, and you might wanna move out of the way. Before he could ask what that meant, Claus heard a similar engine sound from the forest behind him. He just barely rolled out of the way as Bulkhead's own vehicle mode shot out from the woods before he transformed and jumped into the air as well. Cannonball. Bulkhead shouted as he performed his own cannonball. This wave ended up being much larger, which happened to roar over and splash all over Claus. Whew, that was a big one. Grindcore said as Bulkhead stood up from the water. Hey, let's try doing that with a smelting pit. Splash it over the cons. Sure, if you wanna get melted yourself. Bulkhead said in a joking fashion. Despite being soaked all over, Claus couldn't help but chuckle. Guess I'm still babysitting. He said as he ended up chugging down his whole flask. Meanwhile, in a separate area of the forest surrounding Castle Weiss Wolf, Prowl sat in a small clearing in a meditative stance, observing everything around him. Every tiny little detail from the wind blowing across the trees, to the changing colors of the leaves, to even the tiniest of animals that flew and scurried around him. The normally sarcastic and serious Autobot couldn't help but enjoy the serenity of Earth's nature. It was quiet and peaceful, a welcome change to the chaos and destruction of war. However, his smile faded as he heard a twig snap from behind. He already sensed their presence and had hoped they were only observing, but given how young these two Autobots were, he wasn't at all surprised as Smokescreen and Sideswipe leapt out from behind to get the jump on him. Prowl simply leapt into the air and allowed the two young Autobots to collide into each other before landing on top with his feet to pin them to the ground. "Aw man, thought we had him that time," Sideswipe complained. "Goes to show why he's in the elite guard," Smokescreen commented with a smile. "Patience and observation," Prowl said as he walked off Smokescreen and Sideswipe, allowing them to stand up. "You would learn a thing or two from even one of these virtues." "Hey. I'm observant," Sideswipe argued. "I know which con needs to be sliced up the most and I take him down." He drew his sword for emphasis. "You can identify the most dangerous adversary," Prowl noted. "A useful tactic, but you shouldn't rush without strategy. That is suicide." "Well, what if you're the only one standing between the bad guy and total defeat? And it's all on you?" Smokescreen asked. "Gotta make a stand, right? If you have a plan for victory, then yes, make your stand." Prowl understood Smokescreen was asking genuine questions to learn, which he would respond with answers he thought was best. "But if you die, then you die. And depending on the circumstance, an instant death could mean the end of your entire cause. So, basically, have a plan, right?" Sideswipe summed up. "It seems you are capable of learning," Prowl said with a smirk. At the same time, Strongarm sat on the rooftop of the castle, overlooking the footage of the previous battle and taking notes on what she saw when she was approached from behind by Arky and Bumblebee. "What are you doing?" Arky asked, causing Strongarm to stand up in military fashion. "Arky, ma'am, I am reviewing our previous battle," the Autobot rookie replied. "There is much we need to understand about our enemy." "That's good and all, but you've been doing it since we got back," Arky told her. "Take your mind off it for a minute and relax a bit." "Ma'am, all due respect, any time we have to ourselves, I feel we should use to better prepare for the next battle," Strongarm explained her reasoning. "This way we will be able to better handle any unexpected circumstances that may arise in the next confrontation. Listen Strongarm, it's good that you want to better yourself, but you also have to take some time to rest," Bumblebee told her. "Your mind needs as much rest as your body, otherwise you might overexert yourself." "Do you think this is the best course of action?" Strongarm asked. "Yeah, kinda," Arky said. "Then I will review this footage later." Strongarm put the footage away. Though Bumblebee and Arky were pleased to see she was going to rest, it seemed more like she was doing it because she was told to. She was a good bot, but still a rookie, with so much to learn. They only hoped she would grow out of it soon. War doesn't take too kindly to rookies. At the same time, on the bridge of the Iron Will, Ultra Magnus and Elita were speaking with Sophie and Jetfire over the communications. "And you simply cannot sever the neural link?" Magnus asked. "It's not like you're cutting a string with scissors," Sophie said. "This link maximizes performance by providing tight coordination with the pilots. The system is integrated with these Nightmare rays, we can't just delete it like an old video game or anything. Besides, we might be able to use it to our advantage," Jetfire added. "What happened to Akito and the others was unexpected, but it might actually be of use to us. See what you can find and report back to us," Magnus ordered before ending transmission. "I don't like this." "Neither do I," Elita admitted. "Whatever that Shin character did to Akito, I can't even imagine. I know Geese is dangerous, but actually seeing its effects in action like that, it's rather terrifying. A power like that shouldn't even exist," Ultra Magnus said. "Its corruptive influence is one thing, but what Megatron has done with it. There's nothing we can do now, other than find a way to turn it to our advantage," Elita told him. "We've seen with Optimus and even Lelich that Geese itself isn't evil. Dangerous and risky? Yes. But it can help. There is also the possibility of it being connected to Unicron," Ultra Magnus commented. "Which only makes me all the more anxious. But we don't have much to go on." "You're right to be concerned, Magnus. However, until we have more information to work with, all we can do is just keep an eye out and see how things develop. Elita said. I know it's not your style, and you want to get things done as quickly and effectively as possible, but you might have to make an exception with this case. Ultra Magnus carried a serious expression, silently saying that he understood that, but he didn't necessarily have to like it. Warsaw. Meanwhile, the large group of young soldiers and Black Knights had spent quite a bit of time wandering around the city of Warsaw, just exploring the bazaar for the most part, eyeing some of the shops and stands and what they had to offer, while also spending some time getting to know each other quite a bit. Shirley was quick to get on everyone's good side, already hitting it off with Leela, Ayano, Anna, and even Ryo and Yukiya. Millie quickly re-established her old status as the Ashford She-Devil, with her teasing of the Uzuro soldiers, their skin-tight uniforms easily sticking out. Rivalts was an all-around friendly individual, whom Ryo took a slight liking to. Nina wasn't as active as everyone else, but she was able to establish some common ground with Anna and even Yukiya with their tech savviness. Nunnally soon found herself talking non-stop with Leela, the two hitting it off almost instantly, much to the pleasantness of Lelich, Suzaku, Rai, Euphemia, and even Colin. Misty smiled with everyone, but she seemed rather reserved, not necessarily antisocial, just a bit distant compared to everybody. The only one she seemed to around was Orpheus and Monica by extension. If one could be considered antisocial, it would be Alice. She didn't talk to anybody, answering only the questions that were asked of her, but she simply chose to fade into the background, sticking only around Nunnally. Even though the group didn't really buy anything, they seemed to enjoy their time together as they took the time to catch their breath and rest up by the stairs to an old building. I've never really been to the EU before, but this is pretty amazing, Shirley stated with a grin. Sure, this place looks nice, but trying going to the ghettos. A pretty girl like you won't last long there, Yukiya said with some cynical humor. But why the heck are there ghettos in the EU? Isn't that a Britannian policy? Rivalts asked. And Britannia's kinda gone now. Apparently, when Japan was invaded, the EU was worried Britannia would attack them for sheltering any Japanese refugees or immigrants. Colin summed up. Doesn't make it right though. I'm so sorry, Shirley said toward Yukiya, Ayano, and Ryo. Hey, it's not your fault most politicians are a bunch of cowards, Ayano commented. Well, after we take down the cons, we're gonna make some serious changes, Rai stated. I agree, things have to change, or they'll stay the same forever, Euphemia agreed. Hey, what's with the disguise anyway, Yuffie? Gino asked, taking note of her hat and sunglasses. Are you serious right now, Gino? Monica elbowed him irritably. What? He questioned. First of all, she's a former Britannian princess, and we're in a territory that was enemies with Britannia. Lelich explained as simply as he could. Second, her face has caused quite a bit of controversy with what happened at the special zone in Japan. He made sure to phrase that last part very carefully, knowing his half-sister still felt terrible about that whole ordeal. It still hurt her though. She understood her brother wasn't trying to offend her or anything, and what happened at the SAZ wasn't entirely her fault. It didn't make it any less painful to being forced to see it. Nunnally and Suzaku tried to comfort her as best they could, the former putting her hand on one of Yuffie's, while Suzaku reached his arm around her shoulders. Right. Sorry, Gino said with a wince. It's all right, Yuffie muttered, accepting the comfort from her sister and boyfriend. Even Ryo and Ayano looked a bit in sympathy with everyone else. As the group continued to talk, Alice hung a bit further away, only to find she was actually standing particularly close to Akito. The two exchanged eye contact but chose not to say anything. It was almost as if they were engaged in visual combat with one another, instinctively analyzing each other on first glance. Sarah leaned against the wall near them, having a good idea what was going on between them until something got all their attention. Poor children. All three of them looked towards an elderly woman, clad in black with black glasses over her eyes, who dropped her walking stick as she walked closer toward them. Cursed children. I can sense it. She reached out and grabbed Akito's wrist along with Alice's. You've been touched by the devil. That got Sarah's attention. What the hell are you? Alice did not like this at all. Let go. Akito muttered as he tried to shake her off, but she held firm onto both of them, but seemed to focus her gaze on Sarah in particular. You have seen the devil, his mark is on you. As she appeared to be ranting, Sarah couldn't help but recall looking into the evil gaze of Megatron's dark geese, or even what she saw in the vision of Akito and Shin's childhood with the skull and the dark face behind it. However, it seemed Akito and Alice had enough of the elderly woman as they shook her off. No! Akito exclaimed. Get off of me! Alice shouted as the elderly woman was thrown back, which got the attention of all their friends. What's going on? Suzaku questioned, only for everyone to see a group of elderly gypsies run toward the elderly woman, who appeared to be in agony. Are you all right? Her leg is so banged up. She can't walk. What happened? Nunnally exclaimed. Can we help? Leela offered. She's in such poor health. Even a scratch could kill her. One of the gypsies stated as their fellow gypsy continued to wail. We don't have enough money to take our poor sick friend to a doctor. If only we could afford medicine for our dying friend here. We could call the hospital for you. Anna offered. Oh, they don't need it, cause their friend isn't sick at all. Millie said as she leaned in close to the elderly gypsies. Sorry ladies, but you can't fool me with your little act. If you want to swindle money with us, hate to say it, but we're all flat broke. What? The gypsy in black from before stood up, completely dropping her act with the others. What is the meaning of this? Turns out they're broke. One laughed. All that for nothing. But one did see through our act, not bad, most people would give us their life savings after most of our stunts. Another said with a grin. Hey, Lelich, do we really have any money at all? Rivalts whispered to his friend. Most of us had Brighton Neon currency and well, with Britannia gone. You really want to learn our complex budget plan for the whole Black Knight Autobot Alliance? Lelich asked rhetorically. On second thought, forget I asked. Rivalts quickly said, not wanting to know just what kind of crazy financial plan he cooked up. The student council was already crazy enough, and that was just for Ashford. Well, we don't really have the need to carry any money. Misty explained logically. We can call for a ride anytime we wanted. So if you really were hurt, we could have easily taken you to the nearest medical facility. Oh well, isn't that sweet of you? One gypsy said. So why don't we repay your kindness? Another said with a grin. Less than an hour later, the group of 7 gypsies had led the larger group of 22 teenagers, if you count the immortal Sarah as a teenager, to their camp, which was at the edge of a forest and a river, far on the outskirts of Warsaw. They had several large wagons with them as well as the gypsies had set up the table and began pouring some wine and laughed. Ah, nothing like a glass of wine after a hard day's work. Sure is nice to have so many young and able-bodied servants here to cater to our every whim. They got so many pretty girls and really cute boys. I really like that one with black hair and purple eyes. But those outfits of theirs are so indecent. My goodness. I think I might have a heart attack. You know you'd like it. The gypsies all shared a laugh, while the young soldiers looked more than a little confused. What just happened? Rai asked. How did we get dragged all the way over here? Orpheus also wondered as everyone silently wondered the same thing. I thought old ladies were sweet. Ryo commented. All the ones I've met have been nice. Shirley said. Not in my experience. Ayano said. Ironically, I'm actually older than all of them combined. Sarah commented. Why the hell did we volunteer for this? Colin muttered. Why don't we just call for a ground bridge and get out of here? Because these elderly women said they would need some help, so we should help them. Suzaku said. No offense Suzaku, but I don't necessarily think they need it. Even Yuffie seemed to agree with everyone else. They all seem to be rather healthy for their age. Misty observed. Did we just get scammed? Gino questioned. Yes Gino, we've been scammed. Monica confirmed with a hint of annoyance in her voice. Well, I think we should stay here. Nunnally offered, much to everyone's surprise. It's nice here and we could all use a little vacation. Hey yeah, this could be a great bonding experience for all of us. Millie was already on board. It'll be so nice to not worry about the fate of the world for a change. Well, let's give it a chance. Shirley seemed alright with it. Worse comes to worse, we can leave via ground bridge. Lelich said. So, fine, we can stay for a little bit. You could just use that fancy geese of yours to make these old ladies your slaves, yeah no. Yuki-ya said cynically. Not happening. Lelich shot down the thought immediately. Are you kids finishing gossiping over there? One of the gypsies called out to them. Hurry up and get your working clothes on. 10 minutes later, every single one of them had been forced to dress into various colorful outfits suited for gypsies. They all wore a multitude of different colors, shirts, pants, dresses, anything that the elderly gypsies forced upon them. While some of them allowed themselves to be undressed of their own accord, others were forcibly stripped down, with the elderly women having the most fun with Colin and Ayano. Already, most of the young men and women were dressed up in outfits they never expected. Akito wore a green shirt with white pants. Suzaku had a gray and white open top with black pants. Ryo had a dark purple open vest with black pants. Colin wore a vibrant red dress. Rise was a simple blue top with navy blue pants. Ayano wore a dark purple top with a light purple dress underneath. Gino had something akin to his old Knight of the Round uniform with a white open top and white pants with a golden sash tied around his waist. Yuki-ya appeared to be stuck with women's clothes with a light purple top and a dark red knee-high dress. Orpheus wore a white top with black pants. Leela wore an orange gyspy dress with a green scarf tied at the waist. Anna had something similar that had a light yellow top and a sky blue dress. Monica wore a rather short yellow dress that showed off her legs with a white top. Euphemia's clothing was almost exactly like her old princess uniform, only more vibrant in pink, white, and red. Millie's outfit was primarily yellow and sky blue. Shirley wore a dark green dress. Rivalt's outfit was a black sleeveless top with blue pants. Nina wore something simple such as a red top with a black dress. Alice was stuck with a pink top and dress herself, while Misty wore something that was much more bland, a white top with a black dress. Now, they had to simply wait for Nunnally, Lelich, and Sarah to step outside. The immortal and former princess stepped out in their owl colorful dresses. Sarah had a dark green top with a blue and yellow dress at the bottom, while Nunnally wore something that was white and pink at the top with a darker pink dress on the bottom. Well, it's better than a straight jacket. Sarah said. Well, aren't you two beautiful? One of the gypsies commented. Takes us back to when we were young and sexy. One of them also took notice of something beneath Nunnally's dress. Hey, what you got under there? Oh, it's something to help me walk. Nunnally replied, which caused the present Black Knights, particularly Suzaku and Euphemia, to look with sympathy as they recalled how she still needed to wear her cybernetic leg braces to walk while the nanotechnology inside repaired her nerves. Alice was among those looking in concern as well. Hold on, one of you is missing. Hey. Come on out, Lelich. We're waiting. Colin called to him. But so far, no response. Is he okay in there? Rivaltz asked. I'll get him. Suzaku walked into the wagon. Come on, Lelich. But he stopped upon seeing what he was wearing. Why are you? I think I'll just wear normal clothes. I'm not wearing this outside. They all heard the young revolutionary's voice from outside. It doesn't look that bad. Suzaku tried to reason with him. I'm not wearing this. Oh, come on, don't be such a spoil sport, Lulu. Millie quickly ran in and helped to drag him out. Come on, Suzaku. Help me out here. Despite resisting with all his might, Millie and Suzaku had dragged out Lelich into the open to reveal he was wearing a primarily black and dark purple dress. Almost instantly, everybody laughed. The old women were among the first, followed by Ryo, Ayano, Yukiya, Rivaltz, Gino, Monica, Rai. Even Orpheus found himself smirking with Euphemia giggling alongside Shirley and Nina bit. Sarah smirked towards the giggling girl at her side. Nunnally, I never knew you had a long-lost sister. She joked, resulting in Nunnally laughing even harder as Lelich's face turned red. I hate this. Hey, you said we could stay here. Reap what you sow, Lelich. Colin said in between laughs. Oh. Don't mind them, Lelich. I honestly think you look beautiful. Leela tried to stifle a laugh, but almost completely failed. Yes, it suits you really well, big brother. Nunnally continued to laugh. Is he what people call a transvestite? Misty asked Alice, and Akito, the only two who didn't appear to be laughing, but Alice did have a smirk on her face. No, I'm pretty sure it's because that's the only outfit available. Alice said. There are 22 of us, and only 7 of them. So, it would make sense they have limited clothing. Akito said logically. All right, that's enough fooling around. Time to get to work, people. Millie announced, already getting into her Madam President mode. There's almost 30 people here total, and that's a lot of mouths to feed. So, Ryo, Suzaku, Rai, Orpheus, Gino, and Alice will handle the firewood, Leela, Shirley, Ayano, Monica, and Misty will help set up the tables, Colin, Yukiya, Nina, Anna, and myself will prepare the food, Akito, Lelich, Yuffie, Nunnally, Sarah, and Rivalts will get the water. With that, each group went to perform their respective tasks as Ayano, and Misty wiped the tables clean with Leela, Monica, and Shirley laying down one of the large tablecloths. These outfits feel kinda musty. Ayano commented. I still think there's dust in mine. Shirley tried to brush some off her side. That's because we haven't taken them out in 50 years. One gypsy revealed, much to their surprise. I would recommend we wash them then. Misty pointed out. Meanwhile, Ryo, Suzaku, Orpheus, Gino, and even Alice were handling all the firewood as they chopped down with their respective axes. Damn it, crazy old bats. Ryo muttered. Come on, they were nice to offer us their own place for us to stay. The least we could do is offer our help. Suzaku said. And I'm actually having fun. Gino smiled as he cut down a piece of wood himself. Nice to have a break and get away from everything. I don't mind hard work either. Orpheus added. Actually, helps to keep us in shape. He was suddenly grabbed in the rear by a gypsy that appeared out of nowhere, who also reached out her hand to do the same to Suzaku. A second one also appeared to reach out to the rears of Gino and Ryo, much to everyone's shock. Wow, you could bounce a coin off that. This one's got a nice ass right here. Hey. Boundaries. Please. Suzaku exclaimed as the 4 young men backed away, while Alice's face turned red for a reason she couldn't quite explain. Aren't you a little young to be doing something like this? A third gypsy asked Alice. And chopping firewood is a man's job. Alice sighed. Trust me, I've handled worse. And I'm a lot stronger than I look. She grabbed a small log with her bare hands and ripped it apart with raw strength alone, much to the shock of all the young men and elderly women present. Even Ryo's jaw dropped in pure shock. At the same time, Millie's group consisting of Colin, Yukiya, Nina, and Anna were helping to prepare the food as Yukiya skinned the potatoes like an expert while Colin did the same for the apples. Millie worked to cut the vegetables while Nina and Anna rolled the dough needed to make the pasta. Wow, you're pretty good with a knife, Yukiya. Anna complimented with a smile. Well, when I was a kid, it was either learn how to cook or go hungry. He replied. You'd be surprised what you'd have to cook if you're staying in the ghettos. Colin commented. Rats actually taste pretty good if you roast them right. Didn't you live with your stepmother though, Colin? Nina asked out of curiosity. Before joining the Black Knights, my friends and I would have to hunker down in the ghettos to avoid the authorities back in Japan. Colin explained. We'd hold out for a few days, so we had to take what we could get when it comes to food. Come on people. Less talk, more cooking. Millie ordered. Geez, is she always like this? Yukiya asked Nina, who only smiled apologetically. When she's not working us to the bone, she's either fishing around for gossip or saying something really perverted. Huh, she really is a she-devil. Yukiya commented. I wear that title with pride. Millie smirked dangerously. Finally, the group consisting of Lelich, Akito, Nunnally, Euphemia, Sarah, and Rivalts were down by the river. While the girls worked to gather some water, the boys were sitting down with fishing rods, hoping to catch whatever was biting. "Man, this is boring." Rivalts yawned. "You've only been here for 2 minutes." Akito commented. "Fishing takes time, Rivalts." Sarah told him as she filled a bucket of water. "Some people have to wait hours before they catch a bite." "Hours? Ah man." Rivalts sulked even lower. "I'm just glad we all get to spend this kind of time together." Nunnally smiled. "I can't even remember the last time we all did something like this." "I agree. This work is hard, but I'm enjoying myself." Euphemia smiled as well. Despite some of the humiliation he previously faced, as well as the hard work they had planned for, Lelich couldn't help himself but give a relaxed smile. This was nice, just being out here on a nice sunny day, not worrying about politics or the next battle to fight. Honestly, if the war against the Decepticons were to come to an end soon, and the world placed in much safer hands, this is the kind of life Lelich would look forward to. His thoughts were brought to a halt as a gypsy appeared next to him to grab him by the cheeks and proceed pinching them. "Oh my, such a pretty face. If I were only 50 years younger, we'd make such beautiful babies." That caused Lelich to stumble backwards and fall into the river, which caused everyone around him to laugh. Even Sarah got a good laugh out of it. The only one who didn't laugh was Akito, but that didn't stop him from smiling. Euro Britannia, Hyuga residence. While Shin Hyuga was with his adoptive mother and sister inside, the Decepticon known as Steeljaw remained in his vehicle mode outside the manor as he accessed a private communication frequency. Steeljaw to Lord Megatron, do you read? Steeljaw, what is your status report? The leader of the Decepticons made contact. We've established a firm presence in Euro Britannia, and it seems you were right about the Autobots and Black Knights reaching out to the EU. Steeljaw gave his report. They are personally being led by Zero. Are you certain? Megatron asked right away. I've seen him myself, Lord Megatron. Steeljaw confirmed. What of Optimus Prime? Megatron questioned. No sign of him, my lord. Though Ultra Magnus was present, which leaves me to believe Optimus isn't in the EU. Steeljaw replied. More than likely, he is reaching out to the Chinese Federation. The leader of the Decepticons assumed. Also, the only remaining Britannian royal, Maribel Mel Britannia, and her own personal attack force is also allied with Euro Britannia. Steeljaw revealed. Though they don't seem particularly happy with our presence, I can still see a use for them, as pawns that is. Excellent work, Steeljaw. Megatron congratulated. You're just the type of Decepticon I had been hoping to recruit. You humble me, Master. Oh, but one other thing. What exactly is a geese? Steeljaw asked. For a moment, Megatron didn't respond right away, which only confirmed Steeljaw's suspicions that Megatron had been keeping secrets from some of his fellow Decepticons. Master. Where did you hear of that? Because it would seem that one of our newest allies possess it. His name is Shin Hyuga, and I can see quite the future for him. Steeljaw said. You are certain this human possesses the ability called geese? Megatron questioned. 100%, Master. Is there something I should know? Steeljaw asked humbly. I do not wish to pry or anything, but I want to be as helpful to our cause as I can, and there is only so much I can do with limited information. That is something you must earn, Steeljaw. Be careful not to overstep your bonds. Megatron warned. Of course, merely curious. Steeljaw said. Continue your work in Euro Britannia. If you perform well, you may get your wish, but only if you are able to deliver adequate results. Megatron signed out. Steeljaw couldn't help but chuckle. This was all going well. All he had to do was keep working with Euro Britannia. He already had a plan to begin chipping away at the EU and forcing the Autobots and Black Knights into a corner before seizing on his prey, and he was certain Shin would gladly contribute to their cause. He could see it in his eyes, that man was a true Decepticon in human skin if he ever saw one. Lelich stood alone. He stood completely isolated, clad in his Zero armor, bracing his arms against his face to keep away the roaring blizzard that he found himself trekking through. However, this was not a blizzard of snow, but rather one of smoke and ash. "Keep going," he said to himself as he tried push forward. You have to get to them." "Why?" A new and familiar voice echoed across the smoky blizzard. "There is nobody left." The raging cloud of ash began to clear, allowing Lelich to see something that caused him to look in genuine horror. He saw the empty and lifeless husks of Autobots and Nightmares alike, countless human skeletons laid all across the ground around him, several wearing the tattered uniforms of Black Knights and even civilians. "No. I was too late," he muttered to himself before the ground below him began to shake. "You were always too late. Always too weak," the voice said to him as the ash and skeletons around him began to part as he himself felt elevated on the ground, which was revealed to be a large metallic hand. Soon, Lelich found himself literally in the palm of a Titan-sized Megatron. The Decepticon warmonger gazing down on him, his dark geese flaring through his purple eyes as he sneered evilly at Lelich, laughing maniacally as he crushed him in his grip. Lelich awoke with a slight gasp. Despite awakening from the nightmare, he was self-aware enough not to scream and yell, or else he may awaken everyone else. He calmed himself down and looked around and reminded himself that he had been asleep in one of the gypsies' wagons, alongside all of the guys who were separated from the girls as they slept in their own wagon. Though Lelich did notice a couple of the elderly gypsies were clinging to Ryo as well as Gino, the latter sleeping peacefully while the former appeared to be shuddering as he slept. Lelich couldn't help but chuckle at that, though he did notice Suzaka was not present in the wagon. He probably went out for some water or to relieve himself. Deciding to get some air, Lelich quietly stepped out of his bunk and stepped carefully to avoid waking anybody up before stepping outside. Once he sat down on the ground, he began to take in the environment around him, the starry sky that laid above him, the gentle sounds of the river in front of him, the faint breeze in the trees behind him, even the city in front of him seemed to shine in the distance like stars as well. This carried a familiar feeling to when he, Optimus, and Yuffie were stranded in Kaname Island. Though that wasn't an adventure he'd be eager to repeat, it wasn't all bad. "Not much of a sleeper, I take it." He heard Akito's voice as he stepped outside as well. "Guess that makes two of us," Lelich commented as Akito sat down next to him. For a moment, the two sat in silence, not sure of what to say to each other if there was really anything to say at all. "You know, we're actually quite a bit alike," Lelich said. "You really think so?" Akito asked, a slight feeling of skepticism in his voice. "You've been dead inside for a long time," Lelich began. "Even in battle, you've just been going through the motions of life, as though you were a zombie. In your mind, it really didn't matter if you lived or died, feeling like everything you've been doing will all just be for nothing." "That sounds about right," Akito admitted. "And the whole reason we were both like that, is the exact same. We were both betrayed by someone from our family," Lelich said. "My father, and even a few my own siblings, betrayed me, just as your brother betrayed you." Akito said nothing but looked toward Lelich as he continued. "I don't know what exactly happened between you two, but I can tell there was something there. Maybe you two were close once upon a time, until he betrayed you. Something he did caused your whole world to collapse, and now here you are, just going through the motions without appearing to give a second thought to anyone else. But underneath that cold exterior, there is at least one person in this world that you feel you have to protect. For me, it was just my sister in the past. For you, it's Leela. She's my commanding officer, and I her soldier. It's my duty to look after and protect her," Akito said. "Maybe, or maybe there's something else," Lelich told him. "What exactly are you implying?" Akito began. "Are you trying to get me to open up? Trying to become my friend and show I'm not alone in the world? I'm not going to tell you what to do with your life, Akito," Lelich said. "If you want to open yourself up to others, or just shut yourself out from them, that's your choice. It's your life, your choice. But I will say this. Once I opened myself up to others, I didn't feel so alone anymore. You'd be surprised how much that can change your whole perspective." Lelich could tell right away that Akito had gone through a very similar experience to him. He didn't know the details, but he did recognize that dead expression when they first met. They even carried the same initial cynical attitude. The young revolutionary tried to speak in a way that he thought Optimus would speak, or even Nunnally. They both could see the good in people even when others couldn't, and even he was slowly beginning to see things through their perspective as well. Maybe Akito could be as well. Akito, meanwhile, didn't say anything and just chose to continue looking out into the stars. He probably wouldn't say anything to Lelich again for the rest of the night, but he had the feeling that Lelich found that acceptable. Though he will admit that Lelich was right, he had to protect Leela, she was his commanding officer first and foremost. However, at the same time, he recalled all the times she tried to speak to him in a less than professional manner, and more friendly. At first, he dismissed that as just something from her age, but the more he thought about it, was she just really trying to be a friend to him? And it seemed like many of Lelich's other friends in the Black Knights, even a few of the Autobots, were trying to do the same, and he'd be lying to say that it didn't feel nice. He tried to push away those thoughts, because whenever something like that came to the surface, so did a memory he desperately wanted to forget. At the same time, Leela had also woken up a little bit ago, having been unable to sleep a bit herself. She had managed to listen to what Lelich and Akito were talking about, though it wasn't her intention to eavesdrop, she couldn't help but listen to what they were saying. She blushed a bit when she heard Akito talk about her, though she did know that he was speaking about her professionally. A part of her felt there was a bit more than that. You know, it's kinda rude to eavesdrop. She was slightly startled by Suzaku, who approached with a slight smile. Suzaku, what are you? I had to relieve myself. He explained. I'm guessing you're having a hard time sleeping, but you couldn't help but listen to those two, right? He said with a slight joking grin. Leela made no effort to hide her embarrassment as she sat down and leaned her back against the wagon. Yes. Guess I'm not as mature as I thought. Nothing wrong with that, Suzaku said as he sat down next to her. In all honesty, I kinda find it refreshing. I know we're at war against a ruthless enemy and the fate of the world literally rests on our shoulders, but it's nice to act like a kid because, well, we are kids, or teenagers, but you get what I mean. Leela giggled. Yeah, I do. Thank you for understanding. Suzaku smiled but it quickly faded. I just wish I could have done something like this sooner. That got Layla's attention as he began to confess aloud. I wish I could have worked with my friends, but I was too stubborn, and that led me straight to Megatron, and I almost became the very thing I thought I was fighting against. Based on what I've heard, Megatron is a master manipulator. Leela replied. So, I would say that was mostly his fault. Not all of it. Suzaku continued. Megatron is pure evil, I acknowledge that. But, he wasn't the one who convinced me to join the Brightonian military, that was me. And what happened to my father? Your father? Leela looked in surprise. But, didn't he take his own life to protest Japan's continued resistance against Britannia? No, he didn't. Suzaku shook his head. It wasn't suicide, it was murder. Murder at my hands. Leela couldn't contain her gasp. She had to double-take, just to make sure she heard correctly. Did Suzaku just say, he killed his own father? He didn't protest the military actions, to the contrary he encouraged it. Suzaku began as a look of guilt formed in his eyes. He even called for do-or-die resistance when Japan was invaded. But, that would have led to millions of people dying. I couldn't accept that. I tried to reason, even beg him to stop but he wouldn't. I took a knife and tried to threaten him, but he called my bluff, or at least it was supposed to be a bluff. But, before I knew it, I drove that knife into his heart. I didn't think I just acted. He clenched his fists on top of his lap as Leela continued to listen. And the worst part, people who worked with my father actually tried to protect me. I expected to be punished, but I was protected. I killed my own father, and I was being protected. Is that why you joined the Brightonian military? Leela asked. Yes. Suzaku confirmed. I thought it was a way I could atone. I tried to tell myself that if I could prove myself to them, I could rise up the ranks and invoke change from within. But, truth be told, it seemed the best way for me to be punished. I was an 11, the son of the former Prime Minister no less. They would send me on suicide missions, they wanted me to die, and I felt that was the best way I could atone. Die for a righteous cause, or at least what I thought was righteous. But I just an idiot wanting to be punished. His fists continued to clench, his shoulders shaking as the guilt he had been feeling continued to build up, that is until Leela put a gentle hand on his shoulder. The act alone was a surprise, but an even greater one was the fact that she was smiling toward him. You made mistakes, some that can never be undone, but the fact that you've acknowledged them, and you're here now, wanting to change, that shows how much of a good person you are. Leela said with a smile. And you are a good person, Suzaku Kururugi. Though his guilt would probably continue to wait at him for years to come, he was grateful for the support she had given, as well as that of his friends. Thank you. Is it true, that your parents were Brighton but defected to Europia? Yes, it is true. Leela confirmed. My father, Assemblyman Bryce Gaw. He was my hero growing up. Even as a child, I knew there was something wrong with the world, but I also felt that my father was the man who could change it. That is, until he was killed, along with my mother. I'm sorry. Suzaku said. But, now look at you, look at where you are. You're following in your father's footsteps, wanting to change the world, and you're not the only one. The Decepticons want nothing more than to drain the Earth dry, leave it a lifeless husk like they did their own home world, and I'm not naive enough anymore to know there are plenty of people who'd do the same thing. But, there are just as many people out there who want to change things for the better, and the Autobots fight for that every day, even though this is not their home, they're willing to put their lives on the line for it. Look, what I'm trying to say is, you shouldn't give up the fight. I'll hold on to my sins for the rest of my life if I have to, but I'm not going to quit or even die trying. I'm going to live and help the people I love save this world, and you can do that too, Leela. She tried to wipe the tears from her eyes as she smiled at him. Thank you, Suzaku. Castle Weiss Wolf. It was nighttime too in Sophie's personal room. She looked out the window expectantly until she saw the face of Jetfire peer inside. You said you wanted to talk to me, Miss Randall. Please just call me Sophie. She said before getting to the point. Let me show you something. Sophie pressed a few key commands on her laptop before a special compartment along the wall opened up, revealing some kind of stasis pod that had a man hooked up to life support inside. Needless to say, Jetfire was more than a little surprised. Who is that? My husband, Takeru Randall. Sophie replied, much to Jetfire's surprise. He's still alive, physically anyway. What happened? Jetfire asked. 5 years ago, we were experimenting with that neural link for the Alexanders. Sophie explained. Our dream was always to put BRS into practical use. It's our hypothesis that feelings and emotions could be shared by manipulating resonating brainwaves. If we're to use that with our Nightmare rays, we could establish a neural link to all the pilots together and they would be able to act as one. Takeru volunteered for an experiment, but his mind couldn't handle it. And we almost saw that with Akito and the others on their previous mission. Jetfire said. But it wasn't just from the Alexanders, you know that, right? Yes. Something you explained called a geese. Sophie replied. And for some reason, you haven't gone into all the details about it. Because we're not 100% certain where that power comes from. Jetfire explained. We have some theories, but they're not good. And by not good, I mean that the source itself could be incredibly dangerous and not something to mess around with. I've seen the destruction something like that is capable of, it led to the destruction of our home. Just because we can experiment with something, doesn't mean we should. Restraint, I know, and I completely agree. Sophie said. I'm not a med scientist or anything like that, but I still believe in miracles. And I'm talking to one right now. Jetfire looked toward her curiously as she directed her gaze toward him. Do you think your advanced Cybertronian science could finally wake him up? Jetfire smiled. I'll need to know exactly what happened, and if you have any data on the incident that would certainly help. But yes, I think we can do something, maybe even something with that neural link you were talking about. Sophie smiled as she looked towards her comatose husband. Thank you. At the same time, Ultra Magnus was outside the castle, gazing up toward the stars before he found himself being joined by Alita 1. This feels familiar. The pink female Autobot commented. Takes you back, doesn't it? To when all of us, you, myself, Orion, Ratchet, Ironhide, even Megatron found ourselves gazing toward the stars, wondering for what the future might hold, and hoping it was a better one than what we had now. Ultra Magnus smiled. If I recall, you and Orion shared a few moments to yourselves for a time. Alita smiled back before it faded slightly. She truly did miss those nights, just as much as she missed Orion Pax, the Cybertronian she fell in love with. While she respected Optimus with every ounce of her spark and would follow him into hell and back if he wanted to, he wasn't quite the same Autobot she knew. Though they were still good friends and solid comrades, who fought for the same goal of freedom, it wasn't the same as before. But she was able to find peace with that. However, nothing could have prepared us for what future Cybertron had. Magnus said as his smile faded. Or rather, its lack of thereof. Maybe hope isn't lost. Alita said. Optimus carries the Matrix, and as long as he does, Primus still lives. The Allspark is also out there, somewhere across the stars. I know it's fleeting, but I still believe in hope. Hope not just for our planet's salvation, but for this one as well. Earth has a chance at survival. Ultra Magnus said. But we must steel our resolve. It will take far more than hope to stop Megatron. And we will stop him. Alita said with a serious expression gazing at the stars. Because as Optimus has faith in the humans who fight alongside us, so do I. The next day. The young soldiers awoke and were once again back at work with everyday chores, which included doing the laundry, something that Millie and one of the gypsies was helping to teach Leela. Come on Leela, put your back into it. Millie ordered. Right. Leela exclaimed as she continued to pound some of the water out of the clothes. That girl is a ruthless coach. Ryo commented as he, Anna, Rivalts, Suzaku, Colin, Nina, Ayano, and Yukiya continued to watch while they worked with more of the laundry themselves. Yeah, when Millie's in charge, it's always about giving 110%. Rivalts said. Yeah no, I kinda respect that sort of tenacity. Yukiya said. I still think it's said that Leela has to learn how to do laundry. Ayano said. Give her a break, she's rich. She's always had a servant, or something do that kind of stuff for her. Colin commented. Or they just have a laundry machine. Suzaku added. Leela always insists on doing what she can to help. Anna explained. Even when it comes to chores, though she's not quite good at it. But don't tell her I said that. She's about as klutzy as Shirley is sometimes. Rivalts said. Well, I could use a little help myself. Euphemia said with an apologetic smile as she held a series of sheets that needed to be cleaned. Oh, Euphemia, let me help with that. Nina ran over quickly. You know how to do laundry by hand, Nina? Euphemia asked with a hopeful smile, which caused Nina to blush with embarrassment. No. But I can help still Ayano sighed toward Colin. Come on, we should help them out. Colin gripped one sheet by one end with Euphemia grabbing the other, while Nina and Ayano did the same for the second. Okay, hold on tight Yuffie. Colin told her. Ready, set, go. She spun her end of the sheet to wring the water out while Yuffie held on as best as she could. You too Nina. Hold on as tight as you can. Ayano told her. Right. She nodded firmly as Ayano began to spin and wring out their own sheet. Hey, that looks fun. Why not let me join in? Ryo offered. You've got your own job, remember? Colin reminded. Ugh, fine. Ryo sulked as he took a pair of buckets and walked toward the river to fetch some water. But as he bent down, he felt his rear getting groped by a set of wrinkly hands, startling him as he backed into the river. Can't keep my hands off it. A gypsy joked. Can't an old girl get a little bit of love? Not from me. Ryo backed away even further, only to end up sinking into the deeper water, much to everyone's surprise, and the horror of his friends. Ryo! Yukiya exclaimed. He can't swim. Ayano also shouted. Oh no! Euphemia gasped. Somebody help him! Anna exclaimed just as Suzaku dove into the water with Colin right beside him. The two were quick to pull Ryo out of the water as everyone else ran to help him out. You okay, man? Rivalts asked. That water is deeper than it looks. Millie commented, looking toward the river. I had no idea you couldn't swim. Suzaku said as Ryo was helped back to his feet, but Suzaku quickly felt something around his own rear, causing him to stumble backwards as another gypsy had groped him as well. Well, aren't you a hero? How about a little reward for your selfless act? She teased. No thanks. I'm good. Suzaku quickly said, resulting in everyone else, even Ryo, laughing at his expense. Meanwhile, Nunnally, Shirley, Alice, and Misty had brought in several logs toward the group consisting of Lelich, Rai, Gino, Orpheus, Akito, and even Monica as they used their hatchets to cut down on the logs to make firewood. Wow, look at you go Lulu! Shirley said in a joking tone. A year ago, I wouldn't imagine you doing any kind of labor. We can thank Sayoko and Todo that they helped you to finally gain some muscle. Nunnally added. Ha, ha, very funny. Lelich said with a smirk. Gino brought down his hatchet to cut down some wood before wiping the sweat from his forehead. Man, this is great. I never did work like this with the other knights. Because manual labor was beneath us. Monica commented in a slight joking tone herself. That's reserved only for the lower class. Most of the group chuckled at the remark before Rai spoke up. Yeah no, even though you guys knights of the round, who are supposed to Britannia's elite and all that, you two and Nonet are some of the nicest people I know. Not everyone from Britannia is a racist bigot apparently. Akito said somewhat cynically. Yeah well, the whole number system seemed like garbage if you ask me. Gino commented before a sad expression fell on his face. Too bad my parents didn't feel the same way. Everyone looked toward him as he continued. When I was 14, we had a maid at our household, a teenage 11 girl who was around my age. Her name was Rin, and she was amazing. He smiled fondly. I didn't care if she was Japanese or not, didn't stop me from getting a major crush on her. That took them all by surprise. My parents found out though and kicked her back out on the street before my old man beat her with a stick. His fists clenched around the hatchet. 2 years later, I left home to join the military. It was better than being stuck in that stupid mansion for the rest of my life. Gino. I'm sorry. Shirley apologized as she, Nunnally, and Monica looked the most sympathetic, even Rai and Lelich looked toward him with pity. I got no idea where she is now, or if she's even still alive. Gino commented as he looked towards the clouds. And I miss her almost every day. I know how that feels. Orpheus said, getting their attention again. I lost somebody I loved too, only she wasn't kicked out or anything like that, she was murdered. Was she in the Geese Order with you? Lelich asked. She was. Misty confirmed. Her name was Yulia, and the three of us escaped the Geese Order, fleeing to a village in Hungary. But Pluton tracked us down and laid waste to the village. Orpheus and I were the only ones to survive. Anger flashed through his eyes, almost instinctively activating his geese, as he recalled the bloody massacre. Monica, being the one closest to him, put a comforting hand on his back to try and quell his rage, which seemed to work a bit. It seems everyone here has lost someone at some point in their life. Akito said. Family, friends, lovers. I suppose that gives us all something in common. It's sad, but at the same time, it's also beautiful. Nunnally said, surprising most of the group. I mean, what happened to everyone was tragic and it should have been avoided, but the fact that each of us are here, that we're standing back on our feet even though so many people and monsters have tried to break us down, we're all stronger because of that. But, above all, I think we're strongest when we're together. Lelich couldn't help but smile at his sister's resolve. Though she was growing into somebody was also quite fierce and strong like those around her, there was also that same kind of optimistic and hopeful personality she had when she couldn't see or walk for 7 years, the same kind of personality that saw only the best in people. Meanwhile, another person who observed everything was Sarah, who had been gathering smaller pieces of wood for kindling by herself. She had seen everything that everyone had been up to, and smiled with both humor and hope at each of their interactions. "You, Sarah, is it?" she heard one of the gypsies as she walked toward her. "Yes. Why aren't you down there with your pals?" Sarah hesitated before answering. "I'm just used to keeping my distance sometimes," she said before walking away. Later that night, everyone had once again gathered around for a large feast, enjoying each other's company, and helping themselves to whatever grub was in front of them. "This is amazing." Shirley beamed. "I know. Who knew we were such good cooks?" Rai agreed as they shared smiles. I think you have my coaching to thank for all that," Millie commented. "Who was it that kept things organized?" "You mean beating us with a whip, Miss She-Devil?" Yuki-Ya teased. Hey, easy ladies," Gino said as a pair of gypsies sat close toward him. "If you want to share my food." "Oh, I don't think they're interested in your food there, Gino," Monica teased. "Yeah, those ladies are hungry for something else." Colin smirked as Ryo went through the same kind of ordeal. "Come on, hands off ladies," Ryo said in a tone that indicated he was actually enjoying it. "I love men who know how to eat," one GYSPY said as she was already groping Ryo by his abs. "Suzaku, would you care for some of this? It's quite delicious." Euphemia offered Suzaku a spoonful of food, which he took as she fed it directly to him. "Thanks, Yuffie." "Ah, you two are so cute," Rivalts teased. "They do make such a darling couple," Nunnally teased before turning to her friend next to her. "What about you, Alice? Are you enjoying your meal?" "It's delicious," Alice said with the faintest of smiles. Ayano tried to offer some of her food to the boy next to her as well. "Akito, you've got to try this Munier." "I'll pass," Akito said without hesitation, much to everyone's surprise. "What's wrong? You don't like fish?" Orpheus asked. "I don't understand how anyone can eat that stuff," Akito said. "Seriously? You don't like any kind of seafood?" Rai questioned. "What about sushi or prawn?" Suzaku offered. "Lobster? Crab cakes? Salmon?" Shirley asked. "Even I enjoy the occasional shrimp." Even Lelich said. "Are you allergic to seafood, Akito?" Nunnally asked. "If you are, we're sorry." "Not allergic, I just don't like it." Akito tried to look away, not expecting Ryo to suddenly appear behind him. "What kind of 11 won't eat fish?" he questioned as he placed his arm around his shoulder in an assertively friendly manner. "Come on Akito, just give it a try. Don't knock it till you try it," Gino told him. "No way." He tried to force himself away. "Well, this won't do at all." Millie stood up as she grabbed Akito by the shoulders. "Come on Ryo. Help me hold him down." "You got it." Ryo and Millie held onto him tight. "Ayano, you shove it in." "Guys, come on. We shouldn't force him." Shirley tried to protest. "He doesn't have to try it if he doesn't want to." Yuffie also protested, but despite that, the group couldn't stop themselves from laughing, even Alice and Sarah smirked at their antics. Dinner soon came to an end as everyone lied back in exhaustion, allowing the food to digest. Some people were even getting ready to turn in for the night. The eldest of the gypsies, the one in black that had previously tried to scam them, was among those preparing to leave. Well, that's enough fun for one night. However, she almost tripped and fell, but Sarah was quick to catch her. "Here, let me help walk you back," Sarah offered. The immortal helped the elderly gypsy walked back toward the wagons, a lantern in one hand, and the elderly woman's in the other. "You know, you may keep your distance from others, but you're such a sweet child underneath." "I'm not a child. Trust me on that one," Sarah commented. "No, you're certainly older than you let on, I can tell." the gypsy said. But I think there might be more of a child inside than you think. I can offer you a reading if you like. Read my fortune? Sarah questioned. Yes, if you want, of course. Sarah shrugged. What could it hurt? They both kneeled on the floor of one of the wagons as Sarah saw the gypsy lay out a parchment that had something akin to a star or even a pentagram on it with various other markings all across. She'd seen similar symbols with other fortune tellers she's met in her long life, as well as cultish practices. As she heard the old woman chanting, while rolling a cluster of colored rocks in her hands like a pair of dice, she didn't really think this would do much for her, but she thought she'd humor the old woman. The rocks were thrown toward the ground before the woman spoke. You've been touched by the devil. You've seen his face. His power dwells within you. A great and terrible evil looms over you like a shadow. No offense, but I've been told stuff like that for a while now. Sarah said. People say I'm a witch, so of course I've been told that I've consorted with the devil or demons or whatever. You are no witch. Witches are those who give their souls to the devil in exchange for power. But you did not give up your soul, rather your soul was taken from you. It doesn't matter if it was taken or I gave it up, I've lost my soul a long time ago. Sarah said as she looked down with a set expression. Would you like to have it back? The gypsy asked, surprising Sarah. When something is lost, it can also be found. Would you like to find your soul? Sarah didn't know what to say. Find her soul? For a long time, she had been dead inside. It wasn't until she met Lelich and Optimus, and began to experience new things by working and fighting alongside them that she began to feel emotions again. She knew that she wanted to stay with them, but at the same time, she couldn't help but fear that she would outlive them like everyone else. Of course, Cybertronians had much longer lifespans when compared to humans, but they were still mortal, and they could die all the same, but she couldn't. Her greatest fear was being left alone again, but at the same time, that fear seemed more like an inevitable reality, and this war against the Decepticons seemed like a distraction from it. But, find her soul again? Was that even possible? Her thoughts were interrupted when the elder gypsy gently touched her hand. You've already begun to find your soul. Your heart beats with joy, fear, sorrow, rage, hope, and love. Slowly, your soul will return to you. You may have experienced terrible hardships, but you are stronger than you know. Soon, everything you've endured, it will all be worth it. How can you know that? Sarah asked, emotion creeping through her voice. You don't know what I've been through. Maybe not, but I have faith. The elder gypsy smiled. Because if the devil exists, then there must be a God out there as well. Maybe not the same God you hear in churches, but a God. After all, if there is evil in the world, then there must be good too. She didn't quite know what to say, but those words reminded Sarah of the time she spoke with the original primes. That was true, they were evidence that as long as there is evil, good will always rise against it. They were even willing to allow her to form a contact with Optimus and give him a power that instilled hope in people. The immortal smiled as she felt the hope in her chest only grow larger than before. The next day. Yeah, all right, I understand, Elita. Lelich said over the phone. Okay, we'll be back tomorrow. Thank you. He got off the phone before speaking to his friends, teammates, and the gypsies. Thank you for being so hospitable to us, but tonight will be our last night. So we're really heading back? Colin asked. Yeah. Things are getting a little dicey with the EU and Euro-Britannia again. Lelich explained. We spend the rest of the day here, but tomorrow the Autobots are gonna come and pick us up. We still got a job to do. Pretty much everyone present looked with understanding yet disappointed expressions. Ah well, it was fun while it lasted. Millie said with a sigh. Yeah, I really liked it here. Gino added. No rest for the wicked after all. Orpheus commented. It's not like the Decepticons are taking a vacation themselves. The gypsies were already in tears. You're really planning to leave us so soon? Sorry, but war's calling and we can't wait much longer. Rai winced. Thank you for everything though. Suzaku said honestly. We won't forget any of you. We'll miss you kids so much. Yes, we'll miss you too. Leela was crying as well, along with Nunnally, Euphemia, Anna, and Shirley. You made us feel so welcome here, we can't thank you enough. Nunnally said with watery eyes. This was honestly the most fun I'd ever had. I'll cherish this memory always. Yuffie said. You mean all the memories of the hard work they put us through? Ayano said with a wincing grin. I'm sure they'll look back on our free labor fondly. Yuki-ya commented. Please grannies. Ryo was also in tears, much to everyone's surprise. Don't you dare go senile and forget me, okay? Suddenly, most of the gypsies began to pile all around Ryo, as well as Suzaku, Gino, and Orpheus. Oh, how can we ever forget such beautiful boys? These bodies are unforgettable. One Gyspy even began to caress Lelich's face once more. And this pretty face is one I will never forget. Sarah shook her head with a smile. Well, if it's going to be our last night together, let's at least make the most of it. We'll prepare the biggest feast we've done yet. Whoa. Sarah, you really seem into this. Rivalts looked in surprise. Well, as someone who's been dead inside for probably longer than any human in history, I'd say it's time we begin to live things up a bit, wouldn't you agree? She said with a grin. As everyone gathered all the necessary food and items to prepare for the feast later tonight, Ayano had brought up several buckets of water when Colin walked up to her and handed her a sheathed Kodaki. Hey, I think this is yours. Colin said as Ayano took it. Sorry it took so long, Leela wanted to give it back to you after our last mission. But when things got crazy, we thought it'd be best to take a mental break before giving it back. What? Thought I'd go berserk and slice you all with it. Ayano joked, causing them both to laugh. But thanks, seriously. So, were your ancestors samurai? Colin asked out of curiosity. Yep, at least that's what I've been told. Ayano replied as the two sat down together. But, I wouldn't know too much considering I've never been to Japan. You were born in Europe? Colin asked in surprise. Yeah, my sister and I. Ayano confirmed. So were Ryo and Yuki-ya. It was a pretty good life for a while, until Britannia invaded Japan and EU politics chose to put us 11s in internment camps, even though we were full European citizens. But I'd love to go to Japan one day, all of us. You're not missing out on much now. Colin said with a set expression. Britannia steamrolled over most of it, and the cons wiped out everything else. Now the whole thing is nothing more than a graveyard. I know. Ayano admitted, but still smiled. But I'd still love to see it. To rebuild. Colin smiled a bit herself. So, your sister, what happened to her? She died. Ayano said, looking down. We were part of Ryo's gang, but one by one, they all bit the bullet, even she did. Now the three of us are all that's left. I'm sorry. I lost my brother the same way. Colin said. And it's not just him, I had somebody else who was also like a brother to me. An Autobot named Cliff Jumper, but he ended up dying too. I know they both died fighting for a cause that was worth it, but I still miss them. Guess we have more in common than I thought, huh? Ayano said as the two exchanged emotional smiles. Later that night, celebrations were high. After everyone ate, Millie and the gypsies decided to throw something akin to a dance party. Instruments such as flutes, lutes, accordions, violins, and other similar tools were used to bring the music as nearly everyone danced around the fire. Some danced with the gypsies or even by themselves. Rai had offered Shirley a dance, and the two seemed to be enjoying their time together. Even Suzaku and Yuffie were dancing together. Ayano danced on her own, and Ryo appeared to be dancing alongside a few gypsies. Millie had even offered Rivalts a chance to dance, which he accepted with little hesitation. Even Orpheus appeared to be sharing a dance with Monica. Anna looked around with smiles as Yuki-ya approached her. Hey, everyone else is having fun. Wanna join in? He offered his hand. Anna looked in surprise with a blush before she smiled and accepted. Yes. I would love to dance. They joined in the celebration with everyone else. Gino walked over to Misty. Yo, you wanna dance too? He asked in a friendly smile. I honestly don't know how to dance. Misty said. Oh, come on, it's super easy. Let me show you. Gino took her hand and pulled her along. Nunnally even ran up to Alice. Come on Alice. Let's go. Wait. Nunnally I don't know how to dance either and. You don't have to know. Just have fun with it. Nunnally encouraged as she took both of Alice's hands and began to pull her along. Nunnally laughed the whole time she twirled with Alice, who couldn't stop herself from smiling and laughing along with her, honestly having fun herself. Colin was even approached by Lelich. So, you want to dance? He asked, offering his hand. The redhead sighed. You know I'm not one of those pick-up dancey types, right? She reminded. A playful smirk fell on his face. What's the matter, Colin? Scared? That's not like you. Scared. Colin then looked to him with a borderline evil smirk. Oh, it is so on. She grabbed his hands rather fiercely and pulled him into something of an aggressive dance. Meanwhile, Nina sat down with a smile, not really interested in dancing, but simply chose to observe everyone with a smile. The moment she set her eyes on Euphemia and Suzaku, however, her smile faded slightly. Must be hard, Millie sat down next to her former classmate. Seeing someone you like with somebody else. Is it really that obvious? Nina asked, looking away. Even back at Ashford, it was pretty easy to tell you had a thing for Euphemia. Millie began. But it must have been hard considering she was a princess, and you were a commoner. But now, in this crazy new world where social status doesn't really matter anymore, the time when you might actually have a chance, you find she's into somebody else. I won't lie and say that I'm not upset. Nina admitted. But, she just seems so happy. And if she's happy, then I guess I'm happy. Nina said with a sad smile. Millie couldn't help but smile as well. You know Nina, I'm really proud of you. A year ago, you were terrified of even walking out on the streets and catching even a glance at somebody who was Japanese. But now look at you. You're working with people you'd never thought you'd work with, even freaking aliens, and you're even admitting you're alright with your crush being someone else and someone who's Japanese no less. You've grown. Millie said as she put a friendly arm around the girl's shoulder. Thanks Millie. I like to think I have too. Nina accepted the gesture with a warm smile. As everyone continued to party, Sarah and Leela both sat close to Akito. The immortal girl simply smiled while Leela openly laughed. This is so much fun. Well, let's not let the party stop. The night is still young. Rivalts approached. Hey Akito, you wanna join us? Gino asked. Cut me out. He muttered to himself before standing up. This is stupid. He began to walk away into the forest, much to their surprise. Geez, what crawled up his tailpipe and died? Rivalts commented. I'll talk to him. Leela stood up and followed Akito, with Sarah casting a concerning glance in the direction she walked off into. Leela quickly made her way through the forest before she finally spotted Akito sitting on a log alone in a small clearing, the moonlight shining over him. She couldn't quite explain why, but Leela could tell there was something really bothering Akito. Mustering a bit of courage, she walked closer to him. Akito, can we talk? She asked as she sat down next to him. Are you alright? I'm afraid. Akito shuddered. Moments like this always make me feel that something bad is just around the corner. This reminds me of that night. The moon looked so pretty. My parents and the rest of the clan were laughing and having a great time. Except for my brother. Your brother. Leela remembered seeing Shin back in their previous mission. Just like that, they were dead. Akito continued. So was I at first, but for some reason I came back. His entire body began to shake with his eyes, the painful memory resurfacing. And when my brother saw me, he just said, Akito, die now, . Leela covered her mouth with a gasp as she continued to listen to Akito. I was supposed to die, with the others. He was on the verge of breaking down, his body shaking even more. But I didn't. His body then suddenly began to calm as he spoke in a more murderous tone of voice. There's no hope for my brother. And I have no choice. I must kill him. Before he knew it, Leela had wrapped her arms around him and pulled him into a comforting embrace. Though this was a surprise for him, he made no effort to resist. Akito. I'm happy that he didn't kill you that day. That you survived. She said as her voice began to crack. She pulled him in closer, and he honestly felt more relieved, not just at getting this in the open, but that someone was actually providing him comfort. If you had died, I'd never would have met you. She pulled away and helped him to stand on his feet. Come on. Let's head back. Leela would soon lead Akito back to the campfire, and it is there that they soon danced as well. It was honestly the most beautiful out of all the dances present, so much so that everyone around them couldn't help but be mesmerized by it. In that moment, all the demons that had plagued Akito seemed to vanish, not entirely as he knew they would return, but it would seem they have gone silent for this night. He truly did enjoy himself, as did Leela. Sarah continued to watch not only their dance, but everyone else having fun, laughing, eating, drinking, and continued dancing. Though she never danced herself, this was enough. She smiled as tears flowed from her eyes almost automatically. The next day, a large ground bridge portal opened up in front of the group of young soldiers as they prepared to return to Castle Weisswolf. So, you guys are all coming with us? Rai asked the group consisting of Nunnally, Alice, Shirley, Millie, Rivalts, Nina, and Misty. Absolutely. I'd love to see the castle, as well as see how Bumblebee, Elita, and the others are doing. Nunnally smiled. I'm sure we can find a way for you guys to help. Suzaku seemed to accept. Even Lelich was silently glad, though he knew they could be put in danger from this, he was happy that his sister and friends were joining him. As the group prepared to enter the portal, Ayano groaned. Please tell me traveling through this is easier without a nightmare. Oh no, it is worse. Colin smirked. It's so much worse. God no. Ayano gulped as one by one, they all entered the ground bridge portal. Leela was first, followed by Anna, Akito, Shirley, Rivalts, Ayano, Ryo, Yukiya, Nunnally, Alice, Misty, Orpheus, Monica, Gino, Millie, Nina, Colin, Suzaku, Euphemia, Rai, and Colin. Lelich and Sarah were among the last before they turned around to see the group of gypsies one last time who waved them goodbye as some were already shedding tears. Lelich gave a wave himself before stepping into the portal. There's still so much left for us to do. Sarah thought to herself, still looking at the gypsies. I can't even imagine how this is all going to play out. But one thing is for certain, I did enjoy my time here. And I hope, maybe one day, we can all do something like this again. Right, Optimus. With that, Sarah smiled and waved to the gypsies before stepping into the portal, which shortly closed behind her. Chapter 10, The Brightness Falls. And your entire nation would thus have more to gain by joining our side. Starscream proposed to the High Eunuchs. You are aware of what we've done to Britannia, so it would be far more beneficial to have the Decepticons as your allies as opposed to your enemies. The Decepticon second in command, alongside the former Brighton Prince turned Decepticon ambassador, Schneeisel were currently in the meeting with the true ruling body of the Chinese Federation about solidifying a possible alliance with this superpower, both parties meeting the Vermilion Forbidden City. Schneeisel and the High Eunuchs currently sitting at a table on the balcony of the main palace, with Starscream himself standing on equal height to their elevated level. Oh, most assuredly, we wouldn't dare think of fighting the likes of you. One of the High Eunuchs spoke. We're not foolish enough to take on the force that ultimately wiped out the Brighton Empire in less than a few weeks. But what assurances do we have that we will be treated as equal partners in this arrangement? Another asked. An alliance such as this has to be built on by trust, and the name Decepticons doesn't quite inspire that particular virtue. Understandable. Schneeisel acknowledged. But as someone who works closely with the Decepticon High Command, I can assure you that you will be compensated accordingly for your cooperation. There is one thing I would like to point out, however. Gao Hai said. While we all know that we, the High Eunuchs, are truly the ones in power, there are many in the Federation that see the Empress as their true leader. If we get too sloppy, we may face quite the rebellion. Some of his fellow eunuchs looked toward him in surprise. What is this, Gao Hai? Are you suddenly developing a sense of compassion for those insects? Insects that just so happen to number over 1 billion. Gao Hai reminded. One can easily step on 5 or 6 cockroaches, but that many can easily overwhelm a group of people such as us. He then turned toward Starscream. Not to mention that your enemies, the Autobots, and the Black Knights, have inspired several rebellions throughout the world, and they would be more than able to provide support should the commoners revolt. Then use your military to wipe out the people. Starscream pointed out flatly. It shouldn't be that difficult. Starscream, while I applaud your desire for a direct approach, I wouldn't be so quick to rule out the possibility of the military themselves rebelling. Schneeisel told his Decepticon ally. And as Gao Hai pointed out, any rebellion in the Chinese Federation could gain support of the Black Knights and the Autobots, which could easily disrupt our plans. That said, of course, I believe I may have a solution that could solidify our alliance with minimal bloodshed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the palace, the Decepticon Seeker, Thundercracker, stood at the other side of the palace, merely observing the rest of the city with his own optics. He was never one for politics, that was always something Starscream took on, not that he thought Starscream was a great politician. In fact, Thundercracker honestly thought if Starscream was made the head of a planet, or even a country, he'd run it into the ground in record time. His days-long reign as Decepticon leader after Megatron's apparent demise at the hands of Metroplex was proof enough for that. It was honestly a wonder why Megatron even kept him around, maybe just a punching bag to vent out his frustrations? It was honestly the main reason he attempted to abandon Starscream during the mission for the Immobilizer. The Decepticon cause would be more efficient without him. Rather than continue to think on this, Thundercracker looked to his own handheld tablet to study more on the Chinese Federation's history and culture, if anything just to pass the time. As far as he could tell, the Emperor and/or Empress have always been the one in command, with the High Eunuchs acting as their advisors. That is until this Tianzi girl became Empress after the deaths of her parents. Though official reports claimed it was due to an accident, one glance at the High Eunuchs and Thundercracker assumed they were directly responsible, and it wasn't difficult to see why. Someone so young as the ruling figure could be easily taken advantage of. She was honestly just a puppet, with the High Eunuchs simply seizing power for themselves. No wonder Starscream is able to hold a conversation with them. Like 2 peas in a pod, as the humans say. Thundercracker's attention was soon caught by a childlike gasp as he glanced to the side to see none other than Tianzi herself looking at him in fright. This was the Empress? He knew she would be young, but actually seeing her was surprising. He didn't expect her to be so small. There was a part of him that felt some sympathy toward her, knowing her life was more or less under the direct control of what was basically a den of Starscreams who likely do not care for her well-being in the slightest. Thundercracker was not a softy by any means. Most of the stuff he did was usually based off logic and efficiency, what serves the cause most beneficially. But he would be lying to say that he didn't feel some form of pity for a small creature that had no control over her own life whatsoever. Your Highness. He heard a voice speak up as he saw a trio of individuals, 1 human male and 2 females, quickly make their way to her side. You shouldn't venture off so far from the palace. You could. The man took notice of Thundercracker and looked at him with a glare, followed by everyone else. What is going on here? Kaguya questioned as she, Sayoko, and Zinc glared at the Seeker. Nothing. Thundercracker replied. The child wandered in my direction. I made no form of contact. Kaguya turned her attention back to the young Empress. Are you alright, Tianzi? Yes. She nodded. You are Kaguya Sumeragi. Thundercracker spoke to the Japanese girl. You came from a rather influential family in the former Japanese government before Britannia's invasion. Even then your family had influence in the now defunct group of Kyoto. But currently, you live in the Vermilion Forbidden City under the sanctuary of the Empress. And you are a Decepticon. Kaguya said, still maintain a glare, not showing any signs of intimidation toward the massive metal being in front of her. One of the metallic monsters that massacred hundreds of thousands of my people. I take no joy in that. Thundercracker pointed out. But I will not deny my hand in that either. Is that supposed to be honorable? Zinc questioned. Taking no joy in murder and yet not denying it. You are a soldier, aren't you? Thundercracker asked. Isn't that part of your occupation, to kill? It's one thing to kill other soldiers who can fight back, it's something else entirely when you attack civilians who can't defend themselves. Zinc stated. Fair enough. Thundercracker acknowledged. Perhaps you should escort the Empress to the palace. The eunuchs may worry, and you wouldn't want to agit Starscream any further, he has a habit of making things worse than they need to be. They still glared at him but understood his reasoning. Come along, Your Highness. Sayoko helped Kaguya and Zinc escort Tianzi back to the palace, leaving Thundercracker alone again. There was a part of the Seeker that suspected Kaguya was actually an informant for the Black Knights and the Autobots. Given her family's history, it wouldn't be difficult to make that assumption. However, he also did not have any proof, and it was because of that he wouldn't tell Starscream either. As he said, Starscream tends to make things worse than they need to be, intentional or not. If Kaguya wasn't a spy, then his actions would make things increasingly more complicated. He mentally sighed. I hate politics. Euro-Britannia, St. Petersburg. You wanted to speak with me? Shin Hyagashang said as he stood in the nightmare hangar, alone with Steeljaw for the two to converse in private. Yes, I want to get right to the point. I know about your geese. Steeljaw revealed, causing Shin to narrow his eyes. Oh, don't be so surprised, and no need to be hostile either. I actually find such an ability to be unique. And suffice to say, you're not the only one in our ranks who possesses that kind of power. Do you possess one? Shin asked. I wish, things would be so much easier for me if I did. Steeljaw replied. But that's beside the point, I hope you can give me a demonstration of your unique ability. Why would I do that? Shin questioned. Because if we're going to work together, we'd be much more efficient if we have a greater knowledge of each other's abilities. The wolf-like deception answered. Like I've said before, I recognize the look in your eyes. The longing for destruction, the tired and exhausted feeling of this boring existence. I'm not necessarily an anarchist per se, but I'm somebody who can help you achieve your ambitions. And what of your ambitions, Decepticon? The Euro-Britannian soldier asked. Won't my lust for destruction conflict with your cause of domination? Both can actually benefit from one another. Steeljaw answered. Sort of like a symbiotic relationship. This world needs destruction before it can be remade into something else. We can help each other. I desire for this world to be made into a place for Decepticons, you desire the destruction of the old. Shin chuckled. You believe I want to remake this world? You couldn't be more wrong. Perhaps. A geese sigil manifested in his left eye. You should see things from my perspective, on the other side. However, Steeljaw chuckled himself. I see, so you can command others to do your bidding. For one of the few times in his life, Shin gasped in surprise. But, how? See, our side done extensive research on the power of geese. Steeljaw explained. We can tell that in their initial stage, the power cannot affect Cybertronians. The energy provided by our sparks is simply too strong to be overwritten by that of a geese ability. However, we have also learned that geese abilities can evolve over time and grow stronger. Yours seems to only manifest in your left eye, while it seems there are others who can manifest it in both. Now he had Shin's undivided attention as his geese power deactivated. It seems there are things about geese even you don't know. Steeljaw answered. But we can help provide that. Join our cause, Shin. Became a Decepticon all your own, I'd be more than happy to help show you the ropes. As I said before, why would I help you when all I seek is destruction, and you want domination? Shin replied. If you want my honest opinion, I couldn't care less what you do. Whatever ideals the Decepticons aspire to, I'm not interested. All I want, is to see this world covered in corpses. Which is why I admit that I admire the destruction the Decepticons are capable of. Seeing your forces completely decimate Britannia brought me unquenchable amounts of joy. He said with a sadistic smile. Steeljaw laughed. At least you're honest about what you want. Like I said though, we can both benefit by helping each other. In order to make this world into what we want, we have to destroy what's already here. So why not help us along the way? We can work out the details about what to do after once we get there. That being said, let us begin tearing this world down. We'll start with the EU and even Euro-Britannia. So, what do you say, brother? He offered Shin his claw. Shin's maniacal grin only grew. Sounds like a plan to me. He placed his hand on Steeljaws, solidifying their partnership. Castle Weiss Wolf. This is amazing. Shirley beamed as she, Rivalts, and Millie were shown around the castle by Anna. Currently the group was descending an elevator to the lower levels. A real live castle? Yeah, and it's not one of those snobbish Brighton neon palaces either. Rivalts added. An actual medieval castle. It is medieval, right? He asked Anna. It was, yes. Anna confirmed. Of course, we've had to give it a modern remodel in order for it to function as a base, but at the same time, maintain the overall structure. Well, I think you did an amazing job. This place is incredible. Shirley continued to beam. Millie chuckled. We spent the last 6 months living in an alien starship, yet you get all excited about an old castle. The Ark is pretty cool, but that doesn't mean this castle isn't cool either. Shirley said. You know, I'd be very interested to see this Ark myself. Anna said. Just interacting with the Autobots has provided an incredible number of advancements to our technology. I can only imagine what more they have to offer. Oh, trust us, Anna, the bots' tech is truly more than meets the eye. Millie teased as the elevator came to a stop. There, the group entered a laboratory where Nina and 2 other young women researchers, Chloe and Hilda, were working with a blue Alexander with a pink secondary color. Nunnally and Misty were present as well. Currently, the Nightmare was in its insect mode on a treadmill before quickly standing upright. All right, lag time has been cut down by 50%. Not bad, let's keep going. Nina said as she and the others continued to work. Hey, what's going on? Rivalts asked as the group walked into the laboratory. Is that a new Nightmare? Yep. The Alexander Valiant. Chloe confirmed. It's much faster than the original model, able to better handle more advanced Nightmare rays and even the Decepticons. The battle data we obtained during the Slonim operation has really helped. Hilda added. Are you doing okay in there, Alice? Nunnally asked the test pilot of the Alexander Valiant. I'm alright. Alice said as she worked the controls. The controls are basic enough, I'm sure I can manage this Nightmare with little issue. She's very adept for someone so young. Nina observed. This Nightmare might not be as advanced as the Lancelot or Gurren, but it'll definitely run circles around the cons. Let's see if we can kick it up a notch. Wow, Nina, you're really in your element here. Millie said. So, is everyone getting new Nightmare rays like these? Shirley asked. Custom Alexander Valiants have already been completed for Ryo, Ayano, and Yukiya. Misty confirmed. They should be testing them outside now. What about Akito? Rivalts asked. I mean, the guy's a total badass, he should get one too. Oh, Akito's getting something really special. Nina said with a grin. You wanna see a sneak peek? She brought up the schematics for the Nightmare the Ghost of Hannibal would soon receive. Suffice to say, the former student council members, even Nunnally, looked in surprise. Whoa. Rivalts muttered. That looks pretty intense. Millie commented. What kind of Nightmare is that? Shirley asked. The Alexander Liberté. Anna recognized the design. I designed it myself, but it will be some time before it's ready. You designed this all by yourself? Shirley asked before looking in amazement. You're incredible, Anna. Anna tried to look away with a shy grin and a blush. I try my best. She's certainly a lot more humble than other certain scientists we know. Rivalts whispered to Millie. Nunnally soon giggled. Imagine what would happen if Lloyd, Rax Hata, or even Ratchet saw this. Oh, that would be a sight to behold. Millie smirked. Meanwhile, outside the castle, the Autobots and Black Knights, consisting of Colin, Archie, Suzaku, Bumblebee, Rai, Bulkhead, Gino, Smokescreen, Monica, Prowl, Jetfire, even Sophie, and Claus watched from a safe distance as Sideswipe, Strongarm, and Grindcore engaged in a sparring match against Ryo, Ayano, and Yukiya, each of them in their own custom Alexander Valiants. Ryo's was blue and orange, Ayano's was blue and violet, while Yukiya's was blue and green. Ryo's axe collided with Sideswipe's sword, both smirking at each other as they continued to clash their respective weapons. Though Sideswipe couldn't see his face, he could tell Ryo was having just as much fun as he was. At the same time, Strongarm fired her Energon crossbow at the Alexander Valiant piloted by Ayano, which was in its insect mode before driving directly at her, transforming to draw a sword-like weapon, which Strongarm parried with the blunt of her crossbow before moving back to get some distance, but Ayano wasn't about to give her the chance. Yukiya's Alexander maintained its own distance as it fired its own long-ranged weapon at Grindcore. The larger Autobot crossed his arms to take the hit. However, every single Autobot and pilot present couldn't help but smirk, clearly enjoying themselves. Even the ever-serious Strongarm was having fun as well. "Look at them go," Gino stated with a grin. "I so wanna get in on this." "You and me both, buddy," Smokescreen said in the same manner. "Looks like a ton of fun. I'm sure you can ask them once they're done, pretty sure they'll be happy to oblige." Monica teased the pair. "Reaction timing is much quicker than with their previous models," Sophie said as she monitored the data from her tablet. "Seems these new systems are able to better keep up battle instinct." "It's not just the systems," Jetfire said. "Their experience has helped them to grow as pilots. And sparring with Autobots is a way for them to get used to this sort of field of combat. Even though their Nightmare rays are less advanced than ours, pretty sure they could give us a run for our money if we fought them," Rai commented. "It's not just the weapons, it's who's using it," Prowl said. "Having an advanced weapon can only carry you so far if you yourself don't know how to use it. Well, I'd say these guys have done a pretty good job so far," Bulkhead said. "Like to see 'em take on the cons again with those bad boys." Suzaku couldn't help but chuckle. "What's so funny?" Colin asked. "It doesn't seem that long ago that most of us were probably in a similar situation," Suzaku said. "Less than a year ago, each of us were rookies ourselves, using our Nightmare rays just to keep up with Autobots and Decepticons. Now here we are, assessing them like we're the experts or something. I'd say we are the experts at this point," Colin said with a prideful grin. "How much of a con kill count do each of us have at this point?" "A lot less than us, that's for certain," Archie teased, causing Colin to look toward her partner with a playful stink eye. Most of the group shared a laugh at that as Bumblebee cast a glance towards Claus, who helped himself to another swig of his flask before noticing the yellow Autobot looking down on him. "Oh? You want a drink? Wait, do bots even drink? And if you do you have any alcohol?" Bumblebee's only response was a sitcom laugh through his radio. "So is that a yes or a no?" Claus asked. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Iron Will vessel, Lelich, Ultra Magnus, Elita 1, Euphemia, Sarah, Orpheus, Leela, and Akito all gathered together as Optimus Prime had contacted them. This was the very first time Leela had met Optimus, though it wasn't in person like she had hoped. It was still nice, as she admitted it was an honor to meet him, an honor he likewise shared. But that wasn't the main purpose of their meeting. Optimus, with the aid of Cornelia, Wizard, and Kyoto on his end, had managed to find information regarding Shin Hyagashang, which Optimus himself would report. Akito also took this moment to explain what happened between him and his brother before, with Leela reluctantly asking him. Though it would serve as a tactical advantage for them to learn more about Shin, it was no less painful for Akito to recall that awful night. Everyone had their own different reactions to the story. Lelich was incredibly disturbed with a look of disgust on his face. Elita looked toward Akito in pity. Ultra Magnus tried to maintain a stoic facade, but even he couldn't stop his fists from clenching in anger. Yuffie had covered her mouth in clear shock with tears welling up in her eyes. Orpheus' face contorted with rage. Even Sarah looked more than a little disturbed. And finally, Optimus' own expression on the bridge's screen was one of sympathy. "And I thought my family was messed up," Lelich commented. Akito, I I'm so sorry. Yuffie said, tears flowing down her eyes already. Akito said nothing as he looked down, fists clenching at his sides as Leela looked toward him in sympathy. This would explain Akito's own geese command. Sarah thought. He was too young to understand what Shin meant when he said to die. I can't imagine what that must have been like for you. Elita spoke aloud toward the young soldier. Akito, thank you. This will help us, but you have my sympathies. Thank you. Akito muttered. You have mine as well, young Akito. Optimus spoke aloud. Shin Hyagashang, as you mentioned, appears to be nothing short of a madman. A stark contrast to his military background. It would also explain why there are no records of him prior to his adoption into the Euro-Britannian Shang family. Ultra Magnus said. With his entire family deceased, there would be nobody left to say anything of him. Though he spoke in a collected tone, he made sure to do it so it wouldn't upset Akito. Magnus may be a by-the-book military commander, but that didn't mean he had no sympathy to those who were clearly traumatized. And from there, it seems he was able to work his way through the military until being enlisted in the Order of Michael. Orpheus put in. Euro-Britannia didn't share the homeland's discriminatory views towards the numbers, so he faced little resistance in his ascension through the military's ranks. I've met the leader of the Order of Michael before. Euphemia said. Sir Manfredi, he was the Knight of Two before becoming the head of the Order. He was a good man, one of the few I could hold a decent conversation with, and did not share any views of Britannia's prejudice and discrimination. But I've never met anybody from the Order of Michael, much less Shin. With Peacemark and Kyoto's connections, we were able to learn what has transpired in Euro-Britannia. Optimus spoke. Official reports claim that Manfredi died of suicide, though I believe we can all speculate that was not the case. Shin must have used his geese. Sarah assumed. Told Manfredi to take his own life so that there would be no evidence of a murder. That sounds like something my brother would do. Akito admitted. It's almost as if Shin is the opposite of Suzaku. Lelich commented, getting everyone's attention, especially Euphemia. I can't understand what exactly Shin's motives are, but Suzaku joined the Britannian military because he wanted to change the system from within, facing the discrimination policies of the old empire head-on. He wanted to do it the right way, with honor, or at least what he viewed of it. But he was honest and sincere. Shin, on the other hand, faced no such discriminations, yet used morally unethical methods to get to where he is now. You are correct, Lelich. Ultra Magnus agreed. It seems that would make Shin a perfect foil for Suzaku. Of course, Shin is nothing like Suzaku, or even like Akito. Euphemia commented. Agreed. Leela nodded. Shin is a vile man and must be stopped. And he will be, but if we're going to stop him, as well as the Decepticons, we need to gather more allies. Elita said. We've made good progress with the EU, how are things in the Chinese Federation, Optimus? Based on Kaguya and Zink's report, Schneeisel and Starscream have made contact with the High Eunuchs and appear to be negotiating an alliance. Optimus revealed, Lelich and Euphemia sharing a glance at the mention of their brother. Gao Hai is attempting to slow them down, but we cannot guarantee that will last forever. Is there anything we can do to help? Leela asked. Allow myself and those with me to worry about the Chinese Federation, you should remain focused on the EU and Euro-Britannia. Optimus replied. He's right. Akito did what he usually did to push away his inner turmoil to focus on the task at hand. Lelich, Euphemia, do you believe you can use your connection with Vila Ines to reach out to Mary Bell? She is your sister, after all. And if someone of royal status of the old Britannia, as well as the current leader of Euro-Britannia, were to assist us, I have little doubt the rest of the state will follow. That would make sense. Sarah said. And the promise of revenge against the Decepticons could help motivate them as well. Reaching out to Mary Bell would be difficult. Lelich said. Based on what I've heard, she was ruthless in cracking down any anti-Britannian resistance before it fell. I'm afraid that is true. Euphemia agreed. Ever since terrorists took the lives of her mother and sister. Actually, that's not entirely correct. Orpheus said. That got everyone's attention. Is there something you wish to share with us, Oz? Ultra Magnus questioned. Yes. Orpheus nodded. For one thing, it wasn't terrorists that attacked Maribel's home. It was Vivi. Nearly everyone looked toward Orpheus with a shocked expression, particularly Sarah, as this was news to her as well. The late Emperor's brother? Elita questioned. Yes. Orpheus confirmed. The one who has the ability to grant a geese, and likely gave Maribel hers. You are certain Maribel has a geese? Optimus asked. I can confirm that. Sarah said. When we all met and fought in Slonim, there were so many different types of geese all gathered together, I could feel them resonating with one another. I felt Lelich's, Layla's, Rise, Orpheus, Shin's, even Maribel. She has a geese. I don't know what kind of power it is, but she has one. How? How could this have happened? Leela asked. Sarah, you told us that my father had a geese, one that could alter memories. Lelich said to the green-haired immortal, which she nodded in confirmation. That must have been how he did it. After V.V's attack, Charles probably altered Maribel's memory of the event to not only cover his brother's tracks but grant him a loyal pawn in the process. He looked away in disgust at his father's actions, something Euphemia shared in as well. But how do you know of this, Orpheus? Ultra Magnus asked Oz. Because Maribel's sister, Yulia, didn't die. She survived. Orpheus revealed, further surprising everyone. She was taken to the Geese Order once Vivi discovered that. That's where I met her, we were close. And when we escaped along with Miss X, I mean Misty, V.V's personal lapdogs, Pluton, hunted us down. Misty and I survived, but Yulia, she wasn't so lucky. Orpheus turned away with a pained expression, the memory still haunting him. Nearly everyone, even Akito and Ultra Magnus, looked toward Orpheus in sympathy. More and more conspiracies surrounding my vile father. Lelich practically spat at the memory of his biological father, never once regretting the thought of Megatron killing him. If anything, Lelich wanted to do the deed himself, but he was still glad to know his father got what he deserved. But, if Maribel is under the influence of a geese, could you remove it? Euphemia looked to Sarah with a hopeful expression. I can, but I would have to make physical contact. Sarah confirmed. Even if it's indirect, such as through a nightmare, if I get a chance to connect with her, I can undo what Charles did to her. And she would join our side then? Leela asked. I remember Maribel was very happy with her mother and sister, if she knew the truth, and that the one who ruined her life is working with the Decepticons, a common enemy that we all wish to defeat, then yes, she would more than likely join us. Very well. Ultra Magnus accepted. If you are certain of this, then we can proceed with this objective. And as established before, it would help us gain support from Euro-Britannia. Elita said. We may even manage to organize a ceasefire and truce between them and the EU. That is, of course, the Decepticons don't find a way to screw it up. Akito commented. I've learned from personal experience, Akito, that the plans of the Decepticons can become complicated, chaotic, and unpredictable. Once we learn of their objective, we should be able to come up with a strategy. But until then, all we can do is wait. Then I encourage each of you to be ready. Optimus told them all. Do everything you can on your end, and we will do what we can here. Thank you, Optimus. Lelich smiled. Oh. Optimus Prime. Leela spoke up, getting his attention. I know I've said this before, but I am honored to meet you, and I hope to one day soon, finally get the chance to meet you face to face. And I with you as well, young Leela. Optimus nodded with a smile before speaking to all of them again. Till all are one. With that, the leader of the Autobots signed out, leaving everyone else to make plans for what they need to do next, while also waiting for their enemy to make their next move. But one thing was certain, whatever Shin and the Decepticons were planning, it wasn't going to be pretty. Euro-Britannia, main military base, northernmost area of the sub-empire. Ashley Azura sat alone in the Nightmare Bay, looking over for the umpteenth time the report of the Slonim operation. He already knew how much of a disaster that was. The EU forces have pushed back against Euro-Britannia and taken more territory, but that wasn't what had him so upset. One would think he'd be excited, given he finally had a chance to take on the likes of the Autobots and Black Knights, that is if it didn't end up costing him half his entire squad. What he seemed more focused on were the casualty reports from that incident. Johanna Fabius, René Laurent, Jan Manes, and Simon Maricourt were officially confirmed as deceased. Contrary to his battle-crazy attitude, he did care for his subordinates, as he still remembered Johanna leaping in to take the otherwise fatal blow from the so-called ghost of Hannibal, as well as the words spoken by said ghost diary playing in his head over and over. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a door opening, with none other than Mary Bell entering to look at the commander with concern. "Oh look, the last member of the royal family has come to grace me with her presence," Ashley said in clear sarcasm and mocking fashion. "Here to call me out on being a pussy for thinking about my dead soldiers? They're only soldiers, it's their place to die for our cause. Isn't that right?" He questioned with a glare towards her. "You don't like the imperial family, do you?" Mary Bell asked. "No." Ashley shook his head. Before the cons wiped them out, they were a bunch of self-righteous assholes who had no idea how the world worked. They grew up on the streets like me, then they'd understand. Personally, I'm glad the cons killed most of them off. About time they get a taste of their own medicine." He gave a howl chuckle. "Well, what are you waiting for? Execute me. A lowly Euro-Britannian solider like me insulting your family should be enough of an excuse for anyone." Mary Bell looked at him with sympathy in her eyes. "No, I won't do that. Because you might be right." He gave a glance her way as she sat down on a box to look at him at equal level. "Most of my old family really didn't know what it's like to be in the center of the hell of war, with a few exceptions, my half-sister Cornelia being one of them. Otherwise, they just sit comfortably and complain whenever things don't go their way, even when one of their own dies. That was the same way when I lost my mother and sister, even two of my half-siblings Lelich and Nunnally." Ashley looked on and listened as Mary Bell continued before she laughed. "You wanna hear something funny? After my mother and sister were murdered by terrorists, I went to my father during their burial and questioned him what was going to be done. You want to know what he said? Nothing. His exact words were they were weak, and the strong survive. That is the way of Britannia, and thus the world. You know the next thing I did? I grabbed a sword from a nearby guard and brought it to his neck, demanding to seek justice." That got a laugh out of Ashley. "No way. You drew a sword on your old man. On the freaking emperor. How are you still alive after that?" Mary Bell had a small smile herself. "I wish I knew. Though he did exile me after that. I then went to attend the military academy, and eventually founded the Glindonites with my childhood friend, Aldrin. I cracked really hard on terrorists after that, not just out of what happened to my mother and sister, but because I wanted to gain more and more support, and eventually succeed my father and become the Empress." Ashley laughed even harder. "Wow, and I thought you were crazy before. You? The Empress?" Her smile didn't fade as she continued. "Yep. That way I could govern Britannia the right way." Her smile finally faded. "But, the Decepticons moved in, wiped out the Empire, and now here I am. When they invaded, I lost many of the soldiers I worked with, including my tactical advisor Johann Schwarzer. I know how you feel, Ashley. To lose someone you care for, believe me, I do. Okay, so you're not a royal bitch. Just a crazy one," he said with his wild smirk. "We're both pretty crazy," Mary Bell replied, her smile returning before getting serious. "That's why I want you to work with me." Ashley's smile faded as he looked toward Mary Bell in surprise. "We both know the Decepticons are going to try something very soon, and we need all the people we trust on our side as we can get. So please, work with me so we can keep more of the people we care about from dying." She offered her his hand. Ashley was silent at first, and the look on his face was almost impossible to read. However, Mary Bell would get her answer as a slight grin formed on his face. "Oh, what the hell? You got a deal, princess." He accepted her hand. Mary Bell was later called to the command center of the base, where she sat alongside the other 4 Grandmasters and other commanders of the military, with Grand Duke Vila Ines sitting on the throne above them. Below them, countless officers appeared to be working as well. Soon, a large door opened on the ground just below the command deck where the heads of the military and government currently sat, and all eyes set upon the Decepticon Steeljaw as he entered the large chambers. Once all eyes set upon him, looks of fear and disgust were evident to say, as were words spoken aloud by several commanders and officers. Vile Decepticon! Why do we have to work with him? How long before they destroy us along with the homeland? What exactly is he plotting? Andrea Farnese thought with suspicion, something Mary Bell shared before she cast a suspicious glance towards Shin, especially as he made eye contact with Steeljaw. Steeljaw didn't appear to be bothered by these comments, but instead smiled at them. Once he stood in front of the heads, Duke Vila Ines spoke. "Steeljaw, are we ready to begin?" "Yes, we are," Steeljaw replied. "Up until now, Europia has managed to avoid an open confrontation. I'm honestly surprised they didn't push for one when Britannia fell. But count yourselves lucky, for you will be the ones attacking. So, for right now, just sit back and enjoy the show." The massive curtain behind him opened to reveal a massive screen that flickered on to show a barge with a power plant built on top of it in the middle of the ocean with countless windmills all around it. The power plant within the North Sea suddenly lit up with multiple explosions. At the top of the plant, Fracture and Thunderhoof had already detonated a series of bombs around several generators, causing half of the offshore plant to be engulfed in flames. "For the revolution!" Quillfire exclaimed as he fired his quills into several more generators on the other side, igniting more explosions. From below the ocean itself, most of the supporting struts were being literally devoured by the shark mode of Skybite. He moved like a torpedo in the water, his massive jaws crunching down and easily tearing through the struts as if they were tissue paper. Closer to the ocean floor, Underbite was doing the same thing, ripping off and devouring the supporting structure with his own appetite. Once their job was done, Underbite transformed, and drove away with Skybite swimming above him. Likewise, Thunderhoof, Fracture, and Quillfire transformed into their vehicle mode and drove into the ocean. Once they all regrouped, a ground bridge portal opened up and allowed them to escape, just before the power plant exploded and collapsed into the ocean. Paris. All across the capital city of the EU, lights began to flicker off. Lights within buildings, homes, street lamps, virtually every appliance that was hooked to the city's grid began to shut down. The City of Light had just lost all its luminance. It didn't take long for concern and anxiety to sweep through the city as everyone asked around what the cause of this sudden blackout was, when they could expect the power to come back on. Some were already trying to walk back to their homes to keep their loved ones and valuables safe. Before long, however, every television in the city lit up, along with all the cellular phones. Any device that was capable of showing a video flickered on. What was seen first was the semi-shaded silhouette of Steeljaw, with the metallic Decepticon insignia on a wall behind him. "Attention citizens of Europia, we are the Decepticons," Steeljaw began to announce as everyone in the Paris listened. "You may know us as the Destroyers of Britannia, and we do bear that title with pride. Now begins our conquest of the EU. We have already destroyed your offshore power plant in the North Sea. Observe for yourself." The footage shifted to reveal the destruction of the power plant by the Decepticon team just moments ago. The entire facility lit with explosions before sinking into the water just as it was engulfed in a final explosion, destroying it completely. Just the sight of this alone put everyone into a state of panic. "Now you are all worrying that we will now wipe your nation off the face of the map the way we did Britannia, and that certainly is an option," Steeljaw continued as his silhouette took the screen again. "But, if we can avoid bloodshed by any means, we are willing to go that route as well. Europia's leadership has 72 hours to initiate a complete and total surrender. Your nation will assimilate into our cause, but you will keep your homes and families. There is no need for any further destruction. However, if you resist, I promise, we'll leave nothing left. You have 72 hours starting now, the clock is ticking, and let me just say in advance, welcome to the Decepticon Empire." This message was shown all across Europia via social media and television feeds. Even the Uzuro unit, as well as the Black Knights and Autobots had seen the message from Castle Weisswolf as well, from either their personal cellular devices to televisions or computer screens. Each one of them looked with his or her own expressions of shock and/or anger. Lelich in particular squeezed the phone in his hand as he glared hatefully at the Decepticon insignia that appeared on his phone's screen. Chinese Federation. Zink was quick to enter the personal chambers of Gao Hai. You made sure you weren't followed? The Geest High eunuch questioned. I'm very certain. Zink confirmed. What is it? It's time to enact the Prime Dragon. Gao Hai told him. The young soldier's eyes narrowed. Were you found out? No, but the others are becoming suspicious. And I suspect Schneeisel and Starscream may be catching on. Gao Hai said. We can't waste any more time. They're planning to wed the Empress to the eldest prince of the former Britannia. That will bring the entire Chinese Federation into the Decepticon Empire without even spilling a drop of blood. Zink clenched his fists. Both out of the cleverness of the plan, as well as the fact that this would make the young girl, he swore to protect a slave of the vile Decepticons. Zink, you must do it now. The Geest High eunuch told him. All right. He drew his sword. I never did like you, nor do any of the other eunuchs. But I will at least make it quick. Gao Hai nodded. Long live Zero and Optimus Prime. He stated right before Zink decapitated him with his sword. Acting quick, Zink pulled out his Black Knight Autobot communicator, which bore the logo of the Alliance on its back. He pressed a few commands as the screen lit with the words Prime Dragon. Less than a second later, the communicator short-circuited before Zink dropped it. It hit the ground and burnt itself to a crisp. Suddenly, a pair of soldiers came bursting into the chamber, looking in surprise to see the decapitated eunuch. This traitor was attempting to contact the Black Knights and the Autobots. Zink quickly lied to them. He was intending on selling out the Empress to them, but I stopped him. No contact has been made. Inform the other high eunuchs immediately. Yes, sir. They said before running off. As of this moment, Zink, Kaguya, and Sayoko were now deep undercover in enemy territory. All forms of communication between them and their allies had been cut off. Optimus Prime would receive the signal to let him, and the others know what has happened here, and he will leave it to them to come up with a plan. In the meantime, he and his small team will do everything they can to keep up this facade and keep the Empress safe at all costs. Paris, General Smila's office. Already the capital of Europia had descended into chaos. Rioters took to the streets with torches as families desperately tried to get back to their homes as quickly as possible. Those that already made it tried to board up their houses to keep the rioters away. It was absolute anarchy as the City of Light became illuminated by a different kind of light, the flames of chaos. The only building that appeared to be in order, at least in appearance, was the main military base, which was heavily guarded by soldiers and night marais to keep the rioters at bay. Currently, 3 military officers were speaking with their general about what they thought should be done about this situation. We've received reports that the Eastern Front forces that were fighting against Euro-Britannia have begun to retreat. They're using this act of terror as an excuse to leave the front lines. What good would it do them anyway? This clearly the work of the Decepticons. The same abominations that obliterated Britannia. What are our forces going to do against that? They probably don't even think they need to invade, what with the chaos that is besieging our capital. The 40-man committee has already called for an emergency meeting. But our intel says some assemblymen are already leaving Paris. How could those cowards betray us? This is troublesome, General. But it might also be an opportunity. The people have realized that their government is weak. This could be the perfect time to make your ideals a reality. And with the backing of the Autobots and the Black Knights. The new aristocracy is full of greedy capitalists. General Smilas, Europia cannot survive if it is continually exploited. It's time we have a revolution. We're ready. Just say the word. Smilas said nothing at first but contemplated what his subordinates had just said. He agreed with virtually every word they said. Between the approaching Decepticons, and the incompetent capitalists in their own homes, Europia won't survive. Maybe it was time to enact his Joan of Arc plan. Euro-Britannia, military compound. Everyone watched from the central screen as the city of Paris continued to fall into chaos, while Steeljaw smirked at his handiwork. You know, one of the greatest scientific minds of the Decepticon cause noted the irony, that the only logic to humanity is its natural inclination towards chaos, and I can see Shockwave wasn't mistaken. Steeljaw said. Take away those laws and rules, and humans don't even need a push before bringing out their own violent nature. It's actually kinda cute. He chuckled. Damn him. Andrea Farnese cursed as he and the other leaders of Euro-Britannia all glared at the Decepticon, even Maribel clenched her fists. The only one who didn't harbor any feelings of resentment appeared to be Shin, who only smirked as he saw the chaos continue to unfold on the screen. Duke Vila Ines, this is where you come in. Steeljaw told the Grand Duke. Order your armies to advance while the iron is hot. But Steeljaw, if we march on Europia now, surely you're aware that countless innocent people will be caught in the crossfire. Duke Vila Ines protested. I know, that's the point. Steeljaw replied. What? Godefroy stood up from his seat in rage. You would purposely endanger innocent people who can't even defend themselves. Maribel protested as well. Steeljaw gave a slight chuckle. Why are you against such an idea? You are Brighton after all. That's what you people have done since the beginning. I mean, you would know, wouldn't you, Maribel? He spoke to the red-haired princess directly. You were among the most ruthless of Britannia's commanders next to Cornelia. Against terrorists. Rebels. Soldiers. People who could actually fight. She exclaimed. I would never endanger innocent civilians. Are you sure about that? What about Massacre Princess Euphemia? Steeljaw recalled with a sneer. She seemed content with a one-sided slaughter. Say one more word about my family. I dare you. Maribel stated, her eyes glaring with pure hate, the sigil of a geese manifesting in both her eyes. Steeljaw shook his head with a smile. For those who claim to serve Britannia, you all seem rather soft. Which is why I am now taking command. As of this moment, Euro-Britannia is under complete control of the Decepticon Empire. Naturally, this did not sit well with Euro-Britannia's leadership. What? You cannot do that. Who the hell do you think you are? You dare to betray us? Don't act so surprised. You had a feeling this would happen eventually, didn't you? Steeljaw looked toward Duke Vila Ines as he glared at the wolf-like Decepticon. Oh, and if you're wondering if the House of Lords are gonna find a way to come and help you, don't bother. Because by now, they're already dead. What? Vilain's eyes widened in shock. Inside the massive chamber that was the main meeting place for the House of Lords, over 100 men and women of nobility status laid butchered across the ground, walls, and balconies. Their limbs and bodies dismembered, blood and organs splattered every which way, it was nothing short of a bloodbath. And in the center, stood none other than Arachnid, who flicked the blood from her hooked hand before licking some of the blood that dripped down from one of her spider legs. She noticed one nobleman, who had lost his right leg and left arm, attempt to crawl away, only for her to smirk as she drove her spider leg into his back and finish him off. Politics, councils, senates, all that stuff, I just don't see the point in it. Steeljaw said casually. A single authoritarian or military society is much simpler and should work much more efficiently. No noisy politics or anything of the sort. You didn't. Andrea looked toward him in horror. We already have. Like I said, Euro-Britannia is ours now. As Steeljaw announced that, a pair of explosions erupted from the walls on the left and right side of the chamber. A total of 7 Viacons emerged from the massive holes and aimed their energon blasters at all the little humans below, ready to blast them at a moment's notice. Before Duke Vila Ines could even say anything, a sword was drawn toward his neck. He, along with everyone other human present, could only look in shock at the man who was wielding the blade. You would be wise to surrender, Duke Vila Ines. I think it's time for a new regime. Shin said with a sinister smile. Shin. Duke Vila Ines couldn't believe this was happening. I knew I couldn't trust you, Shin, but this, how dare. Her geese activated in her left eye, only for Shin to activate his just a second before. Maribel, please kneel. Shin commanded. His geese was able to activate first, and that was all it took for the sigil to fly from his eyes and directly into hers. Once it was done, Mary Bell kneeled before Shin, much to the surprise of the Euro-Britannian leaders. "I will do as you command." Shin smirked. "So, she has a geese as well, too bad she was too slow at the draw. I've only ever used this to kill, it's my first time controlling someone like this." Steeljaw had some good ideas after all. "Don't worry about your princess, we have special plans for her." Steeljaw chuckled as those among Euro-Britannia could only look in dread, realizing that in the span of only a few seconds, they have just lost everything. "Euphemia, I pray that you and your allies are able to somehow survive this coming storm," Duke Vila Ines thought. Later on, just outside the base, a massive door opened up to reveal a gigantic human-made floating vessel that would put even the likes of the Avalon to shame. It may have been roughly less than half the size of a Cybertronian's vessel like the Nemesis or even the Ark, but it was still an imposing ship, nonetheless. This was the Gallia Grande. Standing on top of the vessel as it began to ascend into the air was Steeljaw's pack, consisting of himself, Thunderhoof, Arachnid, Fracture, Underbite, and Quillfire, alongside Skybite. "For a meatbag vessel, it's not half bad," Fracture commented. "It will suffice nonetheless for the revolution," Quillfire said. "I could probably eat this thing faster than I ate Nuon City," Underbite added. Arachnid rolled her eyes. "We get it. You ate a city, you don't have to keep advertising that." "Ayu, what's next?" Thunderhoof asked Steeljaw as well as Skybite. "We pretty much run this meatbag country now, we're gonna steamroll over the other guys or what?" "Not quite yet," Steeljaw replied. "We still gotta deal with the Autobots and Black Knights here. They're the bigger threat. I don't exactly like the idea of putting defenseless humans in danger like that to get their attention, but considering humans have been killing each other before we even arrived to this planet, it shouldn't be anything new to them," Skybite stated. "You going soft on us, Sharkticon?" Fracture said with a sneer at the last comment, which earned a glare from Skybite. "I just prefer to win a battle against a strong enemy," Skybite clarified. "That way it feels more earned. Stomping on somebody weaker, not so much." "And I understand completely," Steeljaw accepted. "But this is the best way to get our enemy's attention." He accessed the comms. "How are things on your end, Shin?" "Grand Duke Vila Ines and the other order heads have been detained and are being escorted to the nearest prison as we speak," Shin reported. "Mary Bell is prepared as well, but the Glinda Knights have all vanished, as have Ashley and the remainder of his team." Must have prepared for a possible insurrection and given her allies a plan. "I'll give the princess credit, she's clever," Steeljaw commented. "No matter, continue as planned. Euro-Britannia is ours, and soon our enemies will fall," he said with sadistic glee, brandishing his claws. Castle Weiss Wolf. Gathering outside the Autobot vessel, the Iron Will, the large group of allied Autobots, Black Knights, and Uzuro operatives all gathered as Lelich, Leela, Ultra Magnus, and Elita One addressed everyone present. "The Decepticons have made their move," Lelich stated. "With the destruction of the North Sea power plant, the European capital of Paris is in chaos. The military has already declared martial law in an attempt to quell it, but this also leaves the nation vulnerable to invasion. So, we got any army of Decepticons coming in?" Smokescreen asked. "It doesn't look like it." Leela shook her head as Ultra Magnus walked up with a holographic projector in hand. However, satellite surveillance has shown a massive floating vessel heading straight for Europia. Ultra Magnus showed a three-dimensional hologram of said vessel, the Gallia Grande. It's man-made as opposed to Cybertronian, but it does appear to have Cybertronian modifications such as outer weaponry. We haven't been able to get a view of the inside, but it's safe to assume that it either carries weapons or a small army. Either way, this vessel is a threat. At the same time, however, it could also be a trap meant to lure us in. Elita One said. "You think that Khan from the video is trying to set us up?" Ryo asked. "Sounds like something he would do." Archie confirmed. "We've met Steeljaw before, and he's as unpredictable as they come. But this vessel is still a threat, isn't it? Suzaku asked. If we destroy it, maybe we could attack it from a distance. Colin offered. That way, if it's rigged to blow or something, we wouldn't get caught in it. We don't believe the ship is the only threat, Lelich said. It's obvious it presents danger, but it's also too obvious, even for a trap. So, there's something else going on. Sideswipe guessed. Perhaps they're trying to divide our attention, split us up. Strongarm suggested. Is there a way we can get into contact with our spies in Euro-Britannia? Claus asked before turning to Euphemia specifically. I mean, you did say you were contact with Duke Highland over there. I've tried, but I've gotten no response. Euphemia said, looking down with worry. Cons must have already taken over. Bulkhead said with a growl. Can't we call reinforcements? Shirley asked. Maybe Optimus and the others. That is no longer an option. Ultra Magnus revealed, much to the group's surprise. It's not just here with Europia and Euro-Britannia. The enemy has made their move in the Chinese Federation as well. Optimus and everyone else must remain on standby to monitor what's going on there. Elita continued. Looks like we're on our own then. Orpheus said with a weak sigh. Listen, this may indeed be a trap, but I believe we have a strategy that could turn the tide in our favor. Leela revealed. We'll send a strike team to the ship and trigger whatever trap Steeljaw has prepared for us. But it's not just Steeljaw you should be worried about. Akito spoke out, taking a step forward. I see, you're worried about your brother, aren't you? Sarah asked, to which Akito only confirmed with a single nod. If he's involved, we will do everything he can to ensure there are no survivors. Akito clenched his fists. So I will go. By yourself? Ayano questioned. No way. Gino protested, along with everyone voicing his or her own opinions against such an idea. Leela looked especially worried. Even Ultra Magnus was against it. I cannot condone sending a single soldier into an obvious trap merely to trigger it, the Autobot commander stated. Aren't you supposed to be a commander? Akito questioned to Magnus. It makes sense. If only one soldier triggers the trap, then the entire army can intercept whatever plan the enemy has in store. But you are not considering any alternatives. Ultra Magnus commented. He's not doing this because it's logical or anything of the sort. Lelich said as he stepped closer to Akito. He's doing it because he's scared. He's scared of going through that kind of hell again. Suddenly, Akito threw a punch toward Lelich's face, much to everyone's shock. Lelich! Nunnally gasped. Everyone else was about to break it up, but Lelich held his hand out to prevent any of his friends, Bot or Knight, from stepping in. You're afraid, I can see it in your eyes, Akito. Lelich told him, resulting in Akito throwing another punch, much to everyone's surprise, but they still held back as Sarah, Colin, Bumblebee, Magnus, and even Elita looked with serious expressions. I recognize the fear, the same fear I've felt before. Another punch was thrown, but Lelich didn't stop. But facing that fear alone is only going to get you killed, and there are plenty of people here who don't want that. Just shut up. Akito exclaimed as he punched Lelich once more, but he stood his ground. Already Akito was out of breath as Lelich wiped the blood from his mouth. Let your friends, comrades, and those who care for you, help you. That's what we do. Lelich told him. That's what separates us from the likes of the old Britannia and the Decepticons. We can beat them, and we can all walk away. But you have to trust us. Akito said nothing, nor did he make any move other than turning around so nobody could see the fearful and emotional expression on his face. I hope you're right. Horai Island. Optimus Prime stood alongside Ratchet and Ironhide as Todo, Ogai, Cornelia, and Wizard all gathered together on the bridge of the Ark. For those who do not know, Zinc has initiated the Prime Dragon Protocol. Optimus revealed. Which means, we can't communicate with him or Lady Kagaya now. Ogai said. Guess the Khans got something going on. My brother, most likely. Cornelia assumed. Schneeisel was always one for subtle and complicated plans. But that's not all. Ironhide said. It looks like the Decepticons have already began their conquest on the EU. Seems like they've already taken over Euro-Britannia. It certainly did not take them long. Todo said. And if both of these events are occurring simultaneously, it means we cannot spare any of our own forces to help Lelich and the others. I am confident Lelich, Ultra Magnus, and Elita, along with their allies, can handle the situation in the EU. Optimus replied. But yes, we also have to maintain a close watch on the Chinese Federation. If the Prime Dragon Protocol has been initiated, it means Zinc and Kaguya will be working with those closest to them to begin their coup. Wizard determined. And we need to be ready to move in and support them at a moment's notice. Cornelia understood the situation, yet at the same time, she couldn't help but worry about her siblings on the other side of the world right now. Yuffie, Lelich, Nunnally, Rai, please be safe. But there is one other matter we must attend to. Optimus said. Tai, if you would. The Ark's artificial intelligence manifested in the form of a human girl once more before speaking. We've just picked up a new Cybertronian signal deep within the Sahara Desert. It's far from any human settlements, but we can determine the signal is that of an Autobot. As she spoke, the screen popped up to reveal the map of the Sahara Desert with an Autobot signal beeping in and out. Is a team of Autobots? Or even a ship? Ogai asked. Actually, it's a single Autobot. Tai revealed, much to the group's surprise. I can't identify which Autobot it is though, the signal has been heavily modified. But that might also tell us who it is. Ironhide said. And if it is who we think it is, we need to move and retrieve him as soon as possible. We've organized the team that would be best suited for this mission. Ratchet added. Hopefully we'll be able to pull it off before the Decepticons find him first. Optimus, I'm sorry to protest but, with the situation we're facing right now, can we really afford to send anyone to rescue a single Autobot? Cornelia asked. I know we're already outnumbered, and we need all the help we can get, but still. It is not just to aid a fellow Autobot in distress, Cornelia. Optimus said to her. If this Autobot is indeed whom we believe him to be, the Decepticons will be all the more motivated to capture him. During the war for Cybertron, he and his entire team were captured and remade into potential weapons of mass destruction. And if you think it's that serious, we can't afford to let this slip by. Todo figured out. Yeah, suffice to say, we need to be in that desert, yesterday. Ironhide confirmed. I've already called for the people that we need for this rescue team. Tai revealed. We should be ready to be deployed within the hour. With that in mind, be prepared. We leave as soon as possible, Optimus told the group present. Everyone soon nodded and left the bridge, aside from Wizard. Is there something the matter, Wizard? Yes. The masked man confirmed. A while back, Oz contacted me and asked me to do some digging on two specific individuals in the EU and, there is something you should know about one of them. General Smiles, he's not the man we once thought he was. Geese order. Vivi walked into Shockwave's personal laboratory, where he appeared to be working one of his many projects. You wanted to see me, Shockwave? The Immortal asked. I was recently contacted by Megatron. Shockwave revealed, keeping his back toward Vivi. One of our agents, Euro-Britannia, has made contact with an individual that bears a geese, one not granted by CC. He then turned around to face the boy, gazing down at him with a single red eye. Did you form a contract with a human named Shinhyaga Shang? One look into his eye made Vivi back away slightly. He had not forgotten all the experiments and methods that had been used to kill him over and over. Though he couldn't be killed, it was a harrowing experience he had not wished to go through again. I've never heard of him before. Vivi quickly exclaimed. I don't remember forming a contract with someone named Shang. Shockwave then gazed down even deeper. Is there anyone else like you? Any other code bearers besides yourself and C.C? No. There isn't. Not that I know of at least. Vivi stuttered. I mean, if there was anybody else, you would have learned about it via the psychic patch you and Megatron put me before. Hell, you would have learned of this Shinhyaga Shang alongside Mary Bell. And I wouldn't have had the chance to form contracts with anyone else after that since you've been monitoring me 24/7. I find your reply to be logical. Shockwave accepted, causing Vivi to breathe a huge sigh of relief. Though this is also concerning. The possibility of another code bearer that neither you nor your late brother are aware of could cause us a great deal of trouble. Our forces in Euro-Britannia have already made contact with Shang. I will contact Megatron and requested that Shang be brought in for questioning. Even Vivi silently agreed with that. He'd like to meet this Shinhyaga Shang himself and learn how exactly he got his geese. He did not like the idea of another rogue code bearer out and about either. CC alone caused enough problems when she met Lelich and the Autobots. Suddenly, Shockwave's instruments lit up like an alarm. Already the Decepticon scientist began attending to them. What is it? Vivi asked. An Autobot signal. Shockwave replied as he analyzed the signal. Heavily modified, one I am greatly familiar with. He turned toward the immortal boy once more. Vivi, prepare the Dark Knights, as well as the Dark Queen and any Dark Pawns we have at our disposal, including the headmasters. You and I will attend to this matter. Both of us? Vivi asked in surprise. Is there something particularly special about this Autobot? It could either be a powerful weapon to aid our cause, or a great hindrance. Shockwave replied. Either way, it must be dealt with immediately. Do as I say, prepare our forces. As you wish. Vivi bowed before leaving. Shockwave turned to the screen again as the Autobot signal was identified. It has been a long time. Grimlock. Check the description for the links to the author.